what our topic is we are talking about spiritual intuition and leadership. And on the panel coming here, we have both a masculine and feminine viewpoint. So it's just kind of like a continuation. So this is going to be so much fun. I'm excited for that. So I'm just going to go.
I'll have you the mic and I'll have you introduce your guest, Donna.
All right. So I'm just going to bring up here to the stage. We are bringing on Joy Beck, Jeremy McDonald, Deborah Morrison, and Jason Antelek. So welcome everybody here to the Los Angeles Tribune. And what I'm really excited about is spiritual intuition and how we really use that in leadership. Now, I know each and every one of you and a little bit about your backgrounds and the intuitive side of things, but I'm going to let you guys kick it off. And Jeremy, I'm going to start with you first. How do you really define spiritual intuition? And the second part of the question is, does it have a place in leadership?
Oh, wow. That's a loaded question.
It's a loaded question. And we're starting high.
Well, let's do it. So spiritual intuition to me is maybe a little different from everybody, but well, not really. I believe in going within and constantly everything I look at or do, I go within. I ask myself, where am I showing up in this? What is it, my purpose in this? And so I'm asking that internal voice that says, yeah, do this, don't do this, or hey, Jared, get ready for this, or be careful of that person, or hey, go talk to that person. I really pay attention to that inner world because I always say that there's two different voices going on inside of your head. There's one that's the doubter. And in my terms, I always say God stands for goodness over doubt. So I'm looking for that goodness voice to look at me and say, hey, this works, and then working with that doubt voice that says, hey, maybe you should be a little nervous, maybe you should be a little scared. So I'm constantly working with that voice so I can have a better relationship with both of them. And so that spiritual intuition to me is my inner world, is my GPS. It tells me what to do, where to be, how to do it, what to say, and how to show up. And so when I usually follow that, I'm usually doing really well. And when I'm following the other voice, I'm usually going through a lot of lessons. So where does that fit in leadership? I think it fits perfectly in leadership because you have to lead yourself first. In Reiki, it says you have to heal yourself first before you can heal other people. So if you don't show up as a leader, as a whole person, without being able to lead yourself, if you're unsure of yourself about decisions you're going to make, if you're constantly insecure, then you're not showing up as a leader. So if you're following that intuition, that inner voice, you're definitely going to be in alignment with leadership principles because you're going to be acting with compassion and understanding and wisdom. And that's how we show up. So
I couldn't agree with you more there, Jeremy, because I know for me, when I follow that inner voice, everything just happens and magically unfolds. But if I don't, I'm in for a wild ride. Joy, how do you answer that question? How do you define spiritual intuition, and does it have a place in leadership?
I agree with a lot of what Jeremy said. I think it's important that we tap into how we're feeling. And that navigation, I love how you termed that, that internal navigation. I think it's important that we recognize that. And then, like Jeremy said, if I follow the one that feels the best, right? Because to me, it's all about how things feel and our emotions. If I follow that and it feels right, it's got a positive energy towards it, I usually never go wrong, right? But if I get jacked up with my emotions and veer off, I have that wild ride, like you were saying, Donna. And I think it's important with leadership whether we're leading little kids or big kids, which is what we are, right? That if you keep with where you're centered and what you think is best, you rarely go off track. I've been known to go off track before, but you have better chances of helping inspire and guide people to where they want to go.
Yeah. And I agree with that too, because there's a huge emotional component that comes along with it. And Deborah, I'm going to pose the same question to you. What is spiritual intuition? And does it have a place in leadership?
Absolutely. I couldn't be without my intuition. It is such a handy tool. And I revere the work of our late friend, my late dear friend, Dr. Susan Jeffers, who wrote Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. And she talks about intuition as our scout, really, that's gone ahead, right? And looked around the corner. So I'm a financial and leadership coach for mature women. And so I very much purport that I am a spiritual intuitive, and I go around the corner both with my experience and my intuition, and I see what's next, and I call back to them. Listen, gals, there's a pothole on the right hand side around the curve. Keep your financial car's tire out of it, right? So I just love Dr. Susan Jeffers' work and that depiction of intuition as the scout that has gone ahead. I also reckon back to Dr. Joe Vitale's words talking about the subconscious leading our actions by 3 days, right? So if we in fact intend and say to our subconscious before we lie our head on the pillow, then that subconscious is working on the agenda so that when we awaken, we are absolutely poised and filled to perhaps overflowing with what we are going to quote unquote do. And yet the spiritual intuition is something that is, to my way of thinking, always working, always present. Sometimes I go a little adrift and don't look inside and find that truth until perhaps a nickel too late. And then I'm, brought back to say, this is such a valuable tool. And for our holistic approach to life, which really is important, all the money in the world is meaningless if our health is sacrificed. And you just need a bad medical diagnosis or someone near you die prematurely. And so I'm completely about aligning our actions with that spiritual guidance that comes from within and in my case, confidence and trust in God.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that. I did not know that about the 3 days. And I saw a couple of the comments in there. Wow, 3 days. You gave me a whole different paradigm to start creating and manifesting from there, Deborah. All right, Jason, same question.
Oh, cool. Because I had all that time to prepare. Great.
You had lots of time to prepare.
Thanks for that. So many interesting perspectives there. I feel like everybody has a level of intuition and gut feelings, and we're tapping into it somewhere because people follow it all the time, whether they're spiritual or not. And those that apply it in leadership, they actually find that it's a tool that they can use as part of their day to day. And I believe we actually do leverage our tools and sort of stack them up a little at a time in different ways. And putting our intuition woven into those, or even one of the building blocks, gets us to our superpowers a whole lot quicker. So for sure, it's got to be part of leadership if it's available to us. And even folks that are leaders that maybe aren't spiritually aware, they're still pretty aware in those same kind of spaces and have access to the same things. That's what I've seen a lot in the consulting and working with clients is the often overlooked day-to-day gifts are actually what get them to that intuition.
Absolutely. Absolutely there, Jason. I have a follow-up question there for you, though. What would you say to somebody who goes, I don't know what my intuition is, or if I'm even following it? How would you share with somebody to really listen to that inner voice?
To give them an opportunity to listen to something that's a little outside of the box, maybe a little out of the norm. To be discerning, of course, we don't want to end up streaking through traffic or anything, but to follow some of those leads and find out for ourselves that our intuition is active and accurate. I would say results. Follow the gift, follow the message, follow the intuition, and see what happens. Because when something cool happens, you're starting to find a track that actually works.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely there. So Jeremy, let me ask you, how would you inspire and empower someone to tap into their own spiritual intuition and their leadership abilities?
Well, usually I start asking them the questions to what is it they're wanting to do in their life? And, most people, a good lot of people, when I'm in a coaching session with them, say, I don't know. That's why I'm sitting here with you. And so, but then I say to them, well, what is it that really inspires you? What is it, if you were to get up today and just do it, you would get excited about? And then they start telling me, all this stuff. And I'm like, well, I hate to tell you, that's kind of your intuition. Inspiration and intuition kind of go hand in hand sometimes. And so one of the things that happens though is that our doubt starts to come in and say, oh, well, that's just all the fantasy world. But the intuition kind of runs off of that side of the world, that right
Mhm.
brain side of ourself that's creative. And so I started saying, it's like, as Jason said, I started saying, why don't you just jump forward and take a little bit of a leap of faith and try it out? One of the things you can start doing is just start at, say, manifesting a parking spot, or you can sit there and say, I need to go to the grocery store. When do I need to go? And I'll give you an example of that. I had a situation where I'm traveling out in a couple weeks, and something had told me that I needed to go on this, but I said, if this happens, then boom, I'm going to do it. And then it'll just all line up. Well, I ended up calling. I had another engagement that weekend, and I called the person and I said, hey, she goes, I already know you need to reschedule. And I was like, how did you know? And she says, well, I just felt you. I just felt your experience. Well, I knew that everything was going to be fine just because of how it lined up and how it just felt inside. If something feels very, very heavy inside, chances are that's your fear. And so, but if
Mhm.
it feels very flowing and it's like very light inside, that's a lot of times that goodness in you that's saying, hey, go forward. And then some people will say, well, what if I make a mistake? Well, welcome to life. That's going to happen. And then as you start taking risks and start going out there and acting on things based on your intuition, and then it starts lining up, you're going to start saying things that are like, wow, I can't make this stuff up. This is really cool. And your intuition and your trust of it is going to get even stronger. And then guess what? You've now just became a leader for yourself. And now, because you're a leader for yourself, you're automatically going to be a leader for other people, because they're going to start seeing and wondering, what is it they're doing? What is it they're doing? They're always smiling. They're always happy. All things are always happening to them. They'll be in the worst of situations. Next thing I know, they're just right out of it. And it's because they become their own leader.
Mhm.
So that's what I would do.
I love that. And I love the phrase become your own leader, because if you're not leading yourself, who are you going to lead? And if you're not in charge of your life, where are you putting out your energy, and who's going to be in charge of you? And those are just some of the things that I think about there. When I think about spiritual intuition, and we've been talking about the word inspiration and feelings, those are very feminine words. They're our intuitive side, our feminine side of our brain. Now, everyone has that aspect to them, but we also have a masculine brain, the action oriented, let's take our ideas, our thoughts, our creativity, and exert it out into the world to demonstrate that we are taking action, or that we're following a pathway with the intuitive guidance that we receive. So, Deborah, I know your background and in the financial leadership realm. Then, what I want to ask here is, because you and I, we have a similar background, is what how can you effectively balance the intuition with that rational decision making in leadership situations? How do you create the balance between the two?
Well, creating the balance in terms of me as the advisor, if you will, as the financial planner or now financial coach,
Mhm.
is an aspect that I typically like to sleep on everything. And so if I have working with a client and I know what their issues are, what their target and triggers might be, what might have paralyzed or stopped them in the past, then I incorporate that into my mindset in terms of attempting to find out next steps, viability of certain solutions. So I'll just do a mind dump and I'll write down everything that's on my mind, and then I'll sleep on it. And literally before I go to sleep, I say, now, God, Spirit, give me more than this, because I am Deborah and I am skilled, and yet you are all knowing. And I am just always given something extra. And that extra is always the spice, I feel, because I'm so steeped in book knowledge and experiential knowledge with regard to coaching women to create their own intentional wealth, that I very much value that which comes through me. And sometimes I know that it happens to a lot of us. You're talking, especially on a roll with a client, and then you're like, I want to take notes on myself because that wasn't me. That just came through me, right? And it happened. One of the first times it happened to me was 1999, and I was on CNN Live with Stuart Varney, and just words came out of my mouth that I was grateful for. And he asked me what was my best assets in life, and of course, I'm a financial advisor at that point for 25 years already, and I didn't know how to answer, and I prayed quickly. And out came my two assets in life: time and health. And I when I was driven back in the limo, I was like, oh my heart, that is so profound, because the obituaries are filled every day with people that probably didn't plan on being there. So there are no guarantees. So now I'm really very interested, especially with the pace of change. And who was it that said we have more change now than we've ever had, and the relative speed of change will never be as slow as it is today. Now, if we can wrap our heads around that, then I think it's incumbent upon us as advisors and leaders in whatever field to navigate complex situations with some other power greater than ourselves. And the more complex the situation, the more I'm literally on my knees or asking God midstream, what else? What else? What else? Then, of course, we test this on our prospects and our clients, and we watch their face and we watch their body. And if they shrink, then, then I'm going to pivot, right? And if they sit up straight and they lean in, now I'm on to something. And so what I have to say is far less important than how my person is receiving it, because there are going to be different channels and different messengers for different audiences. And it's incumbent upon me, when a person is drawn to work with me and be influenced by me and my writing and my speaking, that I, as quickly and expertly as possible, tie in and connect and attempt to receive all I can receive to shape the next words out of my mouth, so that it's a completely transformational experience for the client.
Ooh, I love that. And I love the word transformation. It's one of my favorite words of all times. I say it often. But you're absolutely right there, because it's not just the words you're saying, but allowing that energy to come through you in sharing it with the client or with the prospect for them to receive it in the highest and best way. And that's an incredibly intuitive process. But at the same time, you are making those decisions rationally of how to communicate that across. Absolutely there. Joy, I know you are in the moment of transition from a 9-to-5 type of job more into your own business being guided. So let me ask you, what were some of the steps that you took for you to move and start following your intuition and overcoming and taking that step out of fear, going, no, if this is what I'm guided to do, I'm going to show up and do it? How did you take that step to get out of that fear, to follow the intuition to your life purpose?
Well, it was a little bit at a time. It wasn't, I'm not a complete leaper into some things, and especially with this. So I'm wise enough to know to tap into other people's experience and knowledge. As a teacher of 29 years, I am not about to reinvent the wheel, because why? And so I was able to tap into some great people along my journey to learn how to trust myself and to see my value. And that sounds silly sometimes, I guess, as a grown up. And that's what I teach my students too, is sometimes as a grown up, we see everybody else's value, but we sometimes don't see our own to the extent that other people view us. And not that that matters a ton, but when I started to do more healing and in aspects that were affecting me, like financially, and things that were stumbling blocks for years, as I started to grow and release and transform, I was able to see I could add value in a different way and still teach, because I will ever be a teacher. But to be able to teach and teach in ways that have a greater impact, and can reach more people. And so it was tapping into people. And Donna did not pay me for this. However, I have taken classes from Donna, and they truly were that pivot for me to be able to up level to that next level and to get my head and my heart in sync, so that I could. I'm retiring early, and I'm going to help families and humans be able to heal in ways that I only did little bits. And now I'm going to be able to do that full time.
Love that. I love that. And thank you there for that, Joy. You guys have been such an amazing panel as we've been going through this conversation, because it's like the last 30 seconds of what you say literally leads into my next question. And you guys have been doing that this entire time. So I really do believe, Deborah, you're right. Our subconscious is ahead of everything we are consciously doing there. So Jason, I'm going to pass the baton back over to you here. And I want you to share a little bit more about how to get out of that head space into the heart space for leadership, but really, how can you cultivate a more compassionate and heart-centered approach to leadership?
Compassionate and heart-centered. Compassionate for me means community. That's for sure an organic aspect of it for me. The head and the heart, man, I think that's a tricky spot for a lot of people, because some people are really up in their head. Some people are good at being in their heart. Some people actually understand both. I don't know that I get both all the time. I'm a little slow on the uptake in the emotional department. Okay, I'm not great in social situations. Call me a late bloomer, but the neat thing for me is that logic can kind of fill that space. Right, my anchor is sort of in logic. I sort of connect the intuition and logic and put them side by side. I'm kind of the transistor in between. And so to me, it's really about knowing myself and understanding myself. And in that same sense, building that compassion and meeting others where they're at and accepting them for who they are in that same way. Because we're all so different on the outside. Being different on the inside, as they said, kind of logical. As above, so below works pretty good. There's a lot to be said for what people are capable of, and our good times and our bad times show us both. So meeting each other in those places equally, I think is part of raising the consciousness on this place.
Yeah, and I agree with that, because it's really all about lifting up and raising the consciousness and moving up in vibration, because when we do, we're creating those positive outcomes with it all. Jeremy, same question. What practices, or excuse me, how can you cultivate a more compassionate and heart-centered approach to leadership?
Well, I've always loved Covey's way of looking at it when he said, seek first to understand and then to be understood. And one of the things that I find super interesting is when you're leading people, when I've managed people, when I've managed projects, a lot of times I see my employees or the people that I'm working with doing similar things that I did when I was in positions like theirs, or when I was learning, or when I was growing, or even when people I'm coaching, I look at some of the things I remember when I was there. So you can have compassion because you know what it felt like when you were there. And so, and then as a leader, I think we should do a lot more listening than we do talking. And so the reason why we're doing a lot more listening is because then you can start to see that. So you can start to see where you need to seek first to understand and then to be understood. So a lot of times leaders are looking at what they've got to get done as far as their their projects and their businesses and all that kind of stuff, and they're seeing people not do it the way they want it to do. They want it done. And I'm like, well, if you allow people to blossom and grow into their own person, they'll become their own leaders. And then they'll inspire you as a leader to grow, and then you'll start creating a better outcome and a lot more creative outcomes. And so I found a lot of times when I'm leading a project, I really start to listen and pay attention, because a lot of times I'll throw out an idea and hey, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I want to do. And then I'll watch them come up with these majorly creative ideas that'll enhance mine. And that's probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen and watched. And it's just you're now co-creating, as opposed to you just being the authoritarian leader. And that comes with a lot of compassion, because you've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, so to speak. So
And, with that, because we've already been there, because you've already done that, I believe in not just following our intuition moving forward, but we can also learn from the past and what we would call a past mistake, because that also gives you intuitive information in moving forward. So, Deborah, let me ask you, what lesson from your past experience did you learn from that helped you lead to greater wisdom and insight? So, what is something from your past, a lesson or an obstacle you had to overcome that gave you greater wisdom and insight?
Well, there have been many, and I really only advocate us looking back, especially as women who tend to hold a lot of shame about our pasts. I reckon that we'll look back for the lessons to be gleaned and then face radically forward. I call that radical responsibility. And as I look back on my career, particularly in my career as a financial advisor, I didn't do this with my clients' money, but there were financial deals coming across my desk literally every day, this and that, and I would just discard so many of them. And yet there was this one, and it was absolutely aligned with my value, turning corporate trash into cash. And it was this big recycling thing. And so I opened up a self-directed IRA, again, with my own money. We didn't espouse clients' money in this. We had our own discipline for client money. And I started putting money into this corporate recycling company. I went to due diligence meetings, double ballrooms. I was like the only non-certified public accountant there. Really just completely energized about this notion that I was actually aligning my finances with my values. So long story short, I invested in a deal, and then it closed, and another deal, and it closed, another deal. And about 2.5 years in, find out that I have been investing in a Ponzi scheme.
Wow.
Now, you can imagine this financial professional, always 3 times the annual continuing ed credits, just always wanting to be ahead of the curve, foresee whatever I can, be a risk manager. And it's like, what? I'm aligning my investments with my values and I get burned like this? Well, yeah. And it took me a couple of good days to come out of that complete abject shame. Like, what have you done, Deborah? Well, of course, it was me and several hundred of my co-investors, and yet I recovered. Right? I find a couple good days. Well, they weren't so good. Couple days, and I said to myself, Deborah, you got 34 clients that's still viewing you as their certified financial planner and fiduciary asset manager. You pull your big girl pants up and you sit in that chair and you carry on. And it was just as simple as that. I did. And so when I'm coaching clients, and especially women, talk about, and I say, well, all right, they come into my office, I made a horrible mistake. And so I get my pad out and my pen. I say, okay, tell me about it, Sally. Well, January 5th, 1960, I lost $7,000 in the stock market. And you're like, and so I say, okay, Sally, January 5th, 1960, you lost $7,000 stock market. What else? No, that's it. Sally, if that's it, we're golden. Now Sally now feels heard, respected. Now I call them financial missteps because steps connote movement, whereas a mistake is like cement shoes. We're ensconced in that. And I never want a woman to be, first of all, if Warren Buffett can admit to $4 billion mistakes that's with a B, who are we as individual investors and women investors who haven't even been socialized around money to imagine we're going to do this perfectly and without a hiccup. So it's about managing women's expectations around investing in general. And then I think, Donna, giving a safe container for women to be themselves, bare their souls and their past and their shame, and to shed that shame. And as a certified grief coach, I use those techniques to bring women through the recovery period so that they have now confidence, because I think with confidence, we can do almost anything. Absent confidence, not so much.
Wow. That is like a huge, huge lesson there for all of us in missteps, mistakes, and actually reprogramming, moving forward there. And so thank you for sharing that story and the vulnerability, because you're right. It's really about shedding the shame of a lot of things. Do I feel inadequate? Do I not feel inadequate? How do I move forward? People rely on me. I'm the expert. All of those things come up. But all of those things, and the reason why I asked the question is because the past, although it doesn't define us, it made us who we are today. It moves us forward in a lot of different ways, but also it's for the soul's evolution and growth, because those things wouldn't have happened if you weren't going to learn something amazing or good, or what I call those silver lining gifts out of that. Now, I know we're coming up here to our time. We have like maybe 5, 6, 7 more minutes left. But what I want to do is just go around with everybody and share what is one practice that you can incorporate into your daily routine to stay grounded and connected to that spiritual guidance, but also still move forward with leadership. And I ask this because I have a daily practice that I do every single morning. I actually posted about this morning on some of my different social media channels. I met a Buddhist monk one time, and I was so excited because I knew he was going to give me wisdom. And he comes over to my booth. I was at a Lightworkers conference, and he said, when you make your coffee in the morning, instead of drinking it, I want you to sit down and meditate. And when you're done meditating, then drink it. And I'm like, but my coffee's going to be a little cold. He's like, exactly. And if I were you, switch to organic. And he turned around and walked away. And I'm like, okay, what do I do with this? So the next morning I made the coffee and I meditated. And here I am, like 10, 11 years later. I make my coffee every morning. It's a little ritual. And I meditate. And most of the time I do drink cold coffee. But what I'm doing is I'm setting my daily intention of how I'm going to show up in the world, the things that are coming, and organizing my thoughts in my brain before I hit the phone, before I hit the computer, before I look at email and all of that. So what is one daily practice that you have that you can incorporate, stay connected, follow the spiritual guidance, and show up for leadership? All right, Joy, we'll start with you.
So one of the things I like to do, and it's very similar to what you had said, is to set that intention. Oftentimes it's before I even crawl out of my covers, of how the day is and what I'm looking forward to, and to set those positive expectations. And then I do it with kiddos, but I do it with everybody, is to ask to see them through creators' eyes, to be able to see people's greatness. And in that process, I also am really pretty good and help kids, especially kids, because that's most of my world right now, but to help them to see their greatness and to see the greatness in other people. Because I think that as leaders, if we can have that, you can't go wrong. So I take some time to meditate, and then I do with that intention to go forward with the greatest good.
Love it. Love it. Love it there. Jason, your daily practice.
Well, I have the crazy monkey mind in the morning a lot, right? Not even sure where I'm at or what's going on or what I'm supposed to be thinking about. And why do I have some kind of rock song from the 80s playing over and over again in my head. What am I going to do with that? So sometimes you just listen to the song and it goes away, right? But other times it's about what I've been putting in my system, and having a responsibility of not only what I'm doing when I get up, but what did I do before I went to bed? Right? And staying in that integrity for myself. Am I going to slip up? Sure, it's going to happen. Sometimes I want a sweet roll for breakfast, and I want to do that before I meditate. But that's not necessarily the best order. But sometimes it happens. So do a little of those things with grace. But I think one of the mindful practices that people can implement, and I know I work on this when I'm moving forward in something, is I take some intentional time to consider whether that's during my coffee or while I'm washing dishes, to just pause and make that moment kind of last a little longer and be more present and focused in that moment, just intentionally for as long as I can hold it. Maybe that's 30 seconds, maybe it's a minute, maybe eventually it's 5. But before I know it, I'll have 5 to 10 minutes in my world I didn't have before.
Mhm. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Deborah, how do you answer that question?
Well, I have the word choice literally, printed out in different colors from my printer, like, I don't know, a couple of years ago, like a lot of places, because I am in choice, and we all are in choice. And so we want to choose our thoughts, which will direct our actions. Once we choose whether we're going to be a victim or a victor, just shifts everything, does it not? And so our choice is critical to our certainly recovery. If any of us are slipping back and finding challenges to be very difficult, we can choose to address them and to do something differently. Now, the second I heard Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor's TEDx, as a matter of fact, I heard her in New York City talking about you can change your entire physiology in 90 seconds from being completely irate to sublime. 90 seconds. All we need to do is set our intentions, right? All we need to do is choose bliss, choose happiness, because we do have a choice, and our health is going to be so appreciative. Our bodies are going to sing hip, hip, hooray when we vote with them, so that the stress level does not expand, because we are more than our individual beings. We send vibrations into the world, and it's incumbent upon us as leaders to be that light.
Love it. 90 seconds. Wow. How crazy is that?
Crazy.
Jeremy?
So what I do, the one thing I do is I give myself 3 times a day just for me. And it could be just 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 30 minutes, it could be however long. In the morning, I give myself time to think about my day. I look at my calendar, I look at my priorities, and I spend time just thinking about what I'm going to accomplish. I look at when my meetings are going to be, and I just start doing a little prayer when I'm doing it. And I start blessing the day and start saying this is going to be a great day and everything is going to be in the highest and best good. And then I take that practice throughout the day. The second time I give myself, and this has gotten a lot easier now that I work for myself and work at home, is I take a nap. I take a 20-minute nap every single day. And what it is, it's not a falling asleep nap. It's allowing my mind to quiet just for a little bit of time. And the third time I give myself a day is at the end of the day. That's my wrap up. I spend that time every single day thinking about opportunities I had, things that I could have, I could have maybe looked at a little differently. I start thinking about my triggers that I had for the day, and then I say thank you for the day. And that could be an hour or 2 hours. That's usually my longest time, but I take that time every single day for myself. And I find that my day just gets to be, and one of the things I say in the morning in my prayers, I say to God, I said, just like Christmas morning, when you walked around, you were looking for those presents, I say, surprise me. And that's what I look for in the whole day. I look for a day of surprises. And I've had some of the coolest things happen to me. And it may be the smallest little thing. I was in a drive-through at Starbucks the other day and somebody paid for my coffee in front of me. That's a blessing.
Wow.
And so those are the things. And then God's surprising you all day long. And that's where it's fun.
I love that. I'm going to start scheduling myself 20-minute naps. I'm just going to have to put a little voicemail on my phone. So if you call, I'm sorry, the person you have called is now in their 20-minute
Leave it
nap,
across in the other room. In the other
formatting their
room for 20 minutes.
brain.
They can wait
I
20
love that.
minutes.
So one of the fun things that we have coming up here is a Law of Attraction Retreat Day, and our special guest is Dr. Joe Vitale. Now, each and every one of you are actually already there as speakers and as guests to this event. So, Jeremy, let me have you share just a couple more pieces of insight about the Law of Attraction Retreat Day coming up on May 18th.
I'm just honored to be there, to be honest with you. I'm so excited. It's there's some people there that are going to be my friends that I've known for a long, long time, and then there's going to be new friends I'm going to be making. So I'm very excited, and I'm excited about learning something new. And it's in a winery, isn't it? Isn't it in a vineyard,
It is at
Donna?
it is actually at Old Hotel Temecula in downtown Old Town Temecula,
Oh,
California.
wow.
It is a live
Okay.
event. There are tickets available. So Jason, Law of Attraction Retreat Day.
I'm excited to get to play with some of these wonderful names and get to rub elbows with some people I've known for years and years and done events with, and some faces I've done events with and never met. Dr. Joe Vitale headlining for us and bringing home some of the new ideas about the law of attraction. As a law of attraction evolutionist myself, I'm excited to hear what new phases we're moving this into. And like you said, tickets for a live event in this kind of great setting, they're out there. We'd love to have some more people on board with us.
Okay. And Deborah.
Well, I've been a client of Joe Vitale's, buying his courses and books for a number of, well, probably decades. And more recently, I have swooped back and listened again to Secret to Attracting Money. And this is it's just such a great compendium of, Dr. Joe talking about, from homelessness, right, to the kind of wealth and the influence that he wields. And I'm always interested in these stories and these strategies, right? So the story and the strategy coming together in Dr. Joe's background. I'm just eager to rub shoulders with him and attempt to glean anything I can. I'm going to kind of sit real close to him. Maybe I'll, through osmosis, get real smart. But ultimately, we're about attracting, right? Attracting into our sphere, into our vortex, and that which we extend to the people we're in touch with every single day, the grace of God and the gratitude for who we are at this time, in this place, and how we can serve the most people in the most authentic way possible. And I'm thinking it's just going to be a rich experience all the way around. I invite everybody to consider popping out to Temecula and joining us.
All right. And 30 seconds or less, Joy, for you as well.
I am a baby at the law of attraction process so far. However, I am thrilled beyond belief to be able to learn and to meet some of the new people that I've gotten to know, just a tidbit, but only through this platform, and to see you in person and to learn from all of the great minds. And then to turn and fold and share that with those that I help. So I'm super excited.
I absolutely love it. And I'm going to invite up here Dagmar to the stage. I know she's been backstage listening as well. And the Dr. Joe Law of Attraction Retreat Day is actually with the Los Angeles Tribune. And if it wasn't for the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, Ava, and the whole team there, it's how it's being made possible for us to do this. So I'll share a link here in a couple of minutes if you guys are interested, or just reach out and DM us. But Dagmar, what do you think with the conversation that we've had so far?
Wow, what an incredible conversation. And I want to start with something that was said right at the beginning, that our life is truly a co-creation. And as a leader, we have to show up with our heart chakra fully open, ready to connect to other people, and realize that unless you're on a deserted island, absolutely everything in your life is a team effort. Whether other people step in to reflect back to us on where we are in our own development journey, or whether they are coming to actually lift us up to that next stage of development, either way, we do need these external mirrors. And when we take a moment and look around and realize that absolutely everybody in our life contributes to ours, then the next question is, how can I contribute to theirs?
I love that. I absolutely love it. And you're absolutely right. And that's where we started. Everything is a co-creation. I want to thank everybody here that's been on the panel and sharing your insights for today. And also, I'm going to bring up Parisa as well, because I know she's been backstage listening and she is joining us as one of our hosts. So Parisa, share with us, how do you think today is, yesterday, all of the fun stuff?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm not going to lie. Personally, by day 5 of anything, I'm pretty depleted. I'm 100% an introvert, although it may appear different than that. I'm an introvert through and through. And the fact that it's day 5 and I'm still super energized, I'm excited to be here. I've still been able to intake a lot of information and connect with everyone in the chat. Like, this is amazing. So there's such an energy that is so different now, this time, this week, than I feel like I've experienced other times and other spaces and places. So genuinely, that's where I'm at right now with everything that has gone on. It has just been truly amazing and such an honor to be here.
Thank you. Rex.
Yes, I just showed up. What would you like?
I know. Share with us your insights. I know you were popping in. I've seen you on a couple other little chats. Your takeaway so far from today and what you've been learning throughout the week. Like Parisa, like for me, for myself, yes, usually by day 5, I'm pretty depleted. I'm really tired. I don't want to look at a computer. And this entire week, it's gone by in a flash. And it's been invigorating and inspiring and uplifting. And I think I can go another 6 days, but please don't plan that.
I was going to say, whoa. Pump your brakes. I'm just kidding.
So Rex, your takeaways.
Well, let me address that, because a lot of people, kind of misunderstand. And I'm gonna just talk now science. Science says everything is energy. It's frequency, intensity, and it's energy. There's nothing else but energy. It's here, there, near and far, always was, always is. And it can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. And then there are people who say, I don't have enough energy. Well, the truth is you do have enough energy. It's just how you manage your energy. Now, barring neurological, damage and things like that. So people get tired, but they get tired because they go, I am so tired. Oh, my God. So what we've been learning all this week is how to pay attention to what we say to ourselves, what we think to ourselves, and the feelings that result from that, and the action or lack of action that results from the kinds of things that we say. Now, it's true. We all, can be running and burning the candle at both ends and feel like we're tired. But the first thing to go is not the body. The body has incredible resilience, incredible durability, incredible stamina. But the mind goes, I can't keep this up. I'll never be able to do this if I don't get some. So learn how to manage your thoughts. That's what all of us are talking about. Why do all of us talk about it? Because it's a universal principle and truth, not something that we all made up and agree on. It's been talked about since the dawn of humankind. So we're here being fed. The best thing that we can do is receive it. Be open to it. Take the rest that you need. Drink the water and get the snacks and the food that you need. Consume it in bites. You don't shove everything into your face all at once. And enjoy the fact that you're surrounded, online or otherwise, by incredible people who want to pour into you the best that they have.
Wow.
Well, I just joined this conversation because what's coming up is very, very exciting. Extremely exciting, to the point that I could normally couldn't watch them live. I am my nervous system could only handle peace and quiet. But when people are like in the boxing ring, I normally, like, even like the best boxers, I would like scoot away because I couldn't stand it. But who we have coming up next are some of the boxing champions, and they're going to talk about leadership and charity, how they're using their visibility and how they're using their platforms as former boxing champs to do good in the world right now. You know, different humanitarian, and they'll be sharing the different organizations that they are supporting. So we encourage you, if you have some people in your life, your friends, you know, family that you know that loves boxing, it's time to tag them right now, you know, send them the link, invite them on the chat, because who we're bringing up right now are true examples of leadership in the way that they've really disciplined themselves to be the best in their craft, you know, to have those big boxing belts, you know, champion belts, and now take their success to being able to support humanitarian reasons, you know. Yeah, so we're gonna tee up a commercial, and then when we come back, Sir Kaya Redford really is actually getting ready right now in interviewing them. We have another room where they're practicing, because apparently I was telling our host this, boxers and tech don't go together. You know, we had to like spend a lot of time to just like get their cameras working, their audio working, move their cameras up, not looking up their nose, you know, things like that. So they're coming right in right after this quick break. Thank you so much, Donna, Dagmar. Love your panels. And Rex, thank you for joining us in teeing up, you know, this very, very special segment of LA Leadership Week. And thank you to Sir Kaya Redford. Yes, you know, all of the points that Rex is confusing me with, you know, and to all of you who are commenting or are sharing this stream live. Let's go do this.
Good day. Happy Sunday, Cinco de Mayo. We are here live with the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, the world changer, the platform that is literally changing the status quo of news. We're so super excited because not only do we have the legends, and a legend himself, a dear friend who I will be properly introducing right now, Pete, but we have an incredible lineup of legends in boxing. And what we stand for at the Los Angeles Tribune is about educating, inspiring, and uplifting humanity. How many of us would agree that in news, there's a lot of focusing on the problems of the world, right? And what we want to do is we want to change the narrative to focusing from the problems to actually solutions. We want to bring solutions to the table. And a lot of us, you know, people at home, you have goals, you have dreams, you have desires, you have things you want to achieve in your life. And by hearing some of the stories of these legends that are not only legends in the ring, they're legends out of the ring, and the difference that they're making in the world can inspire you, can inspire all of us to level up and really make the world a better place. So I'm your host, Sir Kaya Redford, my co-host, the incredible Pete Rivera, joining me today. How you doing, Pete?
Feeling like a champ. How are you feeling?
I'm doing amazing, amazing. Please, let's give a shout out to our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. It's been since 1889, one of the oldest newspapers in history. And also our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel. And I, Sir Kaya, I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies. I'm also a humanitarian. We do a lot of work with the homeless. By the way, shout out to Mayor Karen Bass, the current mayor of Los Angeles. We have 19,000 people that have been taken off the street the last few months. So we're making a change with the homeless. Directed and produced a documentary called Homeless in America, which won Best Social Documentary at the New York International Film Festival. We also do a lot of work with veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. As we know, they say 22 suicides per day. And we also are supporting Thorn, which is Ashton Kutcher's organization for eradicating human and child trafficking. So we're doing a lot of things together. But I want to really bring up this incredible man who's become a dear friend, such a dear friend. He is doing so many incredible things, and I want you to get to know him, and I want you to get plugged into what he's doing, because he's not only a philanthropist and humanitarian, he's a former boxer. He's literally the reason why we have the show today. He has literally brought all the celebrities, all the legends to the show today. They're here because of him. This is his circle of influence, and I'm so honored to call him brother. We're literally going to be working together, taking a lot of these projects to the Cannes Film Festival, to London, to Paris, and doing a lot of things together. So with that being said, Pete Rivera is the CEO and founder of Revel Nation Enterprises, Inc., a humanitarian organization launching Revel U, an edutainment platform uniting academia, especially throughout Africa, where he is working directly with the President Mada Bio of Sierra Leone and President Joseph Boakai of Liberia. I'm excited to go on one of these trips myself. We're helping actually building a hospital in Uganda right now too. So we're doing so many things together, and we're super excited about that. So Pete is a former boxer himself, right? He has put this summit together, uniting all these champions who are all humanitarians, giving back in their respective and different ways within their communities. Pete, such an honor to be with you here today. And please share a little bit about, if you don't mind, what drives you? Why are you here? What is the difference that you are making in the world, and why?
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Kaya. You just always knock it out of the park. You always deliver. Thank you, and much kudos to everything you're doing in life in Africa as well. So we're paralleled and brethren within our respective missions throughout Africa. Basically, what drives us, right? We're cut from the same cloth, is to serve the masses. You know, what's your life's purpose? If you're not here on earth to do good for others and push humanity forward, then what are you doing? You're being a taker, not a giver. And so we come from the thought process that we want to add value to everyone around us. We want to push humanity forward through water, waste management, agriculture, education, ed tech. And there's no greater way out of poverty than through education. And so we have to be able to get to those areas of the world that are underdeveloped, under-resourced, who need all the basic needs that we all take for granted here in the United States. In fact, I firmly believe that what you're doing with the homeless, every single homeless person in the United States and the Americas and first world countries should go and visit West Africa. They would have a whole paradigm shift on how lucky and gifted and privileged they are. They have water, they have infrastructure, they have bridges, they have cement, they have houses and structure and HVAC, and they have, heat and cold and AC, like they have everything. And you go to West Africa and then you realize, oh my God, why did I give up on myself? Why did I quit on myself? Why am I being a drag on society when I've given and been afforded every opportunity to do something wonderful with my life? But, pain and suffering is a real disease, right? Depression is a real disease. So it's a twofold fight. It's one to bring infrastructure, to bring all the amenities and all of the wonderful, many like water, basic elements of life. But at the same time, we also have to develop Revel U, which will develop core values so that people can be strong within their self, the introspective, so that they can conquer the world and tackle the world and not let the world beat them up. So avoiding pain and suffering, having strength, armament to go out and tackle the world, and build societies with the right, infrastructure and the right elements to sustain life. And, life is about enjoying this journey, loving on one another, choosing love over hate. And that is the key to it all, right?
And I know, so by the way, this is being broadcast right now. Millions of people worldwide are watching. Type in the chat what you're feeling from Pete. You know, he is literally making such a big difference. We went to the National Hall of Fame event here in was it Pomona just a few days ago?
Yeah, for boxing, National Boxing Hall of Fame.
National Boxing Hall of Fame. Met Vander Holyfield, Oscar La Hoya was there. Just incredible people, and you know the community that you're bringing together to bring more awareness to the social causes that you're doing. It's just phenomenal, Pete. So with that being said, I know that you have a very special person that you'd like to bring up, which, by the way, when we talk about being part of the fabric of American history in the boxing world, probably you can't get much higher than this, right? So, Pete, who would we like to bring up on stage?
We're going to bring up on stage the one and only who brought you and I together, and we have a new brotherhood in large part because of her. And that is the one and only Dr. Khalila Camacho Ali, aka Mama Ali, former wife of iconic Muhammad Ali. Dr. Ali is such a giver. She's a white light, a force for good. She brings so much value to every room. She lights up every room with her fantastic, amazing energy. She is just a gift to all of humanity, having been awarded, like yourself, the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from President Biden. She is just a beacon of white light. There's none other than the greatest humanitarian of the world, Dr. Khalila Camacho Ali. Mama Ali, welcome to the show.
God bless you. Thank you. Such a beautiful introduction. I want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for being a great service to America. And Sir Kaya, you're an amazing man, as well as Pete Rivera, two outstanding men that loves humanity and put the dots together. I'm so honored to be here to speak with you. Great people have done so much for our country and for our people in our country. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dr. Khalila, we are inspired by you, and the world is inspired by you. And if you don't mind, maybe just sharing in you know, a 1 minute or so. I know we have legends that we're going to be bringing on that you're going to be saying hi to, and people that you've known for most of your life as well. If you don't mind, maybe sharing to the audience, you know, the world is going through a lot of challenges. What would you say is a quantum leap or a pivotal moment in your life that put you on the path that you are on today, that can inspire someone at home? We have got millions of people at home watching this interview, and we're all looking for that, you know, that thing to inspire us to step up and to create a better life for our families and our children. What's a piece of advice, a secret to your success, a secret to your longevity and your greatness that anybody can learn from you?
First of all, I want to thank God for giving me life and to come into this world. As a young girl, I am thankful to go through the time of the civil rights movement, to be a part of it, to make a change, and to make freedom ring so our people can rise. I've done this for decades, working with people of all color for their freedom, not only for their freedom literally, but their freedom of speech. And I think the older I get, and I'm getting older,
You're looking
I
younger
get
every
to
day,
be,
Dr.
have the
Khalila.
pleasure and the blessings to meet people just like me, just like Sir Kaya, just like Pete Rivera, Bone Crusher, Ray Mercer, these great individuals that look beyond themselves and give back to the community. And that's the most greatest blessings that I could ever experience at this time. And I want to thank you for getting interested to bring beautiful people and to show how they have achieved their sport, and also have something behind that sport to inspire others to be a beacon of human lifestyle. I love the fact that these great fighters put a lot of hours of training, not only mentally, but to deliver their art and their skills. They have great skills. But most importantly, the best skill of all is giving back
As
to
you're watching,
humanity. And
as
I
you're
thank you
watching
guys
us,
for that. And I appreciate that. And I want to pray to God that
mm,
we keep praying for guidance, for mercy, and for forgiveness for whatever we might not know we're doing wrong,
mm.
and try to guide us on the right path. That's a blessing that you have to pray every day for, and try to connect to the creator, because he's the one running the world. He's running everything in life. So we have to make sure we do things that is the right thing to do. There's no such thing as wrong turning right and right turning wrong. It's either wrong or it's right.
Mm,
Plain and simple.
mm.
Because the teachings that we've learned from our spiritual ancestors and our spiritual people who give us knowledge is that there's a right and there's a wrong, and there's no in between.
And
Amen.
this
They
is a
need to get that together. We
this is a
need more
great conversation.
compassion. We need more
Yes.
compassion and more love for one another.
And by the way, Dr. Kalila can speak for 5 hours. Like, she'd do a whole day seminar to uplift and change, especially when you talk about values and civics and, you know, how people think. She shared a powerful message on our stage one day regarding how women can support and lift up our men, right?
Yes,
And
yes,
help our
absolutely.
men, how the women and the wives can help our men become better leaders. And when men are challenged and facing so much adversity, and when they're down and then they're out, how you know, the woman could be that person right next to him that helps him become the
That's
legend
right.
that he has become. So I'm so honored to have you here. Pete, do you want to ask her, Dr. Kalila, anything before we get to our next guest that's going to be joining the panel?
I do, but we're gonna put it in later on in the show. Right now, we need to move over to Dr. Murad Muhammad, and we'll come back to Mama Ali. Thank you, Mama. We love you, Mama. You're just so amazing.
Thank you.
Um,
God bless you.
and
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. So Dr. Murad Muhammad, he is another beacon of white light, a giver of himself to humanity, focused on serving the masses, bringing quality entertainment, quality life, quality resources to all of humanity. The one and only, who had 50 world champions fight on his cards, over 80 world contenders. He is a massive force for boxing, for humanity. He has knocked it out of the park working with icons across all spectrums of all sports. He has actually worked a little bit with Phil Knight of Nike. He's helped Roy Jones Jr. out tremendously, brought Manny Pacquiao over from overseas. He is a phenomenal, humble soul, a humble servant leader. That is Dr. Murad Muhammad. Dr. Murad Muhammad, are you there, my good brother?
Now, Dr. Murad, I think he was in our waiting room. He might be just logging back in momentarily, so he will be with us shortly. And in waiting for him to get back on, we have an incredible, another superstar champion that we'd like to introduce you all to. And her name is, I'm going to have us here. Her name is the incredible, the special Eva D. Jones Young. She's a 14 times world martial arts champion, 7 times Hall of Famer, plus an honorary WBC world title belt holder. And in September of 2024, not just yet, but basically we want to give a shout out to the Atlanta City Hall of Fame, because they're going to be acknowledging her as well. So we'd like to bring her on stage. I can only share that when I met this incredible lady at the National Boxing Hall of Fame just a few days ago, she took the stage and 1,000 people, the whole room was electric. Eva D. Jones Young, how are you today?
I am blessed. God has truly blessed me to be here with you guys today. I've been looking forward to this, and I'm ready. So you just, whatever you need, I'm
Yeah.
here.
Well, so the LA Tribune, again, we are here changing the narrative. We are not providing problems and solutions and fear-based news media, which really prevails the world. We're here providing solutions. By the way, we also have a TV show powered by the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper called Top Leaders Forum, where we unlock the success secrets of the world's top leaders. You are one of our world's top leaders.
Thank you.
You have
Thank
done
you.
something that people, it's written in movies. It literally is written in movies. If you don't mind, just shared all your amazing accomplishments. If you don't mind sharing, what was a quantum leap moment? I know that we have a lot of interviews to go through today, so maybe in a short, succinct minute or so, speak to the American people, speak to the world, and share a word of inspiration, a turning point in your life that set you on the path to be the woman that has accomplished such legendary things in your career.
Well, I'm gonna make it short and I'll make it sweet. I was born in South Bend, Indiana. I am one of 12 children born to the Baptist minister, Reverend Hardy Jones, Dorothy Mae Jones. We never had much, but we didn't know, because we were brought up with great values, respect for each other, and respect for others. I would have to say, coming from Indiana, South Bend, Indiana, no one ever expected for me to win 3 world titles in boxing. And I would have to say that the pivotal moment for me was when I won that first world title in Atlantic City. It was pay-per-view, and I was in the B dressing room. And it just so happened, God has always blessed me. He's always looked over me, taken care of me my whole entire life. And he just gave me the power that night to knock her out in the 7th round and win my first world title.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. So for you, having achieved so many great things in your life, and this is also shout out to the LA Tribune's Leadership Week, really celebrating leaders. And obviously, as we know, the most important person we need to lead is ourselves, right? Be the change you want to see in the world. You got to lead yourself if you're ever going to lead anybody or anything else. So what is a leadership principle that you feel is perhaps at the top of your list, that is your secret to success, or your your secret to your success, and or your driving principle that you feel everyone at home, if they use that, they could change their life and their circumstances too?
To me, it all stems from faith and believing in yourself. If you believe that you can do things, you will be able to accomplish whatever you want. Where there's a will, there is a way. And I just want everybody to know, I was born with a disability, and the things that I have accomplished in my life, it was definitely a gift from God, because a lot of things that I've done, I wasn't supposed to do. But you know what? I decided it was something I wanted to do, and I did it. So here I am, 3-time world champion, 14-time world martial arts champion, Hall of Famer. It's just, just dream big, feel comfortable in your own skin.
Feel comfortable in your own skin. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't feel comfortable in their own skin, right?
Yes.
I feel like that's very big. People that we see, I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies, been training the #1 offices and #1 agents for 25 years in real estate, mortgage, financial services, and network marketing. And I find that a lot of people are looking for permission.
Yes.
Before they step out. They're looking for someone to say, you can do this. They're looking for permission to step up and step out. And so for you, say, be comfortable in your own skin. It's like, no, you need to know who you are.
Absolutely.
That's huge.
And believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. That's what it's all about. And just having your faith. See, I have so much faith. Nobody can tell me anything different. I believe in who I am. I am one of 12 children. And, I'm here. I did everything. We weren't, my parents couldn't afford for us to travel and do all the things, but God made it possible.
through your gifts and your talents. Wow.
Absolutely.
Pete, what question do you have for Eva?
We're going to come back to Eva because you have so many champions on the line. We got the great Stitch on the phone with us as well. So,
All
we want
right.
to go ahead and make sure we hit everybody.
All right.
Eva, before you go, I just want to let you know that I can totally relate to your journey. I bet you we had very similar upbringings. I'm the youngest of 10. You had to two up me. You had to two up me, didn't you?
I have two
But you're the
younger,
youngest of a
one older.
dozen. But you and I, we're runts of the litter, and we can definitely go down that rabbit hole later on.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
So on this wonderful platform now, we have some wonderful, amazing world champions. We got to be respectful of their time. We got to get everybody in here.
Yes.
But man, we have the 1988 gold medalist. I mean, he is just a savage. Nobody wanted to fight this guy. Merciless Ray Mercer. He beat the great white hype back when, Tommy the Gun Morrison was coming off the Rocky V movie and was going back and forth with Sylvester. And, Tommy the Duke Morrison, Tommy the Gun. In the movie, he was called the Gun, and he's fighting, he was called the Duke. But he was the great grandson of John Wayne. And let me tell you, the whole country was really pulling for this guy. Ray Mercer was going into some hostile territory. Nobody wanted him to win. He had to dig deep and fight and take on the weight of the whole world because the whole world was stacked against him. And he persevered because he had heart and he showed the world what he can do. And he wanted the world to say, no, he may have his own name, but I'm here to make my name. And that's exactly what he did. He bursted onto the scene with amazing left hooks and knocked the ever living mess out of Tommy the Gun Morrison with his own guns. So without further ado, Merciless Ray Mercer, champ, gold medalist, heavyweight champion of the world. How are you, my good friend and brother? We love you. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, to the Los Angeles Tribune. Merciless Ray Mercer. Can you hear us?
Hey, Ray, I think you might have a fan or an AC on because we hear some crackling in your microphone, which is usually indicative of some air hitting your microphone. Do you have like a fan going or anything?
No, I have no fan going or anything.
Okay, well, we can hear you.
You don't talk
it's a little bit better. Okay, so maybe Ray, let's have you log out and log back in because we just had a perfect connection with you just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Have you log out and log back in, and we'll bring you right back in on stage as soon as you're.
Is it good now?
There's still a little bit of. I would log back in. Okay.
All right, we'll come back to the champ. We'll come back to the champ. You know what? We can move over to another wonderful, amazing champion who took on the weight of the world. Yep. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Let's do Samaya.
All right. Okay, perfect. So we're going to bring on stage next this woman. And you know what? It's interesting when you have an impressive bio, one in which you mention certain names of people that had to avoid you. You were so good.
You cannot deny us, Samaya. You cannot deny us, Samaya.
Right. To avoid you. So next coming on stage, let me make sure she is ready to go. Also, yes, she is. She's freaking born ready. The incredible Samaya Anani, 4-time world champion in 3 weight classes. It's hard enough to do it in 1, but 3 weight classes. Best known for beating a prime Christy Martin in her prime in the 1998 with only 2 years experience against Christie's 10 years of experience. 2 years in a row, she was the most avoided female fighter in the world. Like I said, if the world's trying to avoid you, that tells you what's up. Avoided by Lucia Riker, by Layla Ali, Holly Holmes, and many others. Let's bring to the stage the powerful legend, Samaya Anani. Amazing. And you would unmute yourself, Samaya.
Hi there. Thank you. Yes. So good to be with you all.
We're so blessed to have you with us. And I know that you have, everyone has a story, right? You don't rise to the level of success and prominence and have the type of impact in the sport that you've had without facing some adversities, facing some moments, some turning points, some breakthrough moments in your life. If you don't mind, maybe please share what was the turning point for you. Something that for people watching at home can help them unlock their secrets to breaking through their life circumstances and achieving greatness like you have.
Well, the thing I really feel really important about is people have to, the number one investment you need to make is to yourself. I'm always learning. I'm always learning from everyone. I love people. When I met my trainer, he had been telling me for 4 years to box, and I was like, I had never had a thought in the stratosphere of my mind to box. I was 24 years old finally when I picked up a pair of gloves, and just 4 years of his coaching, trying to get me, and then we just started, and he just kept telling me, he kept feeding me positive words. He held the vision for me for a long time before I held the vision for myself. So I think you have to really surround yourself with good quality people, people of faith and people of love, because they say who you become are the 5 people you hang around with the most. So invest in yourself, hang around people who are smarter than you, and just be curious about life and about yourself.
That's
Amen.
huge.
It is. Kyle, let me ask her something.
Yes.
So Maya, when I was at the National Boxing Hall of Fame, there's a rumor going around that whether it was your trainer or someone threw down a magazine of Christy Martin on the cover of like Sports Illustrated, and they were like, "You can beat her. You can start boxing, and you can get in the ring, and you can beat her." And that's how it started. Is that true?
Yeah, that was after 4 years of him trying to get me to box. I'm living in Jamaica. He comes down. This is after the big fight with Christy Martin and Deirdre Gogarty on the undercard of Tyson. He comes down with Christy on the cover of the magazine. He goes, "You can beat her. I know you can beat her." He had not seen me shadow box, hit a heavy bag, no boxing workout. He just kept telling me this. And then that was when I was like, oh, because here's what was happening in Jamaica. I was there kind of on a retreat. I was meditating a lot. And when we say in meditation circles, when you talk to God, it's called prayer. When you listen to God, it's called meditation. So I was really listening, trying to really hear God's voice. What did he want me to do? Which way did he want me to go? And I felt like when Barry came down with that magazine, it was God saying, God was saying, you need this man. You need to listen to this man. Finally, after 4 years.
That's powerful.
Amazing. So Maya, what would you say is the most powerful piece of advice that you got from that one thing that mentor said? I know you had a few, but that one thing that one of the mentors said that was the pivotal biggest secret to your entire life?
Well, it's a combination of being curious to discover not only your potential, and I'm, the martial artist world is all about your potential, not just trying to beat people up. I'm grateful that I learned how to defend myself, but I really am interested in my potential of my heart to love and forgive, the potential of my dreams to make them come true, the potential of my circle of people, the mastermind group that I can bring into my group, that when you bring people together, that is magical. I mean, this Los Angeles Tribune, think of all the people that have come together to make this powerful media that is focused on good things, right? It's not just one person. It's not just me. I have a whole circle of influence, my mastermind group, I call them. Eva's part of that. I would include Ray as part of that. I met Ray recently in the last couple of years. So you have to really, again, go back to surrounding yourself with people because they're going to lift you. And you want to have people that you can stand on their shoulders. And I'm also reaching down, helping people up. And I'm also reaching ahead, people lifting me up. So you have to have people in front and people behind.
That's amazing. Yeah. So shout out to the LA Tribune. We actually have over 200, I think now 220 speakers this week. We have the who's who of we're talking the legends of motivational, inspirational mindset coaching. Brian Tracy. We've had, I just interviewed Les Brown today, considered one of the great, Ty Lopez. We've had, Russell Brunson, who's working with Tony Robbins. We'll have Tony Robbins himself on our platform. We're in talks and making that happen. And, authors, leaders, and now this is really the legends of boxing. Thank you so much, Somaya, for being here with us. Shout out again to our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock. Literally, he's changing the world. And he literally shared with me, he is so honored to have all of us on here as part of, broadcasting to the worldwide audience. And shout out again to Abba Manuel, our editor-in-chief. So let's continue to stay with us. We're going to maybe bring in one more person, and we'll take a little break. And that person, I believe we have coming up next, if you know, would be Dawn, right? Is that our next guest?
Sure.
Right.
Let's do it.
So I'm going to share a little bit about Dawn. So Dawn, in a moment here, let's go.
Don McGuire.
Dawn McGuire has been a beloved and sought after member of the boxing community for 40 years. He possesses the eye of the tiger when it comes to his masterful command of the art of pugilistic photography. Photography is an art form in and of itself, right? Every shot captured is a portrayal of the unstoppable lion heart housed within the souls of combatants in the ring. Wow, I just love the way that is written. Some of Dawn's fondest memories from being between the ropes were special moments with legends such as Leon Spinks, who we just met 2-3 weeks, about a week ago, Virgil Hill, Yaqui Lopez, Michael Weaver, Scotty Olsen, Kelly Pavlik, Burt Watson, and many more. These relationships have transcended into a lifelong brotherhood. Dawn continues to keep boxing alive via the platform. He has his own syndicated radio show turned podcast known as The Original Fighter's Voice with Dawn McGuire, originated in 2015. He's doing so many things. He's also an 8 times Hall of Famer himself and a WC. He was acknowledged for his career with a WBC gold medallion. Let's bring up the man. And he's camera ready. Got to tell you, of course, he's used to doing this great work. Don, my brother, Pete's brother, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing tremendous, my friends. I'm doing tremendous. It's an honor to be on the show with so many legends and to share our stories with the Los Angeles Tribune. And I'd like to give a big, huge shout out to Mr. Pete Rivera for, bestowing me this privilege.
You're worthy. Don, you are worthy. Everybody on this hand-selected team is more than worthy. The whole entire audience wants to hear from you, not from me. So that having been said, what's the number one secret to your success over the years in and out of the ring?
Humility. Humility is, I was an unwanted child. I was forced into military school, and I was homeless at the age of 16 when I graduated with honors, and I was on a porch stoop, and a pastor came by and he gave me an opportunity. At first I thought he was just kind of a weirdo, but no, he pulled out a card. He proved that he was a pastor and a construction company owner, and I gave him the opportunity. 3 months go by and he says, "Get cleaned up, you're coming home, kid. I want you to meet my family." Well, I came with him, and little did I know that day that I would meet my wife. Our anniversary is on May 7th. It'll be our 39th wedding anniversary. We've been together for 43 years, and we have a beautiful 38-year-old son. Success isn't about what we accomplish. Success is about what we give to the community. Success is what we do behind the cameras, behind the social media aspects. It's reaching out and giving those the opportunities that have never had an opportunity or will ever get an opportunity. My number one goal in life, and I'm going to keep it short, is to find those that can't be seen and give them opportunities.
Great goal. Great goal. Kaya?
Yeah, we so feel your heart as you're watching this. We're here live with you, our LA Tribune audience worldwide. Type in the chat something that you feel from this brother. He is doing so many great things. And with that being said, we are going to, and I know, Don, if you're able to stick around, I know that you have a hectic schedule as all the legends do today. We are going to take a break and we will come back with
Stitch Duran.
We've got some other incredible legends. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break and type in the chat, I guess, what is your biggest takeaway that you've learned from one or even more of these legends? Please type in the chat. What is your biggest takeaway? And what is that takeaway, that learning, inspiring you to do in your life? How can you step into your greatness? We look forward to seeing you right after the break.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism.
We are back.
We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
We're back live with the Los Angeles Tribune. Wow. Powerhouse, legends, fabric of American history. And none of this would be possible without, well, I'll give a shout out to two people. For first, Pete Rivera, who's really kind of put this whole thing together, his circle of influence. And I had the honor and privilege of meeting Pete by Dr. Khalila Ali, who's with us, flying. I've known Dr. Khalila now for a few years. We gave her a Lifetime Achievement Award at our Oscar event. And I don't know, it was like 2-3 years ago. And then congratulations, she's also received President's Lifetime Achievement Award by the President of the United States of America. And has honored other individuals. One of those individuals you'll be seeing shortly. Type in the chat how excited you are. What does this mean to you as a advocate, part of our viewership and our listenership? All of you, millions of you all around the world that are fans of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, that is really disrupting the status quo, right, of media around the world. And we're bringing you disruptors of the narrative of the human condition, individuals in the boxing arena that have risen to the very top, that are champions inside and out of the ring. I'm going to give it to you, Pete. I know you have another person that you want to introduce to this magnificent audience, and who is our next guest.
Star-studded panel, Kaya. We're so blessed. Not only these beautiful faces that you're staring at, these champions within their own rights, the Muhammad Ali brand through Mama Ali, who brought us all together. So next up, if you thought it couldn't get any better, put on your seatbelt. Here we go. This man is the caretaker of all of boxing. He cannot walk through an airport anywhere in the world without someone wanting to speak to him and say, "Oh my God, you are Jacob Stitch Duran." Stitch. Everybody reveres this gentleman. This gentleman is literally the caretaker of boxing, of MMA sports, combat sports, anything to do with whether it's bare knuckle, traditional boxing, or in the ring with the UFC or MMA. Stitch Duran is a legend. He has been in all the Creed movies. He has been, and even Here Comes the Boom. You see him in front of Kevin James's face doing his thing. He is a remarkable human being who's a humanitarian, always giving back to humanity in the ring and outside of the ring. And he is on the leading edge of medicine with creams that quickly and swiftly stop bleeding, control bleeding. He has a methodology that is a cutting edge, his own methods he's had to come up with, that's led the world in repairing people in lifetime and in real time so that they can continue to compete and give their best. This man is literally the mulligan for every boxer in the boxing ring so that they can have a second shot. And that man is none other than the one Jacob Stitch Duran. Stitch, welcome to the show, good brother.
Well, thank you, Pete. I appreciate it, man. What an introduction, man. And yeah, a lot of this force has to do with, believe it or not, Bone Crusher Smith, and I'm glad he's on, but he doesn't even know how that fight what he had with Marvis Frazier didn't change my life. It just confirmed what I'm going to do is protecting kind of fighters. I was learning to be a cutman at that time at a school of kickboxing, and I asked this one guy that did a good job on one of the earlier fights that I want to learn to be a cutman, and can you tell me what he did? And he says, "F you, I'm taking this to my grave, and you got to learn like me." That was the old mentality of boxing at that time, and my job at that point was never to be like him, to go out there and teach. And that's the road to my success where I'm at. Growing up as a farm worker, I always fought for the rights of farm workers. My parents did. We Cesar Chavez, and the UFC fired me because I spoke out about the unfair practices, taking away the sponsors from the fighters and going exclusive Reebok. So that's been my whole mission, Pete, and I'm just warming up, brother.
Well, I tell you, you're a gift to humanity. You're a gift to everyone in and out of the ring. Your whole approach about a community informational think tank so that the whole sport can be advanced instead of being selfish with the information is incredible. I tell you, you have a method that I would like for you to share with the audience of how you stop bleeding and how you actually do it's a little bit niche right now for the show, but we also want to get to your secret of success and what's pushed you forward, your methodology, and then go into your secret of success.
Well, there's no secret to the success. That's the whole thing about it, and everybody thought it was a secret, but it's all proper technique. Number one is the adrenaline chloride 1000, the mixture that we use. It's a vessel constrictor. A lot of the cutmen that are using it think it's a coagulant. If they're doing that, people just don't know what they're doing. None of us have to be certified to be called pros or even coaches to be called pro coaches or cutmen. So that's something I'm trying to improve by education. Yeah, it's been a road, and I see so many mistakes that it's not fair to the fighters. I put a documentary together like 25 years ago that deals with all the stuff that fighters go through, and I never did nothing with it. And the young man that helped me passed away about a year ago, and I saw this film after not watching it 20 years, and everybody I have on there are Hall of Famers. I have Mike Tyson, Fernando Vargas, Eddie Mustafa Muhammad, Mills Lane, Joe Cortez, Richard Steele, Emmanuel Stewart, Chuck Bodak, Doc Brodas. All these guys talked about the issues that were hurting boxing then and unfair, and it's still happening now. So I'm going to reshoot this and include MMA fighters because the dementia, the contracts, the agents, everything is spelled out with these veterans, but nothing's ever been done.
Now, one last thing here before we cut over to some of the wonderful, amazing champions in the waiting room. Stitch, when people Google your name, one of the number one things that pops up around the entire world, no matter what country they're in, no matter what search engine they're on, they always see the bout that you had, if you will, with you standing tall on integrity. You were a man of moral compass, your integral, fortitude stood tall, and the whole world rallied behind you as you took on Dana White in the UFC on one particular issue. And the whole world, this is a hot button. You
Yeah.
know, can you walk us through basically the whole, issue there where you were a wonderful, proud proponent for sponsorships and everyone having the freedom to have their own sponsorships, but then they went and streamlined it and it was a big rift. And you basically stood tall and you took on the establishment and you basically did not sell out at all. And you were the beacon and tip of the spear for that whole movement. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, I mean, Dana brought me in. I think there was only 12 members in the UFC, and there was a smart move that he did because MMA was such a new sport, so guys didn't know how to wrap hands or work cuts. So he brought myself and Leon Tabbs. Leon Tabbs, the original cut man, the Hall of Famer. And so we set this program up where we would wrap the guys' hands and work their fights and work their cuts. But everybody was working on sponsors. Fighters were making 50, 100,000 a fight. And they went exclusive into the Reebok deal and didn't notify nobody. So everybody was effing Dana, UFC, and Reebok, and what have you not. And they called me, John Nash from BloodyElbow.com, and asked if I'd be interested in doing an interview, how it affected the cutmen. So being that my parents fought for the rights with Cesar Chavez's farm workers, the interview I did was great, but it went all over the world. And for that, they fired me, right? And but one of the best compliments I've gotten, and Pete, it's been like 9-10 years since they let me go, and people all over the world still stop me. But the best compliment I got is, I'm closing, is this one top trainer comes up to me. I hadn't seen him in 8 years. And he says, Stitch, we, the fighters, the trainers, we thank you for speaking up because we couldn't. And that's the way I ended it. And I continue fighting for the rights of the fighters.
Amazing, amazing. And Stitch, such an honor to meet you and to be in your presence. And thank you so much to Pete, dear friend of yours, to making this happen and bring us all together. The Los Angeles Tribune is much like what you're saying, an advocate for people, for making a difference in the world, bring positive messages, and coming up with solutions. You as a man, as a legend in your own right, and having done so many things, what would you say is one principle that you would say has led you in your life that you feel is a principle that everybody at home can utilize that to tap into their greatness, and they can make an impact like you are making in the boxing world?
Yeah, well, thank you. Giving back. My parents were always, we had nothing, and like Ava was saying, we grew up with nothing, but we always gave back, and we always treated people with respect. So that's really been the whole premise behind my whole career. And, I tell these young people is that line that we're all scared to cross, and we've all been there. If we don't cross it, we never get to the other side. So don't be scared to challenge yourself and go out there and everybody that's been successful is no different than us. We're all the same people.
So last question before we bring up our next champion is, Stitch, what challenges you today? What's your next challenge?
Well, my next challenge is bringing up this Boxer's Nightmare, this documentary I put together 25 years ago and redo it and then put it out there. And it's done not for economics for me. It's done for the educational purpose and taking care of these fighters. These guys, they're modern day gladiators, but deep inside, they're all babies. And my job is to take care of the babies. And, how many times Ray Mercer and Bone Crusher Smith have you guys kissed your trainers or your coaches and says, I love you? It's a manly thing, but I understand because these guys are gladiators and they need somebody to cover their back.
Yes, absolutely. Is there a certain date and a time where that project will be released? Is there a way where someone can stay tuned? Where can people find out about that project?
Well, they at the Hall of Fame, they finished filming my documentary From the Fields to the Garden, growing up as a farm worker in the fields, and my goal to make it to Madison Square Garden. So Michael B. Jordan and the Creed people are going to help me take it to the next level. So once we finish that, in fact, I'm going to start working on Boxer's Nightmare as soon as I can with people that want to get involved and get that out as soon as possible. So, doing the interviews with current fighters right now is going to be a piece of cake.
That's amazing. Amazing. Stitch, please stay with us as we bring in another champion. I know, Pete, you're excited to introduce our next champion. And he is ready, camera ready, off camera just ready. So, Pete, go ahead and please do introduce him.
Well, we have a couple, but we've been bouncing back and forth trying to get them all uploaded. But the one that's been here all along, standing ready, is James Bone Crusher Smith. Nobody wanted to fight this guy. He is the former WBA champion of the world. He basically was not supposed to win. He was called with a week's notice by Don King to fight the champion because somebody backed out. They thought that they were going to serve up some fresh meat to the champion, Tim Witherspoon. And man, Don King, Tim Witherspoon, and the world were all rocked and shocked because this gentleman showed up, and ended up handling business and quick. And he ended up becoming the heavyweight champion of the world in 1986 through 87, held the title, defended it. He is just a human being that fights for humanity. He's got great humanitarian charities and organizations. He fights for children, champions for children. He is just a phenomenal human being for kids. There's no one else other than this gentleman, James Bone Crusher Smith. Champion, welcome to the show.
Welcome to the Los Angeles
yourself.
Tribune, James Bone Crusher Smith.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone?
We're doing amazing. Turn your camera on. You were on just a moment ago.
Bone Crusher, whatever you just hit.
Yeah, I think you unmuted. Okay, there you
go.
go. How's it going, champ?
How's everyone?
Amazing, amazing.
It's a pleasure seeing everyone today, and thank you, Pete, for those kind words. Thank you for the host. Thanks to all the kind words that have been said about me at this point, and it's a pleasure. Greetings from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. With my wife has done an excellent job kind of keeping me straight here. You can see the WBA belt on the left there, and so I'm open for questions.
Absolutely. We have millions of people worldwide follow the Los Angeles Tribune. Type in the chat how excited you are, any questions you may have that we might even be able to ask James Bone Crusher Smith. That being said, what would you say is a turning point? What was a turning point or a breakthrough moment in your life that put you on the path to becoming who you are today? And one of the most amazing legends in the world of boxing. What would you like to share as far as a turning point, a breakthrough moment, and maybe something regarding your secret to your longevity and your success?
Well, when I was about 6 years old, I was a little crybaby. Looking at me now, can you believe it? I was ever little and a crybaby. I ended up fighting 10 world champions. I fought 3 of them twice, Larry Holmes twice, Mike Weaver twice, and Tim Witherspoon twice. And I just kept running and kept running, kept getting in shape, stayed in shape, because I would get called on a short notice, and people just called me on a short notice, like was said earlier, that I was given a 7-day notice to fight for the heavyweight championship of the world, and I knocked Tim Witherspoon out in the first round. I mean, you have to be ready.
You have to be ready. So what was that moment? What changed in your mindset from, being that in the beginning of your life, and what was the turning point? What shifted it for you?
It's just staying focused and understanding that life is short. Even if we live to be 100 years old, we just have to be ready to go home. We don't know when we're going to leave this earth, and we just want to be ready to go when we get that call.
Wow. And so what are you passionate about today? I know that all of us, and especially yourself, are champions, not only in the ring and out of the ring. What do you stand for America and for the world today?
Well, one of the things I'm excited about, very, very excited about, is in 2017, I created the Boxing Legends Hall of Fame, and it's based in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. And we having a couple of events coming up as fundraisers. One will be May 18th. We're having a golf outing at Crown Park Golf Course. We still have openings if people want to come and participate, donate. And then on Saturday, June 1st, we're having the Boxing Legends Hall of Fame dinner and induction. And I think Pete and a bunch of the folks is going to be coming down, Murad, and we just open it up to everybody. Anybody want to come and participate, they're welcome. They can look at my website, championforkids.org.
amazing.
championforkids.org. Hey, Kai, you didn't know this about Champ, but you know, down there in his territory, he's got a wonderful gentleman who's a great singer. Everybody knows him as a Blowfish. Then he did a lot of country music, but Darius Rucker and the Champ are close, and they live right there in the area, and they do a lot of fundraising together and support one another in the area. And Darius Rucker is just an amazing gift to humanity as well. That's one of his good buddies. Well, that having been said, Champ, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. We got another champion. Merciless Ray Mercer. Are you there, good buddy?
I am here.
Yes, he's here.
Awesome. 1988 gold medal champion of the world. He became the heavyweight champion of the world. After that, he took on the world, when the whole world was behind the what they dubbed as the good guy, and they dubbed him as the bad guy. But he showed his true colors by overcoming the odds and then winning everybody's hearts. He not only beat the champ, but then he turned around and he became the good guy over time, because his deeds and his actions were congruent with his words, because he fights for humanity and he always shows up fundraising for other people and other champions. He's always given of himself, of his time. He's always investing in the kids too. So without further ado, Merciless Ray Mercer, welcome to the show.
Oh man, it's good to be here. In the presence of everybody that I stand for does exactly what I like to do. For people and the communities, and it's just an honor to be in the company with everybody that's here.
Well, it's a privilege and honor to have you, my good brother. We are all feeding off one another and supporting one another. The one thing I wanted to get across to everybody and that's viewing this show is that boxing is divisive in the ring, but out of the ring, it's a real brotherhood and sisterhood, as you're witnessing right now. And everybody crystallizes and caramelizes together around pushing humanity forward. And everyone here on this channel has got a giving and humanitarian heart. So that's why everybody's here. That having been said, Ray, what are you? What's your secret of success, and what do you have coming down the pipe?
Secret of success is just believing, man. I mean, just dreaming and believing in God and praying every night for something that you really want. And it came true for me. So that's the word that I tried to spread with, all the young kids and all the fighters out there, that and not only fighters, but everybody in every sport, that if you believe in something and you really believe in it and you work hard toward it and you're praying every night for it, it's gonna happen. I'm living proof of that. I had a lot of help, in my career without the military. Everybody know I did 10 years in the military. I learned how to box in the military. I was in the Army for 2 years before I even put a pair of gloves on, and 5 years later, I won in the gold medal. So I can honestly tell people that if you really put your heart into it and you train hard and you really believe and you believe in the Lord, then anything can happen.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen. Thank you for your service, champ. Kaya, do we have anybody else in the waiting room?
I am checking right now. I know that we might be at some point we'll be bringing you another legend, 2 other legends. They might be joining later today, so we will keep you in tune. For those of you from all around the world tuning in to the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, type in the chat, what has this meant for you? What are some takeaways hearing from all these champions inside the ring and champions outside of the ring? What is this? What's your takeaway? What's something that they have shared that has been a secret to their success that you feel you could step into even more yourself? And with that being said, I'd like to just go round and have each person share what is the project that you want to promote that is good, that is really a philanthropy, a humanitarian project, or your show or your podcast, where we as the LA Tribune can support you. We want to bring our millions of viewers to your platforms. Why? Because what we say is life supports what supports life. You all are legends in supporting life for so many other people. And so we want to support you so that you can do your great work to even have an impact to even more people. So let's start with whoever wants to unmute first and ready to go. Just share links your podcast, websites, phone numbers to call, literally, and our team is going to be typing it in the chat so that we can get more people to tune into your projects.
Ladies first. Ladies first. Who's the lady that would like to go first?
I think Dawn has got to jump off soon, though, right? So maybe Dawn first, or are you good, Dawn? Okay, Eva. I wasn't sure if Dawn had to jump off. We can go with Eva.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, Eva, go for it, Eva, please.
Unmute yourself.
Of course, you guys all know who I am by now. My name's been said a bunch of times, but there is a couple projects that I'm very, very excited about. One, we are doing a documentary. It's Sweet Magic, .com. It's a 501c3. It's a documentary about my life and the things and the challenges that I had to go through. It's basically, it's really very, very inspirational. I really would love for a lot of the young girls and the women to, watch it and you men too, because there's a lot of life lessons to be learned always. And I'm just so excited about it because I never thought in all my wildest dreams that someone would want to do a documentary on my life. And so, it's a great gift from God. And I know that a lot of people would really love watching it. And I think everybody would take something different away from it. And it's all positive.
And
Thank
Eva,
God. The world needs positivity.
This is in pre-production, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's almost finished. We are like in the last stages here because we ran into where it was at first they were going to do a documentary, but now they're looking at doing a docu-series. And so, yes. And so who knows, my life I just keep getting blessed and blessed and blessed. So absolutely. And then another thing that I'm really excited about is I have been appointed to be a spokesperson for mental health in your corner with the National Boxing Hall of Fame. I am very excited about this because I have been wanting to spread the knowledge of, a lot of people are afraid to, get into the mental health issues. They're afraid to, and a lot of people have to learn that it's all around us. And so I just want to get out and make it known that every family is dealing with mental health in some way, somehow. And, I just want to spread the word. And I want to let everyone know that this also includes our veterans.
Yes.
Who, a lot of times they don't even want to admit what they're going through. And
22 a day, 22 suicides a day.
Absolutely. We have our children. My daughter, Eva Marie, is an educator and music teacher at a middle school and a high school. Every day they have children that are dealing with mental illness. This is something that I need to make, I know that I can't take it all over the world. I know everybody won't hear me all over the world, but as we need to make sure that everybody is aware of mental health, because a lot of us, we don't understand it. We don't understand mental health. And we all have to be more patient with each other, respect each other, and love each other. So I am so excited about, the mental health in your corner with the National Boxing Hall of Fame. I'm very excited.
That's amazing. Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Eva, for everything you're doing. And please, anybody that has a project like this, those of you here on the panel, please connect with Pete because Pete is working with us. We're taking a bunch of projects to a worldwide distribution. And 2 weeks from now, we're going to be in Cannes. We're there with a 30-year veteran of Cannes. He's a co-producer. He's produced in the movie White Men Can't Jump. Kill Bill 1, Kill Bill 2. So we are connected to the people that actually can get those worldwide distribution for your project. So please see Pete.
Yes.
And then Pete's connected with our team. And so just really, really super excited for all that.
Yes.
So
Well,
each one of us, maybe.
I have one more thing I want to say. I want everybody to follow me on social media, and I want you guys to go to check out our trailer. It's www.sweetmagic.com, and it is a 501c3, and it's just means so much that if everybody would just take the time to
Absolutely.
log on.
That website, please, as you're watching this, our team is typing it in the chat. That website one more time, Eva.
It is www.sweetmagicthedoc.com.
All right. We got everybody tuning in. Thank you so much, Eva. And let's hear from, let's go with Dawn. I know, Dawn, you know, you really world famous already. What would you like to share is something that is your project that you would like to, you know, promote, or for us to, our worldwide audience to how do people connect to those projects?
Well, first and foremost, you know, I'm really a humble person, so I really don't put myself out extraordinarily, because, you know, it's about other people on our walk. It's not about us. We're here to create greatness and uplift others. But they can find me on the Original Fighter's Voice with Don McGuire on Facebook, Instagram, and I even believe YouTube. But I'm not here about me. I'm here. I deal with several charities. I've dealt with several charities for the last 40 years, but there's one charity right now that sits really deep in my heart, and that's with the Mosley Foundation of Love.
Sugar Shane.
Yes, sir. You know, Shane had lost his nephew Diamond Johnson when they were hit by a semi, and they decided to open up, you know, this organization. And you know, it's been in my heart my whole career. I've shot the Golden Gloves, USA, PAL, you name it. Any children's event worldwide, I've shot for free, because I always believe that that's the future of what we're bringing. So June 16th and 17th of this year, in Pomona, California, the Mosley Foundation, we've created a youth boxing camp. We're looking for sponsorships, fundings. We're just about $15,000 shy of creating this event, but this event is to help underprivileged youth, kids who can't afford it. We're going to teach discipline. We're going to teach, you know, mentor, and we're bringing several world champions into this event with us to help demonstrate and correlate the core values of what they have instilled in the sport, and give them meaning and hope for life, and teach the kids that, you know, there are people who believe in you. There are people who believe and want to see you succeed. You know, not everybody in this world wants to see kids in gangs and drug violence and things of this nature. But with the Mosley Foundation, what we decided to do was create an atmosphere where we're going to bring legends and world champions to utilize it and teach these kids the proper path in life. And, you know, the biggest part of this is we've been doing crowdfunding so we can get as many kids into this event for free, because we know they can't afford it. And especially in this economy of the world where it's at, you know, me, Shane, his sister, and his daughter all feel that this is a vital necessity. And we want to see this happen June 16th and 17th in Pomona, California. And, you know, I hope people that believe in the children and the future, you know, can find a way, whether it be $1, $2, whatever, you know, give the kids a chance. You know, the world is falling around, you know, apart around us. And this show is a hope, a beacon of light. And, you know, being inducted into the National Boxing Hall of Fame this weekend, I saw so many people that just want to help. So being attached to the Mosley Foundation, it was one thing that I put on my plate, because I have 30,000 things on my plate, but this is one thing that I truly believe in, and I truly want to succeed. We've got just a short few weeks to make this happen. But I believe that, you know, people out in the community and worldwide that love children and want to see children succeed. You know, we drove around in many cities and get kids off the streets bring them into a gym, mentor them. We bring people in from the universities to tutor them to get their grades up. We just don't give kids opportunities. They have to also earn it too, because we want to create a tremendous individual that's going into society. So you got to maintain your grades. You got to do your homework before we even let you train. So there's a lot of things that go into this, but it's trying to create a better tomorrow than we have today.
And we're so excited. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing, Dawn. So excited to be interviewing this evening. Also, Sugar Shane Mosley, he'll be speaking with us, sharing his message tonight. And so thank you so much for everything you're doing. Let's kick it over to who wants to go next? Maybe Samaya. Yeah, Samaya and Ray.
Ladies first.
Ladies first, Samaya, if you don't mind, share what is the projects you're excited about? Where can people find you, find those projects? How can we at the LA Tribune and our greater worldwide audience support you and what you're doing in the world?
Yeah, thank you very much. My website is sumaya.com, SUMYA.com. It's going to be updated, but what I'm really passionate about is health. And we do not have a healthcare system. We have a health disease management system in many ways in this country. And I feel like for the last 14 years, I've had a studio since 2010. I retired from boxing in 2006, opened my first studio in 2010, and we teach 7 habits of health that I developed. My book is coming out this year for children, and I'm opening a bigger center this summer. It's going to be an 8,000 square foot health facility where we teach these 7 habits. Thousands of kids come every year to my field trips, my camps, my parties, and we teach them about health. When I see kindergartners come into my studio that are obese, like almost half the class in some cases, I have seen, everybody is touched by diabetes nowadays. Everybody, children, 1 in 6 children have diabetes. It used to be 30 years ago, a teacher would see a student with diabetes every couple of years. We have hit the Titanic in many ways as far as health is concerned. And this book and my field trip is my mission to help change that. What I'm planning on doing is franchising this. And I have kind of a 2-part goal. I want to uplift the health of communities all over the country. But I think if I get ex-fighters, ex-boxers opening one of these centers in their community, I think we could lift the sport again. Many times I hear boxing's dying, boxing's dying. Well, it's not dying. I know MMA is really big right now. Boxing is always going to be here. We're going through a little bit of a thing, right? We're losing more opportunities on TV. Showtime just stopped showing boxing this last fall. But I feel if you get fighters, ex-fighters, all these champs in their communities, Bone Crusher Smith, Ray Mercer, you guys open a center, what I'm doing here in Kansas City. You're invited to the grand opening this summer. I don't have a date yet. I'm hoping around the 4th of July, before or after the holiday. You'll see what I've been doing for 14 years. I've perfected it, and I want to put it out to communities because we need to have education. It's education. It's help bringing communities together to help learn new habits of health. The 7 habits are nutrition, movement and exercise, learning and self-confidence, nature and wildlife, family and community, world harmony, and the final chakra is up here. It's goodness and happiness. Because ultimately what I'm hearing from everybody on their talks is ultimately to be happy, which is all of our journey. That's what the true journey in life is. We all want to be happy. To be happy, you have to do good things, and you have to be in service to other people. So that's what I hear with Dawn. That's what I hear with everybody. We're all about being in service to others. And so this is my habits of health. And I know we can make it work. My book is coming out. You can stay in touch with my website, sumaya.com. And super excited to be part of this mission. Thank you.
The secrets to success continue. You shared so much in just that a couple minutes there, Samaya. Thank you so much. I love that your approach is the holistic approach, right? The whole life, right? Mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, family, career, philanthropy, health. I am huge on health. I had an open heart surgery when I was turned to age 41. So I had a health scare So I had to change my life completely. And it's so ironic, the moment that I changed, that I had to change what I ate and how I took care of myself. Ironically, I now am younger and fitter than I ever was before my open heart surgery. So it really is quite shocking to see that when we change our habits, how it literally just changes everything. Thank you so much, Samaya. I think you and I can connect, and I would love to support you. And the LA Tribune is super excited to have you on with us. Let's go to Ray Mercer next. Please do share, our brother. What are you most excited about? Projects that you want to share with the world, and how people can find out about those, and how we can support you.
Well, I don't have many, but I do have one that I've been supporting here for almost 20 years. And it is Find a Dream. You can also find out about it. Go to findadream.com. My friend Rod Riccardi is the founder from New Jersey, and this guy helps a lot of people. We help a lot of people. We do boxing training, we do MMA training, we do anti-bullying. We do a lot of things for underprivileged kids, and all of them, all kids, and we have camps, we have training camps, we have everything, and it gives the kids something to really look forward to. We get them bicycles, we get, we just try to provide what kids need, like computers and stuff like that. So I've been supporting that for the longest, and this is the first time I really got put on the platform so I can let people know about it. So if you want to know more about it, just go to findadream.com, and but just donate them, because we're trying to help everybody. So it takes a village to raise kids, so we're trying to be a part of that, and everybody who's been on before me is doing the same thing. And people like you guys, man, are gonna make the world go round, man. I'm telling you, and I really love and appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you,
And
Pete, and everything too, for bringing that together.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Merciless Ray Mercer, for all you're doing. Please type in the chat one more time that website.
Findadream.com.
Findadream.com. Please type it in the chat. And thank you for joining us today. Who should we ask? James or Jake Stitch? Yes, please do share. Again, what is your projects that we can all support? Where do we find you? How can we support what great work you're doing in the world?
And the projects that I'm working on have come to me, right? And Pete, you mentioned the cut cream. Jason Washington, Keith Hyatt created a cream that helps it accelerates the healing process of cuts. So when they called me, I asked them what proof source they had, and of course that's why they called me. So I took them to the bare knuckle fights, and there they all get cut. They sew them up in the dressing room. They would take a picture of them, give them the cream. A week later, they would return the pictures, and the results have been tremendous. It helps in the healing process. So that's called the cut cream. That's available at stitchcuts.com, and instead of an S, it's a Z. So stitchcuts with a Z.com. That's available right now. It's called the Cut Cream by Stitch Premium. Also, I'm
we're audio's. If you could just repeat the last couple sentences, we lost your audio just a little bit. Stitch.
All right. The cut cream is available at stitchcuts.com, and it's with a Z, not a S. And so stitchcuts.com with a Z. The cut cream is available there.
Could you spell it out? STI?
STITCHCUTZ.com.
Okay. And one more time, just so that we have it typed correctly in the chat.
STITCHCUTZ.com.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you for our LA Tribune family typing that in the chat. Great work that you're doing. Thank you so much, Stitch. And
well, I have some other
Pete.
projects. Yeah, let me tell you
Please
about my other
do.
projects also. Of course, my documentary is being finalized. They did our final filming at the Hall of Fame. it's called From the Fields to the Garden, but now it should be called From the Fields to the Garden to the Hall of Fame. You know, what a way to end that
Yes.
documentary. And but most importantly is Boxer's Nightmare. And Pete, I want to talk to you about this, about taking it further. With these interviews that I have, it's literally the Bible of how we can make this game better for the fighters. And to have these legends that give you these comments, the Emmanuel Stewarts, the Richard Steeles, the Joe Cortez, Mills Lanes, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson said best for it, because Joyce Barrow, which is the daughter of Joe Louis, says every major sport has a union, has insurance. Why not boxing? Well, Mike Tyson says, he goes, guys like me, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, Oscar De La Hoya, when we fight, give us some of this money. Let's give it to these guys because we don't need it. We're taken care of. Mark Ratner, that was the executive producer for the Nevada State Athletic Commission, here is now the vice president of the UFC. He says the money comes from the pay-per-views. So these are the areas that I want to attack and hit, and try to get an insurance program for these fighters. Try to get some kind of legal advice for these fighters, something that's simple in life, and deal with dementia pugilistica. You know, so that's a project that I'm going to be working on, that I'm going to have a lot of heart and faith in it. And then finally, the company that's helped me distribute the CBD products are also going to have a cannabis line with me. It's called Tie Stitch. Hopefully it comes out in June, if not June, in August. So those are the programs I'm working with. And, you know, bottom line is fighter safety. That's my number one concern.
Amen. Here, here. Real quick, guy who is working on the exact same projects I'm working on. So we're concurrent and paralleled, and I already have the health insurance piece, the dental piece, and a lot of the benefits piece to bring over to you. So it's going to be a perfect hand and glove marriage, like a hand going into a boxing glove. Stitch, you've excited me. I'm on fire now. I love you. I'm all in. I'm all in.
Yeah, well, we should all be
All right.
in, right? It's
Oh,
not
we
fair
should
to
all
the
be
Ray
in.
Mercers and
Absolutely.
Bone Crusher Smith, you know,
I'm
not to
in
take care of
too.
these guys. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
Speaking
everybody
of
should
Bone
be involved.
Crusher, absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking of Bone Crusher, champ, you are the last one to get us connected with all of your initiatives. What are some of your projects, your passions? And please tell us about June 1st. You know, Murad Muhammad, myself, and others are going to be there. But how can everybody else get connected to us and be part of your projects?
Well, yes, I want to talk about that as well. But before I do that, I want to recognize my wife, Doreen, and give out her number because she's working on the James Bone Crusher Smith show and my documentary. She's the executive producer of that. Magnolia to Madison Square Garden. And her number is 301-537-4362. Again, 301-537-4362. And like you said, Pete, we want to invite everybody to come June 1st in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm hosting a Boxing Legends Hall of Fame, my event, Boxing Legends Hall of Fame dinner and introduction. It'll be at Crown Park Golf Club House, and they can reach out to me at 910-658-3408. That's my cell phone, or they text me. And I'm also I show people how they can drink coffee and make money. So if they want, we got
I love that. That's a great combination right there.
We got a Zoom call today at 7 p.m. Eastern time. If you would like to be part of that, want more information, they can text me their information. My cell phone is 910-658-3408. It's going to be a knockout.
It's going to be a knockout. Look at them hands right there. All right. So thank you so much, everybody. Wow. None of this would have been possible without the amazing Pete Rivera, who is literally changing the world. Thank you so much, Pete, for pulling us all together. We're super excited to have Sugar Shane Mosley on our platform to share his secret sauce to his greatness and his longevity of over 20 years tonight. We're also going to be chatting with Larry Holmes and then also Riddick Bowe and a couple other people over the next day or so. So also want to give a shout out to the incredible LA Tribune. We've had this is now, I think, the day 5 going on a 7-day leadership week with the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, the newspaper that is literally changing the status quo Again, we all know the news is very good at keeping everyone's attention. And what do they typically do that with? With a lot of fear-based messages, talking about problems in the world and not bringing enough solutions. So we're changing the status quo. We're a news station that, yes, gives the people the truth, but also gives us solutions and also uplifts, inspires, and educates. And so shout out to our incredible CEO, Mo Rock of the LA Tribune, our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, Alicia, and the entire team. I would give it back to you, Pete. Anything you want to share in final words, even though we're still in process, there's still a few more interviews coming throughout the rest of the day, but anything you want to share, Pete, that you want to share?
Eva, go.
Eva, go.
I forgot one thing. I want to make sure with the in your health, with the mental health thing, I want to make sure they get that website because I didn't say it. It's In Your Corner, NBHOF.com. That mental
Say that,
health.
say that really slow again. In your corner.
In your corner, NBHOF.com.
In your corner, NBHOF.com.
You got it. And
all
one
right,
other
please, on our team, please type that in the chat.
Yes.
So as everyone's watching right now, you can click that link. Well, don't click it right now and leave the interview, but just click it as soon as we're done when we go to a break and save that in your on your computer or on your device so that you can tune in. So please do share a little bit more, Eva.
We're going around the horn, so make it quick. We're going to go around the horn to everybody. Yes, we're going to go around the horn to everybody. Go ahead, Eva. Go quick.
There is one other thing. I do have a book that is coming out. Vanderbilt University, Professor Gabriel Torres is putting out a student book, inspiration, no book for all the colleges, and that should be out soon also. So I just wanted to, I forgot about that, and I probably should not have forgotten about it. So
that's awesome.
Big things are
All
happening.
right.
Big things are happening.
Amazing, Eva.
Thank you.
Go,
Stitch. Go. Let me finish up. And this, thank you, Bone Crusher Smith. This happened when he fought Marvis Frazier, when the guy told me to F off, right? I just put a video together because education is a big thing that we're all doing. And it came out last week. I kind of forgot about it, right? But it shows fighters or trainers, cutmen, how to wrap hands for boxing, for MMA, how to work on swelling, how to work on cuts, the proper medications that we use. The whole history, the tools that we use. So that video is now available at stitchduran.com, and you could rent it or you could buy it.
Perfect. Thank you. Champ, Bone Crusher, go. What do you got?
Thank you, Stitch. I remember you, man. And it's great. If anybody would like me to speak to their organization, they can call me or text me at 910-658-3408. And again, if you're interested in drinking coffee and making money, you can text me as well, and I'll plug you into a Zoom call.
Phone number one more time is
910-658-3408. And it's gonna be a
910-658-3408. I'm gonna send you a text. I'm gonna call you.
Yes,
all right.
Partner with the champ over some coffee. Drink some coffee.
Yes,
That's awesome. Samaya, last words. Go. Gotta unmute yourself, darling. You look great. You're lip syncing.
Thank you.
Come
Thank
on,
you.
bring it.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody here. Thank you for being an inspiration to me. As I meet you, some of you, I've known your stories for years. Bone Crusher, Stitch, Don. Thanks for being part of my team, and just come to my grand opening. I'll reach out to each of you. I'd like to make it a big boxing event where you could bring your stuff and you could advertise what you're doing at the event. So it's in Kansas City, super easy flight to get here for most of you, nonstop. And I'll let you know when it's coming up because it's going to be a big, big, amazing thing. Maybe get the news out here and everything.
I hope you have enough food because we're all showing up. All right, Ray Mercer. Last words. Go.
All right. Well, what I like to do is I like to go around the country, go around the world, and talk to the young kids, young fighters, and MMA fighters, or anything that you have that I can be a help for, bullying, anti-bullying, or anything like that. My phone number is 910-977-9765. Give me a call. I'll come anywhere. I love it.
Oh, that's awesome. Have we left anybody out?
Me.
Don, the best for last. Go.
Hey, I just want to get that out there that it's www. all one word, mosleyfoundationoflove.org. Whether it's $1, $2, $3, you're going to be saving a child's life. And I just want to let everybody know, I'm not handicapped. Like I said in my induction speech, I'm handicapable. I've been through 253 surgeries in my life, and I'm still here. Thank goodness to God. So if you're out there and you feel isolated because of an injury or an illness, don't be. You know what? The only people that can make excuses are the excuses we make ourselves. Like I said in my speech, trust me, half of my career, I've been without a leg, and I've created some of the most iconic moments in Muay Thai, the UFC, and in boxing, which is my heart and my soul. So have faith, believe in yourself, and the world is yours. Just because your shell is partially missing doesn't mean that your soul is missing. With that being said, thank you and God bless.
Well said, champ. I don't know how to follow up on that other than we have to push through adversity. Speaking of adversity, the power went out. Here I am with a cell phone light and still pushing through with you guys.
You're
giving
looking
you all
pretty
my
good
best.
there.
Yep. So, you got to land quick on your feet. You got to be, pivot and change and just believe in yourself. And that having been said, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Los Angeles Tribune, to our wonderful host, the voice of the Oscars, the amazing CEO, inspirational host, Mr. Kaya Redford. Kaya, thank you so much for providing us this wonderful platform, gracing us with your leadership and your guidance. And final last words from you, my friend, because you are the one that's going to close it out. So Kaya, bring us home.
I'm so grateful for all of, everyone on here, Cinco de Mayo. We're all busy people. We're making a huge difference in the world. It's such an honor to be partnering up with you, Pete, and bringing the legends of boxing and all the philanthropy and humanitarian work that they're doing to the LA Tribune. And I like to say, iron sharpens iron, right? So this team leadership, we're all making each other better, having an even bigger impact in the world. So grateful for the Los Angeles Tribune, and stay tuned for the rest of the day because we have more legends coming. And with that being said, as we learned from my documentary, Homeless in America, and helping the people that are suffering around the world, the homeless, as an example, they don't want a handout. They want a hand up. So it's lifting people up, and that's what we all do together. I feel like tears in my heart, tears of joy, to connect with all of you. And thank you, Pete, for making this happen. And this is just the beginning of more great work that we all do together. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
That we're taking to worldwide distribution. All right, we are back. Wow. I have no idea how the Los Angeles Tribune does what they do, but I do have a clue, and that huge clue is right in front of all of us. We've got the editor-in-chief of Emmanuel. We've got Alicia Magnus Lewis in the house. We got Rick Sykes, my buddy, my brother from another mother. And I have some great news. I don't know if we want to share with the world.
Yes, Kaya, let's go.
We are not done. We literally we are going to have live. We're going to have Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe is the champion that beat Evander Holyfield twice. Evander Holyfield, as we all know, beat Mike Tyson twice. The last one was a disqualification. He will be joining us in less about 45 minutes. We have Sugar Shane Mosley, who beat Oscar De La Hoya at Staples Center, who will be joining us live tonight. And we have Bill Clancy. Bill Clancy is, and we also have Larry Holmes. Larry Holmes and his wife Diane, they're on a flight. They're hopping off. So we are on standby to find out exactly what time we will be having the man, the myth, the legend, Larry, who is now going to be doing a documentary about his life. I don't know. I'm speechless. I just love you guys.
I mean, seriously, you think you're speechless, Kaya?
I'm speechless.
I'm not buying it.
I'm speechless because, you know, it's I don't know. You tell me. You know, it's. I'm super excited
Well,
about
let
this
me show you
movement.
the chat. I just want to acknowledge, all of our viewers and our community that's watching. Mona Art says, "I can't believe I'm here." Of course, Pete Rivera. We're also humbled and honored, to have you support bringing the boxers on. We've got Edward Jones, Barbie Ray, Verlin White. I just can't name everybody in our virtual auditorium from all around the world. Lee Eaton says bravo. And so we are just so grateful. Daniela Truffin, my buddy, also giving all of the hearts and the claps, that we've got a community. We encourage you to share and tag people. What a beautiful way to, one of my biggest takeaways and really what moved my heart is how passionate this former champs are. Well, there always be champions, right? These boxing legends and champions are in the cause that they're standing for, they're fighting for, how they're changing the world, the impact that they're making, the charities that they're supporting. So we were flashing the charities on the screen at the bottom, at the clicker, during their talk. But we encourage you to register at laleadershipweek.com to be part of post-event networking. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these legends will be part of our post-event networking. They're so excited to talk about their cause in the world. I was calling Kaya in the back during the commercial. I'm saying, I can't believe how excited they are to talk about their charities. It's just so very, very moving. So thank you. Parisa Rose, let me hand you. We've got our next expert in real estate on the helm in the green room, but I wanted to give the opportunity to our co-hosts to give their thoughts on what just happened in LA Tribune.
Yeah, I think this was the most beautiful display of everyone in the world getting to really experience the person versus the persona that we've always known them to be. And although they may wear both hats of the person and the persona, and we get to know and love and adore and root them on as the persona, it was really the person that came forward today, sharing about their charities, sharing about what's so critical and important to them, and what message, if they had one message, what they want everyone to know and learn and hear and really land within them. And that is legacy. No matter what. That's legacy. So I'm so grateful that we got to experience the persona come here and share the person that they are. Really, it was so tremendous.
And Rex, I know that you've been, for the last, for I would say many years, right, changing lives and being part of the conversation of uplifting the world. And you do so much for the Los Angeles Tribune. You've had incredible interviews and advice, and just being part of champion the LA Tribune around the world, and that changing the status quo. What is it? What are some things, some insights from today's interviews that you've heard that you think shed a light on what LA Tribune is doing for the world?
Well, thanks for asking that, Sir Kaya. Not many people know, but I used to box. But I quit when I discovered I didn't like getting beat up a lot. So I was a teenager, but at any rate, it is the people who make things happen that continue to make things happen. In other words, their boxing career may be in the past, but what they're doing presently and feeding forward into the future is helping people change their lives all around the world, because in some cases they've had opportunities, that they created, they made happen because of their perseverance and their commitment. So they understand what it takes to make a difference for themselves and for others. And they've joined the LA Tribune in this mission that we're on to bring the best to people all over the globe so that they too can discover this for themselves and then in turn help someone else. And by that, one by one by one by one, we start changing the world. We're lighting candle off of candle, and these champions know exactly what that means and how to do it.
Mm. And my favorite woman in the world, the woman that literally she answers 24 hours a day. I don't know how she has her energy to do what she does. Alicia, I know that you're on red carpets and you're meeting people in all shapes and forms, doing all types of careers, the movers and shakers in this world, and just hearing from some of the boxers. What are some takeaways from you for you today? I think we have.
Thank you so much for the question, Kaya, and for bringing a beautiful group of individuals together. What was so remarkable about the conversation today was how each and every single person sees a person as a person. We were talking about mental health, talking about physical health, and how can we take care of players inside of the ring, but outside of the ring, talking about academics, mindset, and how can you inspire and uplift children. And they're each doing a big piece and part of the work, which is one, creating awareness that the whole person matters, and then actually being in the community, supporting each and every one of the individuals that they impact. And I loved what Parisa mentioned a little earlier today, the persona and the person, but every single person is a person. Health matters. You know, we were talking about boxing legends, but we were talking about diabetes in children and what does that mean when you go into school, right? Talking about mental health and families and how that's not a discussion. And when people can see individuals that they admire have real talks and real conversations about what goes on in the mind, you know, boxing, a big part of it is mindset. It's discipline. It's how you show up for yourself and how you can be in the ring anticipating the next move, right? What am I going to do next? Practicing, because I've been here before. So now I know how to react or not react. If I'm caught off guard, what do I do? And just bringing that wholeness together. And then the community impact, how even on and the global stage and during this conversation, there was so much collaboration happening, so much invitation to say, this is what I'm doing. How can you join in to support? I would love to come out and to see you and what you have going on. So I think that's what it's really about. I think it's about creating awareness, collaboration, upliftment of one another. And that really showed through today in today's conversation. And so just the delight, and I know we have so many more boxing legends that are coming, that will be joining us today, but I loved, and I think it might have been Peter at the end, but how he was closing when he was saying that, you know, we might be competing in the ring, but outside we are united, you know. And I don't know if it was Peter, I don't want to quote the wrong person, but that sentiment is so real, right? Like it may seem like we are competing, but we are all united. It's a brotherhood, it's a sisterhood. We're all here to support each other. So phenomenal conversation today.
And what I'm so excited about, and I know all of us, and that's why we're here, is this movement is happening. I believe it's only one in the entire world, and this is the LA Tribune. The LA Tribune is doing something, as we say, disrupting the status quo that is truly, truly unique. And it's crazy because as you see this great, 250 speakers and this week-long summit, leadership and all this, we're just beginning. This is just the beginning. We're giving birth to a baby that is, even though LA Tribune has been around since 1888, but this new movement, this new way of what media gets to represent to the world. So I really want to give a shout out, and all of us, to our incredible CEO, Mo Rock, our incredible editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, and also want to give a huge shout out to Pete Rivera, because I met Pete through Dr. Khalila Ali. I became friends with Dr. Khalila Ali 2-3 years ago, and she flew me out, and the team flew me out to North Carolina. It was really surreal when I'm sitting in the front row. I'm bringing Dr. Khalila on stage to receive an award, and I'm sitting in the front row. I'm the only white person in the front row. On my left is Riddick Bowe, literally his leg touching my leg. He's the guy that beat Evander Holyfield twice, who beat Tyson twice. I got Dr. Cleelo on my right. I've got Larry Holmes and his wife Diane, and all that. And I'm like, and I'm surreal. I'm like, how did I even get here? How did I even get here? What's going on?
You know how, Sir Kaya?
It's just
It was
surreal.
from the words of Jay Abraham the other day. He said connections, collaborations, and partnership.
Yeah.
You know, I remember how you brought Dr. Khalila Ali. The last two events also in the Los Angeles Tribune have highlighted Dr. Khalila Ali, and we're excited to see her. But, you know, for those of you who have not seen the past two events where Dr. Khalila Ali really spoke from her heart, it was such a tremendous, beautiful interview that you did, Kaya, with Khalila Ali. But, you know, we have another, you know, powerful woman who's changing the world of real estate. And Kaya, are you able to stay for about 20 more minutes?
I absolutely am. Yes.
Would
Yes.
love to have you on this interview with Marie Waite.
Sure. Oh,
Marie Antoinette
exciting.
Waite. But before we go on to that session, to that segment, I want to thank Erase the Pain. You know, Erase the Pain is a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune. We featured the Erase the Pain in our digital newspaper, and you can find out more on that by going to bit.ly/erase the pain. It is here somewhere. And so we would love for you to check that out. We will be right back after this commercial break with Marie Waite and Sir Kai Redford talking about the power of real estate.
Millions of people deal with back pain every single day, making it hard to sit down sometimes, walk upstairs, or even do simple chores. What if you could erase the pain? Introducing Doctor's Touch Erase the Pain, made with 100% all-natural ingredients, designed to target, synthesize, and erase the pain. So would you rather feel like this or like that? Like this? Oh, come on, like that. If you want to stay in the game, erase the pain. Available at www.doctorstouch.com.
And we're back with Marie Waite and Sir Kaya Redford. Marie Waite, Wealth Builders Association in San Diego. And I know that you have a magazine, Women in Real Estate, and also a radio program, which I'm also a part of, on KCAA. So tell us a little bit more about you, Marie, so that we can have some context on, your influence in the world of real estate finances and just redefining wealth creation.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me here today, and very excited to share my information to all of you. My name is Marie Antoinette Waite. I'm the founder and CEO of Finest Women in Real Estate and Fire Up Connect, which is a business networking group. So I've started my real estate brokerage in 2005 and recruited almost around 50 agents in my brokerage. I have a partner at that time, and we ran it during the down market. You remember the 2008, right? And we competed with the big companies, and I was successful in recruiting a lot of agents for my company. And then after so many years, I actually started the Finest Women in Real Estate in 2014 and started a TV reality show. Also created Real Men of Real Estate, which is also a TV reality. It's a TV talk show that we aired on NBC. This was in 2019. And then after that, I started other TV shows like the Business Doctor TV, and did a lot of live events and fashion shows in the community of Temecula. That's in the city of Riverside County. So it's amazing what I have created because of being in the real estate industry. There's a lot of reason why I did a lot of the events. It was because of helping the community. And it was my passion to just, gather all the business professionals and help them in expanding their business. So that's kind of like what I'm known for.
Well, I can tell you that you cannot be in better hands than with Mr. Kaya Redford, because talk about real estate. That's actually his realm. So I'm going to leave the two of you in conversation together where I run behind the scenes.
Thank you, Ava.
Thank you so much, Alicia. You know what? I have so many questions for you, Marie, and such an honor, privilege to meet you today.
Yes.
And thank you, Ava. Shout out, of course, to our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, and our CEO, Mo Rock. Marie, so when it comes to real estate, so I'm a success coach for Fortune 500 companies. We train the
Okay.
number one offices and the number one agents in real estate, including the number one office, Century 21 in the world, Century 21 All Stars, and the number one agent in the history of the Century 21 brand, Marty Rodriguez. We work with and have coached Christian and Jeanette Fuentes, which they do over $2 billion in sales, or actually over $1 billion in sales every year, with Remax top producers, Sotheby's, Keller Williams. I just got back from Miami. We're training
Wow.
KW and Coral Gables, Miami, and Koa Banker and Coral Gables, Miami. So and so when you talk about real estate, because there's different things, right? There's this in real estate investing. There's a person who wants to get into real estate and become a salesperson and build a team. So if we were to break it down, and I want to simplify this because you're an expert at what you do, but for just any average American at home that is looking to create wealth, because your program, International Wealth Builders Association.com, let's really break this down very simply. Why real estate? If someone wants to build wealth, why real estate? Why not stock? Why not all these other things? Why not Bitcoin? And why real estate?
Well, because real estate is something that people can relate to. It is tangible. It's an asset, and it's something that people is familiar with. Okay, it's not something that if you go into the stocks, people have to learn, which I did. I went in there and learned it, but it was very difficult for me. And real estate was very natural in regards to what makes sense to people. I mean, as a person, you have to have your own home. And so you understand how having your own asset as a homeowner. So starting from there and then learning that real estate can be something that they can embrace as a business, to where it will also include in regards to building their wealth. That is something that can be done as a homeowner. I mean, what else can you find out there outside the environment that you have, that you can be a business owner of your own home? I mean, that's something that's already given. So when I first started working for a healthcare industry, my boss, who was the director of finance, I remember when he bought his house and he said, Marie, this is how you do it. You buy a house and then live on it for I think 6 months is what he said, and then buy another house where you can live and then rent that house. So that's how he multiplied his properties, and I learned from him. He's very wise when it comes to finance decision making, and he was the director of decision support at that time too. So I learned a lot from him, and because of that, actually, I came from Albuquerque, New Mexico, where I also met a real estate broker. And this broker gave me the opportunity to buy homes for $800 down payment only. Can you imagine that? So I ended up acquiring multiple homes and even a 12-unit apartment because of the programs that was available. So, where else can you find something like that, that ultimately you can get into this kind of programs and build your wealth? If you really, just learn, the system and learn how to manage the real estate, you'll be able to build your wealth easily.
So this is really, so why real estate? I love what you said, because that's really what the difference is. It's the fact that it's tangible, right? There's a property right there. It's not an idea. It's not a concept. There's a physical, there's land, and there's a building, which gives people a lot more sense of security, right?
Yes.
And then also you think about in terms of appreciation and all the upsides of it. So for someone let's take a step back just for a moment, because, the LA Tribune is celebrating, the week in leadership. And so maybe let's learn a little bit about you and your journey, and then let's get into some, call it some secrets to being an even better leader in a context of building your wealth and freedom, and in a context of real estate. But just so people can get to know you a little bit more, maybe if you don't mind sharing, what was a turning point, a breakthrough, a quantum leap moment in your life where it's set, it set you on the path to what you are doing today. You creating wealth and freedom for yourself, and you're teaching people how to do the same thing. So what was the turning point? What was maybe some adversities that you might have faced, and what was the thing that switched for you?
I think when I had all the properties from Albuquerque, New Mexico, I dealt with an agent who did a dual agency with me. And after all the transactions, I felt like he didn't do a good job for me. And in my mind, there was this doubt that I don't want this to happen to me again. So what I did is I went back to school and took all the real estate classes and courses that I can get in order for me to educate myself so this doesn't happen again. And because of that, I realized, okay, well, this is really good information. I decided to go get a license. And then after getting the license, my husband at the time and I decided we're going to have a brokerage, which is really a very bold move to do, because to start a brokerage, you have to have experience, which I'm not going to give that advice to anyone, because it was such a bold move on our side to open a brokerage without having a real estate experience. So, but we did. And because of our decision, I had to force myself or to really learn how to recruit agents, which I did, because I wasn't, I guess talking about being a leader, you cannot be intimidated. You have to solve the problem, and you have to go out there and make sure you find the solution. And that's what I did. I knocked doors, I talked to everyone, and I shared my passion of creating this brokerage for the community, which it did made an impact, because I recruited around 50 agents, and this is competing with the Coldwell Bankers, Century 21. I mean, imagine how hard that is, right? But I did. So
That's
I
amazing.
think because of that passion, the leadership of taking the stand and making the action and making sure that you find the solution to your problem, that is what I think part of being a leader.
So we coach, as I mentioned, all the different brands. Our program is Top Producers Global, and oftentimes the agents are coming in and they're doing their sole production, and then eventually either they don't take the money that they earn from their commissions and they don't make it work. They don't invest in real estate. They stay as a salesperson, and they spend as much as fast as they make it, or they decide that I'm going to become an investor, or I'm going to build a team. So one of the things that, like you mentioned, that you've accomplished, which is recruiting 50 agents, which is very not easy to do at all, especially if you're not like one of the big boy brands. If you don't mind sharing, in this conversation, our audience is not a whole bunch of realtors. Obviously, we're not just a bunch of real estate salespeople watching this. We've got people that are entrepreneurs, leaders, influencers, salespeople, writers, authors, motivational speakers, coaches. We have a realm of so many different industries represented here. But maybe we can offer some secrets to success. So what is your secrets to success in recruiting? Because if you think about when you're recruiting someone, I'm speaking not to you, right? Obviously, Marie, you know this. I'm speaking to as us in the audience. When you're recruiting someone and someone says yes, they're giving you that level of trust to come work with you and your company. So now think of anybody that has a business, all the business owners or all the people that are working on a mission and a vision. What's something that you think is your secrets to success in earning that trust and building a relationship with someone such that you have been able to recruit 50 people that you can teach to our audience on how they can help people buy into their own vision and their own goals and their own dreams and their own businesses? What are your secrets to success?
Well, number one, I'm going to advise is to make sure that you understand your brand. And I actually put a book out there. It's called Who Do You Think You Are? Build Your Name, Build Your Brand, and Build Your Legacy. But basically, what I do to build my relationship with people and that I can gain their trust is I am very transparent of who I am, and what I offer and what is the value. Do I solve a problem that they have? Am I someone that can, enhance their business? Am I someone that I can be a better person to be around them? Can I improve them as a better person? So there's a lot of me that I talk to people about, and that's why they come to me. I attract people that are celebrities, that are business entrepreneurs, that are real estate professional, because they know what they can gain from me being around them or being a part of their business. So you have to decide who you are and what is your value to others, and what is your impact in the community. And I've learned this through the years that I started my real estate business, into creating a lot of community events. I even started a nonprofit organization, and I also created all kinds of projects: magazine publication, radio talk shows, TV reality shows. These are the things that I wanted to do to prove that I can do it. And it's not something to prove to other people, it's to prove it to myself that these are the things that I want to do. So there's a lot of trial and error in my part as a leader in the community, but I learn from it and I fine tune my process. And because of that, people are observing me. They're looking at me as someone who is doing things, who's making things happen. And when they see that that is the person who I am, then they come to me. I attract them because of what I have created. I am not just someone who's going to sit there and wait and complain. I am not that kind of person. I make things happen. If I have a problem, I will find a solution: A, B, C, D, and E, whatever it takes. And if it takes 5 years to 10 years, I will do it and make things happen. And that's just my attitude, and that's just my character. And that's how I build my name, my brand. And now I know that I have a great legacy because I have really attracted a lot of high profile individuals in my life, which, this year I'm doing a 4-day live event at the Doubletree Hotel in San Diego. And I have the amazing movie actor, Glenn Morshower, who is an incredible speaker, a very good actor, and he's actually getting an Emmy nominations award. And he said to me a few days ago, I was on the phone with him, and he said, "Marie, you are such a blessing to be connected with me." And that's coming from an actor who had years and years of experience, and letting me know that I am a blessing to him.
That's amazing. So you are helping people build their wealth and freedom. You've got 50 people that you are, creating an opportunity for and leading them to success. You've got philanthropy projects. So what would you say drives you? What would you say is the single driving force behind everything that you do?
Well, in so many years doing this business, I learned to know who the creator is. And I learned to know who I am and what's my purpose. Why do I exist in this world? Once you define that and you really know why you exist, and you know the talents that you were given by God, then, because there were a lot of discovery in on my side too. I didn't know that I was good at certain things, but because I was tapping into so many different projects, that I learned that I have those talents. And realizing that I have those talents, that's when I became more confident about helping other people. I understand that if I have this talent, I have an obligation to help the people who needs those kind of talents. So I'm just very conscious of what I have, and I know that I have a responsibility and obligation to make sure that I am gifting my talents to others to make sure that they are benefiting from it.
That's beautiful. Beautiful. Another question for you. When people think of, so now we kind of know a little bit about you, how you got here, what you're doing on the business side, on the philanthropy side. We also learn from you why real estate, it's tangible. The next question, I know we have our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, here too, is what is a secret that you can teach someone in as far as maybe on the real estate investing side, someone who's green, someone who doesn't know, where do I start?
Okay.
What's step one, step two, step three? You said I'm buying a house for $800, and I'm sure
That was a long time ago.
yeah. So where does someone start
Well,
to do
yes, the
this?
first thing is you got to get yourself educated and be mentored by people that have great experiences. Okay, it's okay to have people that to talk to, but you got to find the people with experience. Like I was talking to this real estate broker who has over 40 years of experience in and commercial real estate. But when I connected him to these three individuals that have over 20 plus years of experience in the commercial industry, in land development projects, and in just residential. Now he realized that it's not even about the business, it's about the connection that he can get and benefit from the experiences of the other people. So I surround myself with people that are very knowledgeable in the industry. There are organizations that you can go to. Mine is actually called International Wealth Builders Association, where we do online workshops. We also do mastermind, real estate mastermind. And if you are in San Diego, there is an organization called San Diego Creative Investors Association, where you can go there every second Tuesdays of the month and learn from the speakers. So and then start talking to the people around that are attending those, because these are like-minded people. Once you learn some of the lingos, the terminologies, then you're start thinking about creating your own project. Or not only that, is you can create it and partner it with someone that has already experience. Okay, so when you do that, that's how you can start yourself learning things, not the way I did when I started the real estate brokerage.
And one last question. I know this is a kind of I don't know if this is a heated debate, but there's two different worlds when it comes to real estate. There's the people that say you want to get into home ownership, you want to buy a home, and you want to enjoy and benefit by the appreciation of the real estate value of your home, right? And you want to live in that home, and this is what you might want to do next and next and next. And then there's another school of thought where Grant Cardone says you don't want to buy a home to live in it, right? You actually want to live, you want to rent where you live, and you want to own where you rent. Where his theory is buying a home is not the best financial, to live in necessarily, is not the best financial decision, but to buy a home to rent it out for cash flow is. So what do you believe? What's your philosophy? Do you advise the average American to buy a home and live in a home, or do you advise them to rent and buy real estate only for cash flow?
Well, it depends on the lifestyle and the family situation of the individual, because when you are someone who is raising a family, you need to have an established home for your family, right? So it just depends on the lifestyle of the person, because every situation is matched to someone's lifestyle. So for me to give an advice that this is the best way for you to do, when it's not applicable to the people that are listening, I don't think that's the right way to do it. You got to assess where your goals are. If you are a single person who has enough money to invest and take that risk, again, there's a risk for every investment. And you need to learn what is your tolerance on the risk of the investment. If you can handle the risk, then the other option that you mentioned is where you can rent that place and then buy another property. That might be good for you, but it might not be, because some investors that I have met, they actually like to just give their money into a syndicated project. Okay. And they let other people run it and they do their own thing. So they don't want to do the landlord, responsibility, some of them. And it's also very risky to be a landlord nowadays in California because of all the policies and, that's going on with the tenant, and how, a tenant can, stay in your property, not pay, and it would take 9 months to evict them. So do you have the money to take care of that? If you are wanting to be in that situation, if you want to be a landlord, you need to have capital for all of that. So if you don't, don't take that advice. Do you see what I'm saying? So it just depends.
Yeah.
That's why it's best for you to educate yourself, learn your situation first, learn the ability that you can fund some of these projects. And I would say, there's definitely different types of projects that you can be a passive investor and still make good ROI.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I actually have brought in um, a group of investors to a project, and I actually didn't have any money involved in any of this, but I used my network and my connection to be able to bring these investors to a large development project. And they ended up buying this project for $8 million, and I made $50,000 out of that 1 hour meeting. So,
Wow.
and what did I do with that 50,000? I actually invested it,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't come out of my pocket. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's a
Yeah.
lot of strategies that you can
OPM,
learn.
other people's money. Well, you heard it here.
Yes.
I know that Marie, you have a wealth of knowledge. I'm going to hand it back to Ava. Thank you so much. Great interview.
You're welcome. Thank
Well,
you.
I'm so excited that we got Sir Kaya Redford to jump in on this interview, because I said, like, you're in definitely great hands with the right questions with Sir Kaya Redford when it comes to real estate. But Marie, I know you're just beyond real estate. You're the kind of person that I would say you really have 360 degrees built your connections, your collaborations, you created opportunities for people. Kaya's question, how do you recruit people? Well, Marie, it's a principle of money in you, and I couldn't quite get it right now, but someone can help me on the chat. The principle in money in you with Doria Cordova, where you don't go directly to your objective or your target, but you go sideways and then you get back to it. So one thing that I know about Marie is she creates opportunities for people. You've created the opportunity for the radio program. You've created opportunities for people to be on stages, for people to be on magazine, for people to be everywhere. You create visibility. And so people want it. You're a magnet, you're a magnet for people. And so how can people find out more about you, Marie? Because I'm sure people are like right now, how do I find out more about this person? So tell us, give 1 minute or more, just give 1 minute or less. Just give your invitation out and we'll give you the full
Okay.
screen.
Well, I have a couple of websites that you can check. It's called marieantonettewaite.com or mariewaite.com. That's MarieWaite.com. And you can Google me. If you just want to do a due diligence of who I am, it's in the internet. And nowadays, you can find anything about a person. And I would highly suggest that you do due diligence on everyone that you're connecting with, because it is going to make a difference in terms of who you are and what your name is about. So make sure you check the person that you're connecting with. But again, I am available on internet. My website is mariewaite.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, let me bring on stage also Alicia Magnus Lewis, a partner of the Los Angeles Tribune. Marie Waite, thank you. Sir Kaya, thank you. We'll be right back after this commercial break. And we are heading into, for our audience, we're heading into healing and mindfulness and wholeness on the next segment. So we'll be right back. And bringing back on stage, a partner, the director of business solutions of the Los Angeles Tribune, Alicia Magnus Lewis. And it's amazing. I'm like, what do we have anything to do with the director of business solutions with mindfulness and healing? Well, let me tell you, she walks it, she practices it. Like her day would not start unless she's done her practice, and her discipline of just like being grounded and being mindful and taking care of herself. So, Alicia, how excited about are you about this upcoming interview? I know you've had your personal experience and also the upcoming panel after it.
Thank you so much, Ava. I am delighted. Yes, as you know, I love to start each and every morning getting grounded with my spiritual practice, meditation, prayer, walking. When your mind is rested, when you are grounded, you allow things to flow to you, as well as your ability to actually go and execute on the things that you want to execute on. And sometimes we try and separate what we have going on in personal life with our work, but we're one being. So if we can be fully connected to all that we are, understanding that we do have a lot of the answers that we're seeking outwardly inside, and then we also have the tools to be able to find and connect with the individuals that we want during our day to day. And so I love that we are bringing our next guest, Christine, to this conversation. She is a dynamic leader. She has worked in the corporate world, specializing in revenue growth. She's done sales, she's done marketing, client success, events, and education. And she is the chief growth officer at Nutritional Frontiers. But she has also pioneered and spearheaded what she likes to call soul intelligence, which is all about going within to clear, to access your true self, all that you are, so that you can show up as your full self in the world. And I love the conversation that we just had with Marie, with talking about realizing your talent and realizing all that you are. And I think with Christine's work, she helps individuals realize who they are from within so they can show up fully as who they are. And Christine, I just want to bring you to stage. Delighted to be having this conversation with you.
Oh my gosh. I know, I'm so excited to be here.
Well, thank you so much, Christine. So would love for you to talk a little bit more about what mindfulness means for you and the role that it plays in being a leader.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a great question. Well, I think for me, it's all about consciousness and all about awareness, right? So when I think about mindfulness, it's about being in the present moment, right? A lot of us, get stressed out thinking about everything that we should have done, right? Get stuck in the past, or we're getting worried about being in the future. But if you can be totally present in the present moment, that's the only time we actually have to act, right? So the other side of that is I look at consciousness in kind of 4 levels. So the first level of consciousness is where life is happening to me, right? Like you're like the he said, she said, you're stuck in the story, the drama of everything. And the next level of consciousness is like life is happening for me. So it's kind of like life university. So you start going, oh, what can I learn from this situation? Or how can I grow from this situation? Then the next level for me is life is happening through me. So when I do the soul intelligence work, like you've experienced, and I'm sure we'll talk about in a few minutes, I feel a presence that comes through me. I'm very much connected to source or the divine or a higher power of some kind. And you feel that energy channel through you. And then the last level of consciousness is life is happening as me. That's like where you lose yourself, kind of like in nature or in one, or like you listen to the ocean and you just kind of just feel like you're a part of everything, or you're on a mountain and you just hear the birds and just that pristine sound. Now we can't stay at that level for very long, right? The second you go back out into traffic, you're like back down to the first level of consciousness. So don't beat yourself up. It's just kind of normal. But I try and stay between level 2 and level 3. So really looking at life as what's happening for me, how is the situation helping me grow, learn, move beyond it. And then the next level is life is happening through me. So those two are kind of where I hang out.
I love that. Life is happening through you. And when you think about you worked in the corporate space, you work with the nutritional company, you have created soul intelligence. When you think about life is happening through you, what are different aspects of showing up, whether it's at work, whether it's you're running the organization or you're a part of the organization, bringing that whole concept of life is happening through me to work?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I'm really grateful that I've been able to be all of me in this job, in this role as the Chief Growth Officer for Nutritional Frontiers, because we're all about making the world healthy. And so my mission is to make the world healthy physically, right, through nutrition, and all the great nutraceuticals that we share with the world, but also mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and energetically. So it's really being all of me and holistically healing the world. So whether I'm, bringing a soul intelligence session as a coaching tool to a colleague or a teammate, or whether I'm actually doing that kind of work for our healthcare professionals that we work with, it just allows me to be all of me, right? And to show up fully. Like today, I'm actually at a conference. Okay, I'm in West Palm Beach at the anti-aging medicine conference. And this morning I was feeling really funky. So I took out my soul intelligence method and I did a session on myself and I shifted the energy because I was feeling, I could just feel the heaviness, right? Being around a lot of people. I kind of, being an empath, I think we've talked about this. You just kind of suck it up, right? Sometimes we suck up the energy around us and we don't realize it. So I think it's also becoming aware of your own energy and what do you need and what, self-care is a huge topic right now, especially in wellness, health and wellness. But what does that really mean? It means, taking care of you and recognizing, going within the body and recognizing, oh, have I lost my connection? Oh, is there something going on with me physically that needs to shift? And using all the tools that you have at your disposal, whether you do like what you talked about, like meditation first thing in the morning, which is really big for me, or journaling, or maybe it's like using tools like cards or like a method like the soul intelligence method, but it's trying to get yourself cared for in the right way, right? I'm big on massage too. That's a great self-care. I haven't had time for that one lately, but I'm going to get back to it.
That's powerful. And Christine, you mentioned energy shifts, right? Individuals, you can wake up, lives. What, for those that are tuning in, what are 2 or 3 principles that individuals that may not be able to do a soul intelligence session can think about when they're trying to figure out how to shift their energy? Maybe it's not going to a massage, but something they can do in their day-to-day that can really help them shift that energy or be aware that the reason why they're feeling a certain type of way is because there is energy that could benefit from being shifted.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, some simple things, right? Is just kind of being aware of what's going on. Like, what do you feel like when you're feeling like tired and you want to shift something? So a really simple thing to do is breathing, right? Focusing on the breath, closing your eyes, shutting down distractions. We get distracted from everything, right? It could be anything from, the phone or like internet or TV or whatever, but it's kind of closing that down and going within and really checking in your body to kind of see what's going on. A simple walk, going out in nature, right? And hearing the rhythm of life can actually literally change. I heard you say grounding is a big thing for you, right? So that could even be just like taking your shoes off and going in the grass or walking on the beach can shift your vibe pretty quickly and change your energy. But one of my favorite ways to change your energy is to laugh. That literally raises your level, right? It gets you up into joy. And Dr. David Hawkins has a book called Power versus Force, where you can actually measure emotions. And all of those emotions like fear and guilt and shame vibrate at a much lower level than vibrations like joy and peace and love. And so if you can like start laughing or just like, be with friends, like that literally can change your vibration immediately. So that's probably my favorite way.
Laughing, a smile. You never know how it can shift someone else's day, but what it can actually do for you as well. And Christine, you've navigated the corporate world. You've moved into this place where now you're doing your soul intelligence work. Can you talk about and share for those that are tuning in what it's like to navigate and move away from what you thought you were going to be doing into something that's completely new, a new realm? And how did you actually approach that transition into the work that you are doing now? You have your own method. It took time to develop. What were some of the thought processes that you had as you were going through that transition to enable you to get to the place that you are now with your work?
Well, sure. Well, the soul intelligence method, it's kind of, I should probably describe just a little bit, right? Okay, so everybody gets the idea of IQ, right? Everything starts in the brain up here. Then you move into EQ. We learn about how important it is, how you say what you say. Emotional intelligence is really important. So when I talk about soul intelligence, that's really that inner knowing, right? Tapping into that eternal part of you, right? That incredible being that you truly are. And I do believe we're spiritual beings having a human experience. And so when I would describe it, you know, I had left corporate America unexpectedly in March of 2020. Anybody know what was going on in March of 2020? It was kind of a scary time for a lot of us. But at that time, I had an opportunity then to go within and to really take a few minutes to decide, what do I really want to do with the rest of my life? Right. Instead of just trying to get a job, you know, when everybody was in the midst of the COVID crisis and not knowing, you know, anybody was hiring. So I was very grateful that I had a nice runway where I could figure this out. But instead of figuring it out, it was more about feeling it out, right? It was about going within and really listening to the divine or you know, higher source and listening to all the messages and getting that inspiration to put the method together. And so how I did it was I decided I would start coaching, doing some executive coaching and consulting work. And I would talk to a CEO at a company and I would say, well, look, can you imagine what it would be like if you could get all of your employees to be totally lit up from the inside out? What if they were absolutely motivated? They felt like they were a part of something bigger than themselves. They would want to run through the fire for you, right? That's what soul intelligence does. It allows us to get all of those stuck energies, negative energies, emotions, self-limiting beliefs, patterns, archetypes, things that are sticky, like within our being, that gets stuck. And we're able to shift that up and out. So I didn't actually walk into a boardroom with a book of charts and a pendulum, right? That would kind of freak people out in corporate America. But what I did is I kind of cracked the door open on my spiritual closet, let's say. And what I did is I introduced the method as part of a coaching program. And I would do a one-on-one coaching in the beginning. Then I would do a midpoint. And then the last session in the coaching, I would say, so do you really want to get to the root cause of what's behind all of the challenges that you're having at home or at work? And I would ask them if they would want to take a risk walk with me and do a soul intelligence session, or I would give them a regular coaching session. Every single person chose the soul intelligence session. And so that was pretty rewarding. And that gave me the confidence now to start using the method on a more regular basis. And one of my executive clients that I worked with started using my coaching methods on me and said, you know, you're going to work for me full time someday. And so I finally gave in. But it's been a great experience because that was my opportunity to work with Nutritional Frontiers to help make the world healthy physically as well as mentally, emotionally, and energetically. So I get to be all of me in this company, which is absolutely amazing.
That is truly amazing. Bringing your full self, right? Your full self to work. When you were sharing something that really, a phrase that you mentioned that really struck a chord with me was, do you want to get to the root cause? And it being an invitation to explore, right? I think oftentimes we can think about what is going on that we can see, what we can perceive, but not what's truly within. And so it sounds like the journey that you've led the individuals that you've worked on is, you know, being patient with them to say, I'll meet you where you're at. But if you're open and willing and able to go a little bit deeper to me, we can really try and get to the root cause that may be impacting you in the area that you're sharing, but maybe coming up in other aspects of your life that you have no idea what are kind of some aspects that come out as you kind of go into that journey with individuals for people to get a sense of what an experience is like on soul intelligence. I know that we won't be able to share the full experience, and we're so excited that we'll be staying on this conversation for our panel that is going to be joining us in just a moment, but would love for you to kind of share a little bit more about what that journey is like.
Sure. Well, first of all, I think the basic principle is everybody and everything is energy, right? The only way I can't explain how I'm able to see you or talk to you right now, but I know the internet exists, even though I can't see it, right? So everybody and everything is energy. And energy can get stuck in people, places, or things. And it can get stuck in your physical body, your mental body, your emotional body, or any of your energetic bodies. And so what this method allows me to do is to figure out what the emotion is that's stuck. Okay, because emotion is supposed to be energy in motion. And when energy stops moving, that's when it pools within the body and it causes a dissonance in your frequency or dis-ease within your body. And you got to go see a doctor. But when you go to the doctor just doesn't go, oh, well, what's wrong? What physically, right? They're asking you, what's going on in your life? How's your, what's going on with your significant other? What's going on with your kids? What's work like, right? They're trying to get a history and understand all of the other stressors or toxicities that are in your life, because those are the things that cause those emotions to get stuck. And so with my method, I'm actually able to figure out what those things are and move them. And like you said in the beginning, we all try and separate our lives, like our work life versus our personal life or whatever, but your life is your life. And as much as we try, we bring all of it with us, right? And so a lot of the coaching work that I did, even though I was doing it, as a leadership coach or an executive coach, was really helping people more so on their personal side, their personal lives, because a lot of times, one area of your life is going really well and then another area of your life is not. And that's typically true for most of us, right? We can't have everything always humming all at the same time. But it's all affected by our energy and our beliefs, and the way we view the world, right? Based on our traumas and how we hold them within the body. And so my method actually allows me to figure out, is it stuck, in the subconscious mind? And if it is, we bring it up and out to the conscious mind so it can be released, without somebody feeling and having to relive the trauma, right? Like therapy would allow you to have to relive the trauma to get it up and out.
Am I the only one who's not hearing Alicia?
I can't hear her at all.
Okay,
Alicia,
it's me. Your audio's missing, and I'm like, am I the only one that's being polite and nice? About not hearing Alicia.
I'm like, did I lose audio? Did I lose sound, Ava? I was like,
Alicia, this is live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at the Los Angeles Tribune, and when we are live, everything can happen, right? So Alicia, let's check your audio. Okay,
yes,
there you go.
Energy though.
So let's play your thoughts when you brought in Parisa, Christina, and Samantha, because we don't want to miss that.
I mean, I think their presence and their essence says enough, but was just sharing that, Christine, this is the perfect time to bring in Christina, Samantha, and Parisa to join this conversation, because I know that they too practice mindfulness, and it's really an important discussion as you think about how you engage in your life, in relationships, in the workplace, and as you show up as a leader. So Samantha, Parisa, Christina, thank you so much for joining us today. Christina, I would love to start with you. You've been sitting here listening into the conversations. Would love for you to share more about what mindfulness means to you, what your experience has been like with yourself and your own soul, and how connected you are to your soul, and how that shows up in your life.
Thank you so much. I mean, it was such a beautiful conversation. I mean, the topics of everything is energy and just how that impacts us and shows up in our lives. Specifically how mindfulness has impacted me. It's really been the pivot point in my life that's set me on the trajectory to self-development, entrepreneurship, and so many other wonderful things in healing and just personal development. I believe that all change and creativity really stems from a place of awareness. And to me, that is one of the foundational principles of mindfulness, is really becoming aware of ourselves, something that, we're not comfortable with, or something that we want to change. And that really, from that point, that allows us to become more conscious in those steps that we take in our lives.
That's so beautiful. You talked about mindfulness and entrepreneurship. This is LA Leadership Week. The life of an entrepreneur, it can be challenging, it can be consistent, but what is consistency in an entrepreneurial world? What are different ways that individuals can incorporate being more aware of their mindfulness as they're navigating their lives, as particularly in their businesses when anything can come up?
So I wasn't sure if you were directing that question back at me, but yes, mindfulness really, I had spoken before how really we are a culmination of our patterns. And one of the best ways that we can start to have more of an ability to choose and make choices from a conscious place, as opposed to landing back to our subconscious patterning or cultural kind of belief systems, is by getting in touch with ourselves. And through, entrepreneurship, this is such a big deal, because the more that we're able to respond to life and respond to the, the life challenges we might face as entrepreneurs, the more that we'll be in a place of empowerment, and the more that we'll be able to navigate life from a place of choice versus, something that we're just landing into, which is absolutely necessary as an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs are always pushing the edge and, needing that creative take on things. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And Samantha, I would love for you to share more about mindfulness as it relates to pushing new frontiers and trying something that you've never done before. And what role can mindfulness play in creating the space to try new things?
Yeah, that's a great question. I like to think of the analogy of, the mind is like water. So when it's turbulent, it's really difficult to see, but when it's calm, everything becomes clear. So when I started my meditation and mindfulness practices, it really allowed me to be in the present moment and understand my thoughts. And it really helped me reevaluate where my thoughts were coming from, because a lot of my thoughts were coming from my past with my traumatic upbringing. And I had to stop myself, and I had to really realize where those red light stories were coming from. So it really helped to empower me to just think in a different way, and to realize that I can be or do have anything that I want. And so it just really brought me to a place of peace and calmness. And it really just helped me cultivate all of these visions for what I want my future to look like. And to know, for any of you listening, when you calm your mind, you can create so many beautiful things in your life.
Yes, you truly can. And Samantha, can you talk more about your work and how mindfulness shows up in the work that you do every day?
Yeah, so I have my own business, and I'm an author, and I also have my own podcast. And so, being mindful in the present moment, you have to be aware, and you have to understand, what people are asking you and how to build and cultivate those relationships. And one great example I like to use for mindfulness is, have you ever been in a room with someone where they're there, but they're not really listening? So I feel like mindfulness really helped me understand someone else's pain points on my team. And it really helped build and cultivate that understanding, because they knew that I trusted them and I was listening to them. And when you have that, sense of understanding someone's pain points, you could really help drive them forward to really help cultivate success in their life as well.
It's really key. And Parisa, would love to shift to you for you to share more about mindfulness and how you've delved into the world of mindfulness and how it's shown up in your work.
Absolutely. So mindfulness for me is all about intentional with the words. Ultimately, really every single word that we speak, it should be spoken with intention. So I mean, we see it every day. People are, saying things left and right. And it really goes to show how much of an impact that has on through social media, through, of course, the news, through, just conversations, business, personal, everything. So being mindful for me, I mean, I mean, to be really honest, like I've not always been so mindful, right? I mean, with some, you just don't know what you don't know. You have to start from somewhere. And I realized many years ago, the impact I was having on people, because when I speak, it's with conviction and I just know what I know, right? And so, but when we're doing that, we have to be mindful of how that other person is receiving and what kind of impact you have on that other person. And so that, as well as, my experiences in life, my background is in branding and design and marketing, right? And so I shifted through, as a result of some traumatic experiences that I had, into the business that I have now as a somatic healer and mindset coach. And so what shifted me into that world was the impact. It was reverse. I was on the receiving end of people not being mindful. And so what I did was I said, wow, if this could happen to me, this could happen to anyone. So let me really dive into this world of healing and mindset and being mindful, and really understand how can I create a better experience for others through my healing. And really, at the end of the day, it's about being able to have authenticity, or being authentic really in everything that you do, being intentional in every word that you speak over not only others, but also yourself. Words for me are prayers. You're speaking prayers over others. You're speaking prayers over yourself with just one word, two words, a whole sentence, doesn't matter. So for me, that is key in mindfulness.
Wow. Words matter. How you use them matters even more. Parisa, Christine, you both have backgrounds in marketing and sales and branding. What role does mindfulness play in marketing? Oftentimes, companies are speaking at individuals, not with them. What kind of role do you see mindfulness playing in marketing, in branding, and how companies engage with their consumers or their clients?
I think
Well,
it's really
that is a
interesting.
beautiful question, Alicia. Hold on, before we have them answer that, I wanted to be able to give Kristen Glean her closing comment so that we could really hear, in focus our mindfulness panel. So, Christine, you've been
Yes.
so gracious. We took on your time because our boxers were very, very excited in sharing their message and their platforms. But would love to give you just a moment to give us your closing words and your thoughts on leadership, mindfulness, healing, and everything that you do. And then we'll get back to the question that Alicia just asked. So, Christine, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, Alicia may have to ask the question again because I'll probably lose it.
Yes, yeah, but closing comments for you.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much. Well, first of all, I think it's leading by example has always served me well. And being in alignment, being authentic with who you are, true to yourself. And I feel really grateful that I've had the opportunity to do that. And I've actually, I have a downloadable ebook now, and I'm working on publishing a full book later this year. And if anyone's interested in learning a little bit more about the Soul Intelligence Method, they can go to soulintelligencemethod.com. And if you're interested in downloading the ebook, you can go to soulintelligencemethod.com/ebook. And I hope people will take me up on that. It's a free offer for anyone who's watching and wants to check it out at this time. And, I think, having the opportunity to be an authentic leader, being a conscious leader, coming into your day with intention, as these wonderful ladies on the panel were mentioning to me at the same time. I think those are all things that are really important. Simon Sinek, as a marketing guru, talks about your why. And I think your why has to be bigger than you. And so my why is to help make the world healthy physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and energetically. And I'm doing that authentically in every single way through holistic healing. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be on the LA Tribune's Leadership Week. This has just been an incredible week. You've had incredible people all week long. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
For sure. And with this, I'll take it as an opportunity, Christine, for us to invite our audience, join us and register at laleadershipweek.com, because we will have post-event networking with our speakers, all those who are available to join. So make sure that you register. And Christine, would you please email that gift to a community@latribuneonline.com? All of you who have gifts among the speakers, if you're still listening, email it to community@latribuneonline.com. That way we could also disseminate it to everyone who registered. So thank you so much. And with that, Alicia, back to your question. And Kristen and I are going to go off the stage.
Thank you so much, Ava. Thank you, Christine. I was asking right before Christine's closing remarks, Parisa, what role does mindfulness play in marketing? I know you mentioned you have a background in marketing and branding, and companies often speak at individuals, not with them. And so what role does mindfulness and awareness and intentionality, all themes that you all brought up, actually play in the way that organizations interact with and engage with their communities?
Great question. One of the biggest elements that any marketing team or person, whether you're a solo or on a team, you have to be self-aware. You have to also be conscious of what is really going on the world stage. As a collective, what are people feeling? So you have to have a lot of empathy. You have to have a lot of ways to make an informed decision in a timely manner based on facts, proven results, forward thinking, and an open mind. So you have, in order to do that, understand who the audience is, and understand that these days, ever since 2020, consciousness has changed. We're asking more questions. We're more aware. Something has lifted, like the veil, right, is getting thinner. So the way that people are aware now versus how we were aware maybe 10 years ago is heightened. So everyone is heightened in a deeper understanding, a deeper meaning. So marketing companies, when they're creating content or when they're creating any type of visual, they have to be aware that they're now speaking to a much more conscious community. And I think and maybe it's even subconscious for some, but we are more aware than ever. So we know, we see through the BS, we see through a lot more, right, than before. So it's a different time, but it's a good time.
It's a different time, but it is a good time. Christina, would love for you to share more about the work that you do. And like Parisa was just mentioning, we're in a world where consciousness has shifted, but at the same time, individuals are inundated with information. Everywhere you go, when you turn on your TV, when you open your computer, when you go on your phone, there's so much information out there, and words are so powerful. So how can individuals kind of navigate what it is that they are experiencing from that intentional perspective?
So I love, the bridge of marketing to mindfulness, because there is so much mindfulness that comes to both, the marketing and also the observer perspective. And I really think, on both sides, it's getting in touch with one of the key aspects of mindfulness is who we really are on deeper levels and where we're basing our perspective from and how in touch we are with ourselves. Because, we can come from, marketing standpoint with the intention of trying to get or trying to, fill a void, like not really in touch with the pulse of, culture or the other individual. And similarly, with everything that we're consuming or inundated with, how in touch are we with ourselves when we're observing things? And that can drastically shift how it impacts us or how we respond to it. And so how I say, how we can cipher through it, we may not be able to control everything that we're being exposed to, but we can, control how connected we are when we expose ourselves to it. And kind of getting more in touch with, being more of an observer and, improving our self-worth through connecting to our true selves and feeling that sense of being enough and coming more from a place of, I keep contrasting it to the giving, to the marketing and the mindfulness piece, because from marketing, it's coming from a place of giving, in touch with the pulse of who we're trying to reach. And from the mindfulness, component, like thinking, what do we want to give? What energy do we want to tune into, as well as what are we receiving and how is that impacting us, and what do we need to do with that information?
Wow. That's powerful. And Christina, would love for you to share a little bit more about the work that you are doing right now for all that are tuning in.
Yeah, so my journey has been many years of just being involved in the healing world. And it's interesting you brought up marketing, because I also have a background in a lot of writing. And so sharing messages in that way. Although currently, for the past few years, I've been more so focused on helping people in the mental health space, kind of reprogramming deeper subconscious patterns and healing through trauma, anxieties, and other things, with a lot of mindfulness teachings. And so a lot of my background is teaching meditation, but now I'm bringing in more of working on the deeper mental health aspect as well. And the question that you asked is so, prominent for really everyone. We all deal with anxiety in some level, but how do we navigate through it and, come back to a place of balance? And as Samantha said, like the calm water.
Yes, I love that. The calm water. And each and every one of you are different, but the journey, there's so many themes, so many similarities around, how you shifted from the work that you were doing before into the practice of mindfulness, but how you're able to still connect the dots. And something that each one of you mentioned in your own unique way was truly that awareness component, being aware so that you can engage and you can interact. And Christina, you mentioned the mental health aspect of it. Samantha, would love to hear more from you around different ways that you have navigated shifting your career journey, right? And what that experience was like for you and how you were able to go through it.
Yeah, so I used to be a former teacher, an elementary school teacher, and I wrote curriculum. And about 2 years ago, I ended up transitioning into a different role. I have my own podcast now. I became an author, speaker, and a business owner. So I really had to be, I had to realize the thoughts that were coming up. And I really think it's great knowing what builds up your energy and makes you feel great and what tears your energy down. So I was looking at different points in my life where I felt really stressed out, and I knew that was not serving me anymore. So through deep meditation, realizing all of my senses, what am I hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and really going and diving deep into my soul and what I'm really here to do in this world. And so I feel like calming my mind, bringing meditation into my life has really allowed me to see my vision and how I can help other women, step into the person that they're truly meant to be. And so through my ebook, Unleashing Your Inner Confidence, through my podcast, through my 2 journals, it's really there to support people on their journey from, stepping into their most authentic self and just really loving their life and letting go of the past and knowing that you don't have to live there anymore and know that you have a bright future for yourself. So
yes, letting go and knowing that you don't have to live there. What a statement. Would love to move into closing comments. It's been so phenomenal speaking with you all today. Christina, going back to you, please share your closing comments with our audience.
Well, thank you so much, Alicia, Parisa, and Samantha. It's just so wonderful joining you all on this panel. I think closing thoughts, just continue to follow the path that allows you to strengthen your trust to yourself and strengthen your trust to life itself. whether you are using, the light guiding lights as inspiration and information, just continue to tune into yourself, because the world needs you to shine your light in all the different ways that you do.
Wow. Yes. Shine your light. The world needs you to shine your light. A message, Parisa, to you for
Yes.
closing comments.
Absolutely. So, a quote by Napoleon Hill: "Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." So, always stay true to yourself. Never disempower is what is your true essence in this world. Whatever it is, whatever you have to say, whatever you have that desire to do, do it. If you can think it and believe it, then it can really happen. So, always just stay true to yourself. Be authentic. Every word that you speak it with intention. Know that words can and do make a difference on each side of the spectrum, and stay present. And I think you can see the sign or the picture behind me. It says "live in the moment," right? Okay, yeah. Live in the moment. Live in the moment. All we have right now is this exact moment. We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. We don't know what the next hour will bring, but we do know that we have this moment to do and say and to believe and feel and achieve anything. So
live in the moment. Powerful. Samantha, to you for closing comments, please.
Yes, first, I love that quote by Napoleon Hill, and it's so true. You can be, do, or have anything that you want in your life. And to leave all of you, you can inspire and impact the masses when you open up and you are vulnerable and you're authentic and you're sharing your story. You have no idea the amount of people that you can impact and inspire and empower. So even if it just makes a difference in one person's life, know that it's truly, truly meaningful. And you can live the life that you truly desire by visualizing and stepping into your true potential and acting as if you already had it, because that's how you bring everything you want into your reality.
Feeling the energy so you can allow that energy to flow through to you. Samantha, Parisa, Christina, we appreciate you all for joining us at LA Leadership Week and for sharing more about the role that mindfulness plays in your personal life along your journey, and also in marketing and branding, because that's an important conversation to have. So we appreciate you. Before we bring up our next guest, we are going to hear from our CEO, Mo Rock, on more about what LA Leadership Week is all about and what LA leadership means to the world.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
I'm going to take exception with Mo Rock. We're not going to make the world a better place. We are making the world a better place. And I know he knows that. I'm just picking on him.
Words matter. Words matter, and how you use them matter too.
And can I point something out that I don't know if it's been pointed out yet? We talk about media and news and how the Tribune is affecting that, but social media has been one of those things that divides people, that gets people fighting and arguing and petty and worried and nervous and anxious and hating each other. And our goal, the Tribune's goal, is to unite, to create harmony, collaboration, cooperation, and to rise it so that everybody feels connected and edified and uplifted and together to change the world. Instead of creating division, we're unifying people.
Definitely agree with you there, Rex. We have to step up. As Mo said, for every piece of positive news, there's 17 pieces of negative. And I think social media is even bigger numbers.
If you say one thing, you can say 90 things that people agree with, but the one thing they don't agree with will get far more attention and go on long forever. And the 89 things, 90 things will be completely forgotten.
Very true. Very true.
So let's bring up this next person, right? And Alicia, let me say that was a wonderful panel. Thank you for that, and a marvelous job, and great insight into the ability to go within, to meditate, to reflect, and to bring out the best in people. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it. Mindfulness is so key. So Rex, Julianne, I'm going to leave you to the honor of introducing our next guest for today.
And I'm going to let Julianne do that because he's a friend of Julianne, but I understand that he's got some strategies for skyrocketing profits and helping people to do all sorts of marvelous things. So I'm really excited to have him come on up. Thanks, Alicia.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited. We have Chris Salem in the house. Chris is a friend of mine, and he is an example of leadership. He speaks from the heart, and he has actionable steps that we can take in order to improve our lives and our business. And he's just a great human being all around. You know what? I don't want to go into all the details because it would take way too long. So let's just bring him up to the stage. Chris Salem. Where are you? There you are. Welcome.
Hey, Julianne, how you doing? Hi, Rex.
It is so good to see you. So, we've been having Leadership Week here, and you have always been about speaking truth and being actionable in business. And I would just love, actually, if we could start out with your definition, what you think makes a great leader.
It's a great question. For me, what makes a great leader is someone who truly understands his or her own emotional intelligence, and then the ability how they can relate and understand another human being. It's the ability every day in every role and duty in your life and business to be the example and be a resource to empower others to do the same. That's what every great leader does. That's looking for sustainable impact or sustainable results in any given situation.
I love that. I love that. Sustainable. I think that is an important word that I haven't heard a lot, specifically in this week, even though it's been implied. So I would love for you to speak a little bit more about that, because I know that especially with entrepreneurs in particular, there's the stops and the starts, the go and the, there doesn't seem to be that sustainability or that flow, at least in the beginning. And are there things that we can do or become in order to create that sustainability?
Well, absolutely. I always say the 4 pillars of success, no matter if you're just starting out or anywhere in the life cycle of your business or personal life, whatever that may mean to you. What that starts with is you have to have a foundation. And everybody has been sharing over this great leadership summit here that the Los Angeles Tribune has put on about the importance of how we think. So mindfulness. So we have to be able to think in a different way. We have to be able to learn how to focus only on what we can control and learn how to let go of what we can't control. And I'll be happy to explain that. And changing our way of thinking to focus on intentions in the moment, trusting the process, and then forgoing or letting go of expectations that are tied to the outcome. Many people are tied to expectations to the outcome and get caught up in that past and future thinking from fear, and oftentimes get sidetracked, distracted, and don't follow through. But when we can lead from intentions, focusing on what we can control, learning to let go of what we can't, it's a game changer. Does it happen overnight? No, it takes practice to get into that kind of flow. But when you can learn how to do that, you'll be able to see over time that challenges are not a bad thing. They're a good thing. Setbacks, problems are good things, because when we can kind of see them for happening for us, not to us, we can turn those challenges into opportunities, and those opportunities into results.
Wow, powerful. You know,
Yes. Go ahead, Rex. Sorry.
no, I just wanted to say that that is very powerful. I don't want to interrupt you, but also, you know, what you're stressing, and the idea of sustainability is that people need to know what they want. They got to be clear on that, and then they got to be able to start it. They have to initiate it, and then maintain what they've initiated to continue through and follow through. Because if they quit, there's no sustainability.
So correct. Yeah, because I would say the foundation is the first part. Preparation. Preparation is not again over analyzing or overthinking, but it's focusing on the priorities that really matter. Anything that complements that, you do that after. Anything that can be delegated, you delegate, and then you get rid of anything that is not relevant to your personal or business success. That's the preparation. And then finally, you got to execute on it. You got to execute on those must priorities. And then finally, measure what's working, what's not working. Because if we don't measure what's working, we can't adapt, pivot, or make changes to go down another path that's going to make it work. So again, it's that foundation, preparation, execution, and measurement on a continuous basis that allows us as leaders to turn challenges into opportunities, and then that into results.
Can I ask one more question, Juliana? It would also be important, and this is an area that doesn't get addressed, is many people don't know when they got there. They don't recognize that they've hit their goal and now need to continue further. So they have to create something else to keep that momentum or to sustain it, but also to understand that they've got the result that they wanted, that they set out for.
Yeah, we got to, and we have to write it down, Rex. Like, it's so important, because a lot of times if we're doing this in our head, this is how we get distracted. This is why we get caught up in the control we can't control. But by writing things down, whether if that's the old-fashioned way, like I'm an old-timer, that's what I do, but some people could type it into a phone, whatever. I like to still write it on a piece of paper. It might be, take up space, but that's how my brain works. And I can tell you, when I can see it now, I can look at things from a third-party perspective, not just the way I think it should be, because that's what's going to get me in trouble. Nothing that my opinion or perspective is wrong. It's just that I have to look at things for what it is, not just what I think it should be, because there are other people that could be on my team that are involved that might not see it that way. And my customers or clients or prospects may see it in another way. I have to be open to see things for what it is, to make a decision what is best for that situation or goal.
I really love that, because it's really just opening up your mind, staying curious, and paying attention to what's really there. So many of us, you were talking about actually quantifying your results and looking to see what's working and what isn't. It's the same thing with intentions. A lot of us set intentions, but don't ever go back to look and see if we actually completed that, or if we even move forward. It's like we said it and that's it. We forget the part where we have to analyze. And I think that a lot of entrepreneurs in particular are afraid of looking at numbers, are afraid of looking at what's working and what isn't. And, something that you mentioned that I really wanted to focus on is this idea of staying in the present and not being attached to the outcome.
Yeah.
How do you do that when you do need a particular like money outcome?
Yeah, it's tough. We're all conditioned because again, it's not much different than how cavemen thought back in the day when they went out to hunt for their food. I mean, they could have been in the prey that they were preying on, right? And but again, our fears are still very similar. Even though when we go to the grocery store, we're not going to be worried about getting killed, right? But not to say that it can't happen. You get in a car accident, but where I'm going with this is our minds are conditioned that survival mindset, but we have the ability now to think in a different way. How can we be in the moment is learning how to focus on what we can control and what we can't control. Now, while there's many things that we control, I'm going to focus on 5 things that we can't. We can control our communication to ourselves. Are we communicating from our inner champion or inner critic, or a combination of both? Be honest with yourself. If it's from your inner critic, then you have to be able to understand if you're operating from negativity most of the time, that's going to reflect outward in your communication with other people in a passive or aggressive way. There are people who say yes to everything and go out of their way to please and enable others, only to exhaust themselves. That's passive communication. All of the result of people maybe operating from their inner critic. Aggressiveness tend to be perfectionists. They tend to talk down to people or don't trust people to do certain things to their level. I can speak from experience because I'm a recovering passive aggressive. That's what I learned growing up in a codependent home. I had to unwire that whole thinking. So we could control our communication from both to ourselves and others. I have to be assertive. I have to be specific, clear, and concise with myself first, and then other people. Whether if I'm the sender or the receiver, it doesn't matter. I'm responsible because I can't control other people or situations, but I can control my communication. So I have to be specific, clear, and concise, leaving very little to no room for assumption and speculation. Communication based on assumption and speculation is the cause of most of the problems and issues that we face in business, life, and pretty much relationships, you name it, because we just assume and speculate based upon our perception. Again, look at things for what it is, not what we think it should be. We can control our behavior. Okay, same thing, passive, aggressive, or both, or assertive, making sure our behavior is assertive to our communication so it doesn't contradict one another. We can control our attitude. It's happening for you, not to you. So I see opportunities and challenges as opportunities to produce results, not that I'm going to blame the world that things aren't working or going my way. My emotions, I rather respond rather than react. Even if I'm upset or angry, that's okay. But I can choose to take a breath and respond rather than react from that emotion, from another emotion. Maybe I have to remove myself or maybe sleep on it before I respond or send that email. Responding versus reacting. And then finally, what we talked about earlier, action. The 4 pillars: foundation, preparation, execution, and then measurement and repeating. We can control those 5 things. We can't control those same 5 things in other people in situations, because when we can learn to focus on what we can control from our intentions rather than expectations, when you get into that groove over time, it's a game changer in how you approach life and how you approach business. And when you can be that example and be a resource, that is the greatest gift that you can give any human being, through your resourcefulness and example, hopefully to do for themselves. That creates a winning team.
I love that. I mean, Julian, I love that it's so clear, concise, easy to grasp, kind of like, I hate to say it, but in a nutshell, it's very powerful what you just presented for all of us. Thank you. That's amazing. That's great.
Thank you, Rex. Appreciate it.
Oh, you bet.
So I guess my next question would be, what do you think is a misconception that leaders have when it comes to being a leader? I know that you talked about ways to control what we can control, but there's always, we were talking earlier about the difference between a boss and a leader. So what do you think are some misconceptions?
Well, a lot of times we get caught up in thinking that we can control outcomes. We can control other people. We can control the situations, only to, again, get caught up in the past and the future thinking tied to that outcome, and now reacting out of anxiety, frustration, anger, frustration, whatever that may be. Now, this isn't, it's easy for me to say and to do as another. It just takes practice, because, again, I learned the hard way many years ago, because I was a prime example of everything opposite what I'm sharing here. So I'm sharing from experience, leading people completely in a wrong capacity that I did years ago, micromanaging and, correcting their mistakes when or things weren't done right. But we have to be able to learn that if we're going to be effective leaders or business owners, we can only do that when we delegate, when we can trust our people. If they make a mistake, that they can learn and grow from it. So encouraging a psychologically safe space. So it's one of those things that, again, we can't control people. We can't control situations. We can only control what we do in those 5 areas to create an environment that will inspire people to feel psychologically safe to do the same. So if they don't understand something, they're not afraid to admit it. Most businesses suffer and don't get ahead because people are afraid to speak up, fearing that you might think they're stupid, incompetent, they don't know what they're doing, so they just play it safe. And most businesses are playing it safe, fearing that they're going to be exposed. Great leaders are not afraid to be transparent and vulnerable, make mistakes, not the same mistakes over and over, but to make a mistake and learn and grow and be accountable when something that they didn't work out, to own it and then to correct it to the best of their ability, repeating that process. Those are the leaders that change the world. Those are the leaders that are great husbands and wives, great parents, and make a difference in their communities.
I really, really appreciate that. It's about progress, not perfection. It's really about learning from our mistakes and letting people make their own. I love this idea of creating a mental space for people to feel safe enough to make a mistake and learn from it and grow from it. One of our contributors, Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson, was asking about what your advice would be for fathers when it comes to leadership.
And Eric is Mr. Awesome, and I love Eric and all that he does. Big shout out to him and Habitu Warrior and everything that he does with his books. I highly encourage people to get involved. And I would say for fathers, there's no manual, there's no guide to be a great father. I'm a father, and it's just something that we have to focus on what we can control. I can't control my son, even though I'm his dad. And yes, there's certain things that he can't do or not do, but nonetheless, I still can't control him. I got to be mindful of my behavior, my communication, my attitude, my emotions, and my action. Am I going to be perfect? Absolutely not. But if I can now be better at that, owning that, I'm giving him a great gift now, what he observes in me, that way as he becomes a man, and he is becoming a man, he's 16 going on 17, that he's now going to hopefully help him boost his self-esteem and confidence as a result of that, so that he can repeat that when he becomes a father, a leader in his business, a leader to his customers, and any other role or duties that he takes on. That's all I can do, is to be my best. I'm not looking to be the best. I'm striving to be my best. That is a more sustainable model for success long-term.
Chris, you have said, and we're going to be having to bring our next guest up here, but in the time that we've got together, you've really shared some golden nuggets. I think one of the things that I really liked was, first off, the thing about assumptions. I would say people act like mind readers when they're not. They try and to assume what other people are thinking or feeling, and they're usually wrong. You can't control what you can't control. You can only control what you can control, which includes your children, for goodness sakes. I mean, come on now, people. I love that. You put so many practical points together to help people find their own power and to live profitably. I mean, that's what you do. You help people do profit, but you not only profit in money, but in the other areas of your life. And your notion of how to be your best, not to be the best, but to be your best, is really, really wonderful. So I just want to thank you for being here, and I look forward.
I want to thank both of you for being tremendous hosts, and just everybody involved in putting on this fine event. Kudos to, again, all of you, and Bo Rock and Michael Silvers, everybody, Julianne, everything that you do. And I'm looking forward, Julianne, seeing you in about a month now, right?
Actually, in a week, not even a week. I'll see you in less than a week.
A week. That's right. I'll see you at the end of the week. That's right. Not in Colorado, in Florida. That's right.
And we'll have you back for other events. We sure love you and appreciate you, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so here is our next guest. It's Danny Walsh. Danny is a friend of mine. We work together. Danny, just so the people who are watching now may not know, was a guest earlier in our powerful week, our 7 days of power here. And he got so far into a presentation and we had to interrupt him. So he's going to now deliver the rest of the presentation. If you have to and don't know where he is because you didn't see that, go back and watch the other one. And because that way you watch that one and you watch this one and you got the whole enchilada. And Danny is part of the the 2 Comma Club. He works with powerful people. He's a brilliant marketer, and he delivers the goods. So Danny, I want you to take it away.
Hey Rex, hopefully You can hear me, right? Let me know if you can hear me. That's great. Hey, everybody in the chat. Yes, we did start this process, and I was kind of looking at different ways to get more visibility, get more customers, that kind of thing. As a leader, the kind of things you might need to do. And I started to ponder some questions. I've kind of adapted this a little bit since, and hopefully I can recap on some of the questions that I was asking, and you guys might get something out of it. So let me know in the comments if you get something out of this stuff. So the first thing I was talking about is when it comes to leading an organization and pressing the right buttons, right? So you press the right buttons and it comes to social media. A lot of us are reliant on social media to get a message out there, or indeed the media. But the question I was sort of pondering is, how social is your media? And just let that sink in for a second. So it's not just, hey, here's some stuff. Is that media socially engaging? Is it empowering? And is it actually helping your audience to achieve their goals? So we covered that in the last segment. You can go back and check that out in more detail. The next segment that I got into was, it's never about the money. It's always about the people. And, we had some comments and we had some discussion around this. And I was just about to get into the third part of this when we had to end. So I'm hoping I can pick that up in a second. But it's kind of occurred to me, and Rex, you might want to jump back in on this. It's kind of occurred to me just as I was sat preparing for this. As a leader, you can kind of see the mountain, right? You look out in the distance, you see the mountain. The folks who you're leading might just see the mist, right? And they might just see there's mist, but we kind of trust this person to get us to the top of the mountain. We know there's a mountain out there somewhere, but right now all we can see is the mist. Does that make sense? But it then led me to think, do the people that you are leading actually know that they are being led? And I don't know what you make of that, Rex, but I sat there thinking, is this something that actually happens within businesses, organizations, non-profits, in the household, wherever, right? Do the people you are leading actually know that they're being led? And I think that's a question that needs to be asked, because you might have people doing things and they don't know why they're doing those things. You don't know that they're doing those things. Everybody's trying to get to the mountain. But some folks are like down by the river, and you're thinking, well, that can't be right. I'd like folks to ponder that. I'd like Rex, like literally a snippet on that. But what's the thoughts?
Well, I was going to say, if that is the case and they don't know, what would you suggest to, whether they know or not, take them where it would be beneficial for them? And if they do know, take them where it would be beneficial for them. Because we've got about 15 minutes, and I want you to be sure that you get...
I've got it. 15 minutes is more than enough. So I used to work in the local authority, right? So we used to write policy for the council. And one day the executive director, she got the direct reports, two of the people who reported to her. They went for lunch and they came back and they said, hey, everybody, here's your values. And they threw this thing up on the projector and they said, this is your values. This is the vision. Make sure you incorporate it into your work. Tell all your managers and let's get on with it. You can see how that would unfold, right? Because that is something that I think happens quite often in an organization, is the vision and the values and the actual goal. Are we climbing a mountain? Are we swimming across a river? What we're doing? It's often agreed in a small room with a small group of people. And then they walk out of that room and they're like, this is where we're going. But they haven't had the buy-in from the community. And it kind of connects back to the question I've just posed. people will resist that. People will reject that. They're going to throw that back in your face. People will potentially sabotage that. People will dig their heels in. I've been here for 20 years. There's no way we're going down that route. And these are things that I've encountered over the years that often make me wonder a little bit about the foundations. We've just heard about the foundations, the fundamentals, the principles of leadership, and what they actually look like in practice. Because it comes into that third point from the last presentation. Quite often, we do this as leaders through our own eyes, but we're not doing it through the eyes of the people we serve, and we're not doing it through the eyes of the people we have in our teams who we actually need to lead. So you've got a bunch of people out there, they've been, hey, this is what we're doing, make it happen. They've no idea where they're going. There's a big bunch of mist. Are we at the mountain? Are we at the river? This is crazy. Stuff starts to break down and communication starts to lapse and people start getting in silos. Nothing's integrated. And people think that they're doing a good job. And this is chaos. So to sort of unpick that and think what are the opposites, looking through the eyes of your people, and Rex is like, we need to get in on this, but looking through the eyes of the people, asking the questions that matter. How social is this media? Is it making an impact on the people that we serve? Is it helping them achieve their goals? This is where my mind kind of goes. What's your thoughts, Rex?
No, I think it's great. I think that, considering if the leader considers who's being led, how do they view the leader is not a bad question to be asking, especially if you're leader. How do they view me? How do they understand me? Do they get me at all? Or am I missing the opportunities of them because I don't know what's going on in them? Yeah. I also think that there are times when the boss is so much the boss that the underlings tiptoe around the boss and are afraid to give any kind of feedback or anything. So
you hear the phrase, right? Run it up the flagpole, and I hate that thing, right? It's like, yeah, you give me the thing, and I'll run it up the flagpole. It's like I want to get on the phone and speak to the boss because there needs to be communication. You need to be looking through the eyes of the people, and you need to know that what you're doing, from your media that you're putting out to your messaging, your advertising, every single thing is actually helping your audience, your community, achieve their goals. Is that kind of makes sense? So if we had very social media that was engaging, empowering, and actually helping people achieve the goals, we knew that it was not about money. Money will come. It's about the people we're serving. And we were looking through the eyes of the people. Surely there's a better chance of success. And let me know in the comments if that resonates, if that makes sense. Surely there's a better chance of clearing the mist and everybody moving forward in the right direction. Not only the people being led, but the people who you serve. Am I crazy? Am I making sense?
Are you saying that the leader should bother to find out if the people who are following the leader are actually being served? Are you meeting their needs and their wants and their desires and helping them connect to the resources, so that they can create greater possibilities and opportunities for themselves? Or are you just mindlessly doing your thing?
I'm doing a bit of the thing, but it does come to the point, right? So many years ago, we would do a lot of stuff for the deprived communities in my city. So these places are, the low employment, the high crime rate. And you had a bunch of folks creating these visions in the little boardroom, coming out and saying, right, this is your vision, this is your values. Nothing was shared. It was all in silos. People were panicking. There's all this crazy stuff going on. And I coined this concept, and it actually demystified the mountain, and it showed them exactly what to do. And you see this in examples throughout, and I'll show you some examples in a minute. You see this in examples all the time. But the phrase, the point is, you're never too big or too important to take a bus ride, right? That's like, let's get these folks with the wonderful suits and the nice shiny shoes out of the big tower, out of the big building. Let's get on the bus that goes to the deprived area, and let's go to where the people we serve actually live, and make sure that everything we do is through the eyes of those folks. That we empower our teams not only to serve those folks, but to have the resources, to have the media, to have everything that they need to go and serve those folks. Because without those folks, you don't have a job, but you're sat in an office, like making things up. That's insanity to me, right? So you're never too big or important to take the bus ride. And I actually had AI envisage this thing, and it's pretty cool, right? So we've got all these guys on suits going through this like pretty much destroyed area. But wherever you are, in whatever organization, sometimes you become so detached from the folks you're serving, but then you wonder why some things are not working, you're not hitting targets, and your team's not performing. You've got to take ownership of that, right? It's not the team that's not performing. It's possibly the fact that you've added more mist to the mountain. You've given them the wrong resource. You've pointed them in the wrong. You've got folks down by the river, and you've not stepped out into the real community to look through the eyes of the people for a while. Does that making sense?
Absolutely. So how do you correct it for that?
Again, you've got to ask the questions that matter. 100%. You've got to be people focused. You've got to communicate or consult with those people regularly, because the landscape might change. And you've also got to be prepared to allow others to lead parts of the journey. Because sometimes your leadership can only take people so far. They all know where they're going, and they're all behind you, and everyone's on board with a shared vision and shared mission and shared goals. We're looking through the eyes of the people. We're serving these people. We're all moving towards this mountain together. There's the goal. We all know where we're going. And then you're like, I can't do this bit because of this. That happens so, and it's like, now is the time to allow this person who can do this bit to now take point. And that's a big thing for a leader to acknowledge. The good leaders do it and they'll allow it. The poor leaders and the people who never make it to the top of the mountain might not. So there's a bunch of stuff in there, Rex, that I've kind of covered, but it's based on experience, and it's based on what people have done not so well and how we've turned that round to actually get to the goal.
Well, I want to point out that, we're working together too, but you also do other things. You are a maverick in marketing, and you assist people in connecting with their resources to be able to make money and live what they would like to live. You've done it for yourself, and now you've been helping people for a number of years doing that. And so it is, you're connecting them up and helping them to live their dreams. I guess I got to ask, like, in a nutshell, given what you've said, how do you do that? How do you operationalize that? We obviously, use social media now, and you use, technology to reach people so that you can you serve them. And what I love about you, is that you're people focused, you're value focused, you're value driven. You want to give people, serve people, and help them be better than they were when they met you. So, how can other people do kind of what you're doing? Tell them about yourself.
It's the same principles as what I've just shared, right? So you asked the question, if you want to sell some stuff, right? You still need to put an advert out there. Is this advert engaging people, empowering people, and actually helping them achieve the goals if they click on it? Yes. So, right, when they do that, we are going to make some money, but it's not about the money, it's about the people. So let's move these people with this ad, instead of into a sale straight away, let's get some money, but also put them in a community where we can serve them for the lifetime value of that customer and beyond. That's like, now we've acquired a customer, now we can serve them for longer. We also know where we are taking that customer over the next 5, 10, 15 years. The customer doesn't know. They can see the mist, I can see the mountain, right? It's exactly the same principles. And I know that I'm looking through the eyes of the customer, and I'm coming down into that community, and I'm hanging out with these guys, and I'm talking to these guys, and I'm figuring out what the customer actually wants. And if you transpose all of that into somebody who's starting a business, in business, running a big corporation, running a brick and mortar shop, whatever it is, a store, the principles will never change. And it's, you lead people to the mountain, you lead people to the sale, you're leading people from A to B, from ads to bank. It's the same principles, and a lot of people are missing those foundations.
Well, what I really appreciate about you is that so many people talk about the money, they talk about the ads, they talk about the skills, they talk about the talent, they talk about what's necessary to get people in their funnel or whatever it might be. But you're talking relationship, long-term relationship, serving and delivering on the value. And without the relationship, a customer could buy once and then they're gone. You never see them or hear from them again.
Acquiring the customer is like, that's the business that you're actually in. But once you acquire them, you need to keep them. The truth is, and I boiled this down to 3 fundamentals, no matter what it is. The first thing is your technology must work. Then you must put the right offer in front of the right people, and you must build and maintain relationships. Most businesses get stuck on the tech. The tech is the railroad line that gets people from A to B, from ads to bank, right? That's it. It's what you do at the stations and on the train that matters. And that's where the relationships happen. And that's why people come back and the lifetime value turns from $10 to 100,000 or whatever, right?
But that is also what you're doing. You're making the right offer, putting it in front of the right people, using the right technology, and assisting them to do the same to create those relationships in that community, to keep serving them. We had this discussion earlier before you came up about sustainability. How do you maintain what you're doing? And you've just described how that is possible.
It's what we do, and I would suggest that anybody looking at this would take a step back. It's kind of like you get in the helicopter, right? And you go up and you look down above all the trees. When you're down there in the trees, you can't see anything. You go up the helicopter, take a look, and look at your grounding principles. Look at the messaging you're putting out there, and look through the eyes of the people.
So a couple of things that our audience should know is this is Danny Welsh. We're going to ask how they get in touch with you in just a moment. But Danny also works with Russell Brunson. He also works with me. We work together, or I work with him. And I learned so much from him. I really do. I know nothing about this world of technology, but he is the master, and I'm so grateful. So so there's that. And we also are doing a show together. So we have a show coming up on Wednesday, the 8th at 3 p.m., 1 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Pacific with a special guest. And we would be remiss if we didn't mention the 3-day Think and Grow Rich Challenge, of which Danny is a part and Russell Brunson is a part, which is all coming up after the 7 days here. So, Danny, how do people get in touch with you? They know how to get in touch with me, Rexikes TV or Rexikes.com, but how do they get in touch with you?
The easiest way is www.walsh.marketing. That's it. There's like www.walsh.marketing. Or you can find me on Facebook, Danny Walsh.
Is there a dot after the marketing?
You see the beard. It's just walsh.marketing. That's it. It's instead of .com, I've got .marketing.
Got it.
Or you can just like search for Danny Walsh. You'll see a guy with a beard holding a baby. You won't miss it.
And somebody can also put it in the chat room so that they have that. But Danny, it has been awesome having you here. I know that we have another guest coming up too, I believe. I'm being texted left and right, so I wanted to make sure that we're all on go. If we have somebody who can tell me what's happening, I see it's. You're remarkable. I love you, brother.
Oh, we appreciate everybody. It's been an amazing week so far. There's still time to go. Les Brown was amazing earlier.
We bring somebody up. I don't have the schedule here in front of me, so that's what I was wondering. I thought we were out of time, but
if I've still got time, there's a story that you might want. Right? Is it all right if I spend 2 minutes and just like a quick story? Yeah. So there's a shift of power, and the new leader comes in, right? And he comes into the office, and excuse me, he meets the person he's taking over from, right? And he says, well, no matter what happens, in the safe, there's 3 envelopes. If anything goes wrong while you're in this leadership position, open the safe, get out envelope number 1, and in there it'll tell you what to do. And he thinks, right. And he said, if anything else happens, get the second envelope out to tell you what to do. And if anything happens, get the third envelope out to tell you what to do, right? You've got 3 chances, you'll be fine. He's like, right, great, amazing. Shook his hand and off he went. A few months go by. There's a big problem. Something goes wrong. He's like, oh, what do I do? And he saw the envelopes. So he goes to the safe. He opens the safe. He gets it out. He gets number 1. He opens the envelope. And there it is the solution, right? So he got the solution. Amazing. So he does the thing and he solves the problem and thanks for coming, right? So everything's back to normal. Things are moving again. A few more months down the line, there's another big problem. So he's like, what do I do? The other envelope. So he goes to the safe. He opens the safe. He gets out the envelope. He gets envelope number 2. Reads it, and would you believe it? There is the solution. So he's got the solution. Saved. This can't happen many more times, right? It's like saved. So he goes out, he fixes the problem, everything's good. And a while passes now, right? So he's got the balls rolling, the ship's sailing, and then there's a problem. And he's like, oh, what do I do? I can't figure it out. And he's like, the envelopes. So he's got 1 left. So he opens the safe, opens the thing, he gets the envelope out, he rips it all open. And inside there's a message. And he reads that message out. And it says, prepare 3 envelopes. Your time's done. The time is over.
No. They've just texted me. We've got about 7 more minutes.
Oh, 7 more minutes. If anybody's got any crazy questions about marketing, customer acquisition, funnels, let us know in the comments. See Barbie's here and Dagmar's here and Alan. Who else is here? I seen Julie was in there. Yes. Try and solve your own problems without relying on the envelopes, I guess, is the thing, because at some point your envelopes run out.
I'm going to do this. Why don't we have Dagmar or Julie come on up if they would, and have them ask you some questions.
Yeah.
They're the other hosts, and they would
Give
be
me some questions. I'm down. Hi.
Hey,
Hi,
Danny.
Denny.
Go ahead, Dagmar.
Well, Denny, I'm having so much fun following what you're saying and commenting and seeing the response from everyone. And, when you speak, you reminded me of my very first marketing course that I took a while back. I'm not going to age myself. But this lady reminded us that often when we become experts in a field, we start speaking to people from the top of the mountain. And he used that reference all the time. Yeah. And it took me a while to understand that the viewpoint on the top is drastically different from the bottom. And she was very adamant about reminding us that we need to get off the mountain of the expertise, of the experience, even of the way we talk about issues and solving them, and coming down to where our audience is, where the team is, where the people that need some help, and understanding the problem and issue from their perspective, speaking their language. Because if you're living on a ground floor of a high rise and other buildings are blocking your view, what can you possibly know about sunset? So this was such a brilliant conversation that you had with Rex about really distilling to, can I see what the people I work with are challenged with, and can I speak at their level of understanding before I start lifting them up into broader perspective?
It's those fundamental principles, right? And sometimes it gets overlooked and you get caught up in the climbing. Have you ever climbed a mountain and you think you're at the top and then there's another bit and you think we're nearly there and you're like, yes, we're nearly, and then you're like, oh man, there's another part. It's sometimes you might be going down the other side, right? So as a leader, you've got to be prepared for that. And probably the most important thing I could ever recommend to anybody, especially if they are in that office with the building surrounding them, is get out there and go and check out the sunset firsthand, right? 100%.
So there is a question that Al is asking: if customers are picky and ask too many questions, how do you handle difficult customers?
If people are asking lots and lots of questions, there's a marketing message problem, right? It's not the customers got too many questions; it's you've not provided enough answers to beat those objections in the first instance. So in your ads, in your sales copy, in anything that you're doing to actually acquire that customer, it's your duty to break down all of the objections so that they kind of sell themselves, right? So if you are continually getting questions that you think are customers being difficult, I'd be writing those questions down, looking for patterns, and getting my sales guy or yourself doing an ad, doing a video, something out there that tackles that head on, because then you don't have difficult customers anymore. You've got buyers. Does that make sense?
No, and it's great. And I want to pass it to Julie. But the thing that's so brilliant about that is there are those people who call their customers idiots because they have all these questions, instead of people saying, wow, I need to clear up my message so that the other person can easily purchase from me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to expand on that too, Rex, because if people are asking questions, then they're interested. So how is that a bad thing? How is it a bad thing that you created an interest? But Danny, what I hear you saying, and I just, I want to, I don't know, accentuate, is that this is servant leadership. This really is, you're leading, you're educating about whatever it is that you're educating about. It's not so much this idea of used car salesman and you're trying to sell something that nobody wants, ice to an Eskimo. You are just letting people know what you have in order to be of service to them. You're answering problems with solutions. And I love that so much more than just like trying to get people to buy something for the sake of you creating more income. So I'm just curious, how long did it take you to really embody that?
I think it was always apparent, but it did take a while to actually realize it. And it's only through being in the right room with the right people and seeing the patterns emerging that all these folks who are successful keep saying the same thing. I need to pay attention, right? And being able to look through the eyes of the people when you work with deprived communities, these guys will, not just ask the crazy questions or seem to be annoying or arrogant. These guys will throw like a brick through your window in revolt at the community center. So there's a very clear indicator if you get something wrong, if you're trying to work with the people at the grassroots foundational level. So you're very quick to understand the importance of consultation and looking through the eyes of the people. But it does come back, and we just had a question, what about an arrogant customer or somebody who is over the top or they want their own way? There has to be ways to manage that. And when you start to look at the emergent patterns, hey, this has happened a few times now, what is the actual thing that underpins it? Is it our messaging? Is it our team? Is it the way we allow people to communicate? Or do we actually have the 1 in 100 who will do everything to cause a problem, right? So you've still got to be prepared for that. You've got to minimize it. You've got to work your best to try and incorporate everybody, to involve everybody, to look through their eyes, to do things the best way. But it might also be that you have to adjust your service to actually repel the wrong people. And that, especially in business, is a skill in itself, right? You don't want to be working with the folks you can't serve. It's like,
that is beautiful. We're running out of time, and we need to bring our next. I know we could be here forever. The one thing that I want to say is what you just said. It's if there's a pattern of problems that keep coming up, the problem isn't those people, it's you. It's your message or something. So own it, take accountability, look at it, adjust for it, and then come back and deliver to them what they need, not what you think they need. That's just a beautiful message. So, Danny, I want to thank you. I'm going to let everybody say something here, but while whomever is bringing up the next guest, then we'll figure that out.
Thanks so much for having me on. It's been amazing. You guys are all awesome.
Danny, thank you so much. I took a lot of notes and got a lot of this conversation, really powerful concepts, especially in conversation with the creator of the Mind Design, Rex Sykes. Absolutely powerful segment. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you, Danny. Danny, we'll see you Wednesday for our guest.
Yep.
We have a special guest coming up Wednesday afternoon, so that's
We
that.
do indeed.
For that.
Awesome. I'll see everybody soon.
Love you,
See
Danny.
everybody soon. Okay, so what's coming up next is, let me tee it up.
I have it too.
Oh, where's yours, Rex?
Come on, Rex.
We're all
I'm
prepared.
shorted where I am. I'm shorted where I am. Oh, wow, how cool.
So we've got the Moral Compass books, and with the Moral Compass books are 39 other co-authors. And we've had several segments of this during LA Leadership Week. And the Moral Compass book is all about integrity. It's 28 principles on integrity-driven leadership. As a matter of fact, we do have a banner of this somewhere in here that you could probably see in a closer space. So let me pull. It's going to have Moroc's face for sure, but it will give you a bigger concept of what we're talking about. It's the Moral Compass, 28 principles for integrity driven leadership. And so this conversation is all about integrity and bringing up on stage one of the co-authors. These four are co-authors already. And but bringing onto the stage also Parisa Rose and Dan Armstrong. Dan is a best-selling author, really powerful writer and influencer in the realm of authorship and books. And so, Dan, we're excited. The five of us have been all together in all of these sessions. It's an open invitation to many of the authors of Moral Compass. But of course, with invitations, you can come and you also can miss it. So we're excited to have Dan Armstrong in this panel. And, talking about integrity and integrity-driven leadership. Let's give the first microphone to Dan. And Dan, how excited are you that you're a co-author, a best-selling co-author of the Los Angeles Tribune's bestseller, The Moral Compass?
I am super excited. I was so thrilled when you reached out to me, Ava, and said, hey, Mo Rock has read your stuff and he wants you to come on board. And I just said yes. I didn't even, I just was thrilled to be part of the group. I've been following the LA Tribune for a couple of years now, and I've gotten to know some of you guys way more intimately, especially Rex. I have his cell number, so, hope I don't bother him too much.
I'm going to do a shameless plug. I see something else that you have behind you.
Oh,
shameless
plug. That's my latest book that did hit bestseller in 7 categories. Right there it is.
That's wonderful. Beautiful.
So I was really excited about that. But Mo made me a number 5 best-selling author because of that. So I was very happy about that. It was actually a little bit of a surprise. And again, thank you, Ava, LA Tribune, Mo Rock, all you guys for opening up your arms to people like me who might not have known about the circles that you guys walk in, and then being invited in, expanding our worlds, touching people we may have never touched before. So thank you very much.
Well, that was very well said, Dan. And you actually touched on something that we live by and is our mission and our goal. And it's my favorite teaching from Jay Abraham so far during this LA Leadership Week. It's connection, collaboration, and partnership. And everybody on this screen were strangers once, and many of the friends that we have in LA Tribune, our speakers here, were people who were messaging on the chat. I tell you that global audience chat is so powerful. You literally have the ability to connect with anyone from anywhere in the world and be in conversation and share your thoughts and be part of a community just by commenting on the chat. And that's how we started. I mean, I seriously also started as one of the people commenting on the chat, so I'm excited that you find the community really beneficial. And thank you so much, Dan, for all of the great words. Congratulations in the work that you do. And so we're going to get back and ask you about your other books too. But before that, let me give this to the host of all the hosts, Rex Sykes. Please host this panel.
Oh, well, thank you. Dan and I go back 100 years or more. And Dan is a beautiful man, a beautiful author, a beautiful person. He has done so much, and he's uplifted and edified me in so many ways. I also have had him on the show that we were doing for the Tribune, the All Things Rex show, and he's just a marvelous person. You must get his books, but better than that, get to know Dan if you can, because Dan, I hate to use the phrase, but Dan is the man. But you are so generous and so giving and so busy doing so many different things, and yet you still find time for the people around you, and that is amazing. And I know, and with that, what I'd like to do is let's start with Parisa, who's over here on the left of me on the screen, but the right of me or whatever, or the right of me there, or the left of me there, but the one over here in the corner, the champion Olympic swimmer, and start with her to ask you some questions. But now that I said that, you must read his latest book. You must read his latest book. And from there, go ahead, please.
Okay, just to clarify, did you have a question for me, or would you like me to toss some questions out to all of us?
I want you to talk with my friend Dan.
Okay. I was just making sure. I'm multitasking.
And then we're gonna move into, I want you to all say hi, and then we're gonna move into the moral compass, because we're gonna talk about that too, and about the segments that each of us have written in the moral compass, or each of you have.
Dan, I have a very specific question for you. With your most recent book, for those readers that are going to be readers of this book, what do you hope that they take away at the end?
This book came to me in a dream, and I spent 3-4 hours, 25 nights straight, from 8 to midnight, writing this. This was not something that I plotted, not something that I planned. It was something that just came to me, and I knew I had to get it out. And it's all about living your passion, your purpose from your pain and your progress in your life, finding your passion. But it's about living out a virtuous life the way that you are to live it, not the way I think you are to live it. If I want you to live like me, I am selfish. So the book points out ways of looking deep within yourself, but also understanding that there are others that you're not going to live up to. Their expectations might be on you, but you have to have the strength and the inner peace to let that stuff roll off and move forward to the temple of wisdom and truth in your own life.
And Parisa, I know you didn't know it, but it was a wonderful question, and he answered about his book and the moral compass all in one.
Right?
Oh, were you asking about the moral compass?
No. But you answered both in some ways, because it's about the moral compass is about how you live your life, and that's what your book is about. Both of them.
Yep. Thank you, Parisa. Appreciate that.
And then I absolutely have to ask about this beautiful image behind you. Is that a wizard? Is that Merlin? Who is it? Because it speaks of wisdom and magic.
Okay, so that's the guy. I don't know if you can see that. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, so that's a poster. That's a book signing poster. I usually do book signing posters whenever I get a book out. And that is actually a picture of me. I took a snapshot, sent it to the artist, and I said, I don't want it to be exactly me, but I want it to represent an older, wiser person like myself who's on my own journey to learn things that I'll never totally arrive, but the journey is so much worth the risk and the pain to reach that promise. So I wanted someone who looked somewhat ragged, but someone with deep wisdom. And I have a brother who looks almost just like this, and he volunteered for the movie. And I said, no, we're gonna use probably a famous actor if it ever gets picked up. But the picture, it's not Merlin, but it's actually Magister, the character who is the sage of the wisdom of the Temple of Wisdom and Truth, who teaches the young traveler Elwick of the virtuous path. And he goes over the things that are in the moral compass, like integrity and honesty and patience and love and peace and care. So it really addresses a lot of things that would be addressed in the moral compass, in that we all have a direction we need to follow. But if we don't have a path, and we just do it haphazardly, we never get on the journey. We've got to get on the journey. We've got to learn from other people, be open for it. And man, I'll tell you, I could go on and on, but I'll let it go at that. But thanks for that question, Dagmar.
Well, we all have that unique path. And what I love about what you said is just earlier today, we were bringing members of the Athena Circle talking about how uniquely we are all equipped to deliver on the purpose. And that, just as you said, there's no need to show up for somebody else's mission. We just have to step into our own and be the leaders of our own soul unfolding. So thank you for that.
Well, and one of the dangers of where we are in the world is we compare ourselves to other people all the time, and that person is comparing themselves to somebody else. So the unique abilities that we have are so ingrained in our DNA that no one is like you, Dagmar. No one's like you, Parisa, Ava, Julianne, Rex. Nobody is like you on the entire planet. And that when you can embrace your individuality, then your journey to the temple of wisdom and truth will be much more meaningful, much more powerful in your life.
So that is awesome. I'm going to ask Julianne now. No, it's truly wonderful. We're going to switch gears just a little bit because you're talking so much about the wonderful way of living when they live the I was going to say the Elwickian way, but I can't even get it out. But so about your segment in the moral compass, Julianne, we're going to switch gears and go all the way back now.
So, do you want me to ask Dan a question or talk about
your chapter in the book? Yeah,
I want to hear about you.
Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be asked to contribute to this book. Integrity-driven leadership is so important. And as an entrepreneur, I always think about things like the integrity of how I'm leading and leading versus influencing. And as a leader, we are influencing. And I wish that as a community, we would be able to look at influencers such as us versus other people that maybe have a big booty or are selling something that doesn't even add value to life. So that's why I loved being able to write this chapter in the book, because it's our version for each of us. It's our version of being an influencer in a positive way and adding value to life and showing people that, we are all special and unique in our own ways. And that it's okay, as Dan was talking about, finding your way, your path, your journey, and let yourself shine. And that's really what I think everybody comes back to ultimately with their own take on, in the book, The Moral Compass. And Parisa, what about you?
I love that, Julie, so much. Oh my goodness. So one thing that I wanted to make sure that my chapter was covering is definitely wanted it to channel how I communicate and how I show up in this world, and also just be very matter of fact, very pragmatic. So that's really what I was desiring, and hopefully I achieved in covering, is getting this very simplified way of understanding. Okay, here's this now moment. What does integrity look like for here and now? How can I apply that moving forward? And really, like, not dismissing the emotion or the heaviness of any given moment, allowing it to be acknowledged, putting it to the side, and continue to move forward from a matter of respect, a matter of discipline, which is just an extension of self-respect, in my opinion, and really just getting down to the bottom line of letting integrity-driven self-leadership be simple, not be complicated. I think there's a lot of complex things that we get to navigate and journey through, but the simple day-to-day, moment-by-moment actions, like, they really are that. They're simple. And especially when things are overwhelming, and especially when things are far beyond anything that we think we can even see to the finish line, it really helps when we can just take each moment, apply what integrity would be for that moment, because really, what is integrity doing for you? It's allowing you to be positioned best for the next moment, and the moment after that, and the moment after that. And you still get to experience the emotional pieces, the psychological pieces, the relational pieces, all of it. But just really allowing it to be almost compartmentalized, but simplified. Just so simplified.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dagmar, thank you for that. Dagmar?
Well, Rex, when I had this opportunity to contribute to a conversation on integrity, I thought it's easy to feel that you are in integrity when everything is going well. But what happens when you're tested, when you are questioned, when your leadership skills come into conversation? And so I decided to write about a chapter in the history of the Athena Circle when we welcomed a transgender woman into our community and faced opposition from one of the women because the whole issue of gender came to the forefront. And the problem was that the lady that opposed it became super angry, and to the point where we couldn't continue with this kind of behavior. So the dilemma was, since the Athena Circle stands for the absolute tolerance of expression and views, and the right of everyone to express themselves sexually, politically, religiously, culturally, how would we handle the situation where on one hand we welcome the transgender woman, on the other hand we have someone that doesn't believe that reflects our gender? And we had to come as a community and decide to find the common ground that will allow everyone to be expressive of their views, but also will honor and respect another human being. So unfortunately, while we appreciated everyone's right to express their opinion, what we wouldn't allow is doing it in derogatory manner. And we had to ask one of the ladies that was so aggressively opposed to perhaps seek a community that's more in line with her views. And this really event in our community really highlighted this need as leaders to really know what we stand for. When this becomes difficult, when the tornado comes through our lives, when we are put under tremendous duress or stress, what qualities will define you? Will you stand under yourself, understand, which means to stand under, right? Rex would know that as an NLP specialist. Or will you succumb to the pressure of the tribe? And right now, I think we live in a society where the values of honesty, integrity are constantly under assault. And as leaders, we're put under pressure to be this unwavering force of change, but also empowerment, honor, and respect. So that was my chapter, and I'm sticking to it.
Wow. Wow. Well, you just very briefly, but you kind of have the microcosm of what's going on in the macrocosm of our country today, where the freedom to speak and the freedom to disagree and the freedom to may all be at opposition in some ways. And how do you resolve that? So if that's what you wrote about in the Moral Compass, I think that right there is why we all need to read it, not because of the other ones. Not because the other ones aren't valuable, but because that really addresses what's going on in our world today. And then you read it because of what Parisa did and what Julianne did and what Dan did. And then we're going to hear from Dan. And then I want to hear from Ava and about what she wrote.
For sure. I was looking to be able to share Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Hansen's short clip from our interview with them talking about books. And so that's coming right up after this panel. We're going to share that video with you, so stay on. And we have very powerful master leaders coming right up right after this panel. So answering my book. it's a long-winded answer to my answer on what my chapter is about. First of all, let me tell you, this chapter is made up of 2 books, technically. So the first book is the 28 Principles for Integrity-Driven Leadership by Morak, with foreword from Joe Vitale, Dr. Joe Vitale. The second part of it is by 39 authors with their take on integrity-driven leadership, and it starts with the center, and the center is my chapter. So I'm going to open it up in the center. You could see the commentaries are exactly on the center of that, and it starts with my chapter. And the best way I could tell you my chapter is if you would allow me to read the first 2 paragraphs.
Of course.
Maybe 3, I'll cheat. So here's how it goes. Have you ever found yourself overworking, stressing out, unfulfilled, self-loathing, or unworthy? When we look closely into anything that produces these feelings, we will find a breach in our integrity. Without being grounded in what is in integrity for us and making it a standard for our decisions and actions, we are pulled in different directions, distracted by other people's opinions and demands. We become what the Bible describes as double-minded, unstable, and tossed to and fro. So integrity starts from within by being aware of your values and grounded in your truth. And I said my radical change began when I understood this powerful distinction. Reputation is not equal to integrity. Reputation is how others perceive you. Integrity is how you perceive yourself.
Powerful.
You get to buy the book and read the chapters. So you can find it in Amazon, The Moral Compass by Morak with 39 other co-authors. And I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what's coming up. We have our next compilation book coming up in the Los Angeles Tribune, and it's a very exciting title. I'm going to drop it on the comments section. It's called The Spiritual Compass. This is actually a 6-series book on the moral compass, and what's following up is the spiritual compass. And so, if you'd like to be part of that book, like Dan said very well a while ago, it's just being brought into the community. This is an open community, where we'd love to be able to elevate experts, entrepreneurs, leaders out there. I mean, it's about time we give voices to people who are wanting to change the world, right? Redefining media and changing the status quo. So your voice gets to be heard. Your story gets to be told. You can email community@LA Tribune Online to be a part of the Spiritual Compass book and drop on the subject, just because we get a lot of emails, Spiritual Compass. There you go.
So thank you for that. And we'll come back in just a moment. But Dan, your chapter in the Moral Compass.
Yeah, I was raised in a home where we didn't have a lot of money, but my parents didn't look at money as wealth. They looked at character as wealth. And it was nothing for my parents to open up their home, but also not just to confine their generosity, their love, their caring within the walls of a safe place, but also whenever they ventured out, they would be just the same person they were at home. We were in Baltimore, and I saw these homeless people. They were begging or something, and I had my children with me. I have 4 daughters, and I don't remember how many were with me, but I gave them something, and we heard a man on a bench nearby saying, "You're giving your money to a bum," and he said something very derogatory. And I said something to my kids so that he would hear it. And I said, "Hey guys, I would rather be judged for giving to the wrong person than being judged for not giving at all." So it wasn't my place to judge this man or this person or anyone. It's my heart that was open to serve and receive the blessing. And I have to tell you that my life has been a recipient. It's been a vessel that has poured out, but has also overflowed many, many times with love and affection, with gifts and all kinds of things. And I think because every seed we sow always has a fruit. whether good or bad. Every seed you sow will always have a fruit. And again, I would rather be judged for giving to the wrong person, wrong entity, than be judged for being selfish and not giving at all.
Wow. Well, that's very powerful. Everybody shared very powerful things. I'm going to take 30 seconds to tell you a very short story. I was in a supermarket in my neighborhood that I always went to, so I know it was the cashiers. And one day I'm there, and this bum, this derelict, he kind of looked really horrible, was in line, and the guy in front of me was giving him a hard time, just railing on him, talking about what a low life he was and why not clean up his act. I mean, he wasn't dirty or filthy or anything. He just wasn't very well tailored. And the bum didn't say anything. He put his money down and he left. And the guy paid, and the cashier said to me, she said, "He's a billionaire." He really is a billionaire. And I was like, she said, he dresses like that all the time because he doesn't want to be known.
Yeah.
So, you never know. So, let's, in the last couple of minutes, take about 30, 45 seconds to kind of give a parting thought about this. And then Avo has some treats for us. But let's start with you, Julianne.
Thank you, Rex. I'm so excited, as I mentioned, about the book, but also about this panel in particular. Dan, what you just said about being judged for giving to the wrong person versus not at all. Oh my gosh, that spoke to me. How many times have we been so worried about what other people think of us that we don't follow our heart? And I think that you mentioning that is that influence that I was referring to earlier, that we need permission sometimes to just follow our instincts and our heart and lead with that, whether or not we're wrong. It doesn't matter. It's what we are called to do. And I think that with all of us as leaders, that's what we're trying to do with this book. We're trying to give you inspiration and permission to lead your own life and grow bigger and brighter than you were before.
Dan, we'll go back to you.
I'm grateful because see what you guys have done just in the last couple minutes that we've had is you've opened up your hearts, you've been authentic, you've been vulnerable, and there's no judgment. We all have our ideas, and there's no reason for us to not listen to each other, and that's part of integrity, is not being selfish. And making you believe the way I believe just because I think I'm right. And I have my opinions, I have my thoughts, my judgments. But as I'm getting older, I'm realizing, and if I may share a short story, I was in a leadership position at a church. And I said to the one guy, I think when we get to heaven, we're going to find out that we were all wrong. Okay? So none of us is totally correct.
Beautiful. Dagmar.
Well, what I love about this book is that when we are a little bit lost occasionally when hiking, which I do with my beast called Jabba the Hutt, we need to look for refinement of the direction in which we're going. And these are just big words to say. Sometimes it's good to read somebody else's chapter to remind yourself, what is integrity? Am I following that course? Am I showing up as a true leader? Do I need to up level perhaps some of my understanding? And when we are part of these compilation books, it's like we talked about community of leaders coming together, not to show to the world these are the definitions, but more to act like a mastermind. What is your integrity? How you are showing up, how you are keeping up with your values, and know that we occasionally can get off course, but the compass will bring us back to the right direction.
Wonderful. Thank you. Parisa, closing thought?
Yes, I would actually like to share a message from something I received just a few days ago regarding the moral compass. And that is, I would like to read a little bit quicker, but it's one of those books that I'll stop reading and take note of something that I've recently experienced and how these skills were applied, and another experience where I didn't employ the integrity-driven leadership skills and how I'd like to do so next time. That's what I'd like to leave everyone with. I would highly suggest as you read the book, encourage you to get the book. And as you read it, let yourself take your time, distill what you are reading, and investigate where it might be true and where you can apply it in your life.
Wow. And before I pass the mic to Ava, I want to say the reason I like the book is because it brought us all together.
Right.
So, Ava.
Well, thank you so much. So absolutely, the moral compass, 28 principles for integrity-driven leadership is definitely such a treasure, because you get to see leadership from different individuals, not only through the eyes of the forward, Dr. Joe Vitale, and our CEO co-author, main author, Mo Rock, but also 39 other co-authors speaking about integrity-driven leadership. So we're very, very excited. And with that, what's coming up next are two master leaders that I really am looking forward to. They're some of the ones who have significantly changed my life massively to where I'm showing up right now. And we'll be bringing them on stage. But before that, I promise that we will show you Mark Victor Hansen's interview with Mo Rock, our CEO in LA Tribune. Thank you. To show you the future of publishing with the Los Angeles Tribune. And, we dropped in the chat that if you want to be part of the spiritual compass, just email us. So with that, co-authors, thank you so much. Dan Armstrong, you are phenomenal, amazing. Thank you. Dagmar Fleming, Parisa Rose, Julianne Meyer, Rex Sykes. We will be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
For aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time. And Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, "Boy, you're hogging lists." I said, "No, we just sell more books than anybody alive." So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world, because you're playing literally a world game. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. So I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world.
And welcome back to LA Leadership Week with the Los Angeles Tribune and all of our audiences that we are celebrating leadership and honoring leadership with. So I am so excited because who's coming up next are two of the master leaders who have changed my life. And I am just grateful that they're here on this platform sharing with us. But after even them, I would like to let you know that there are still two panels coming up. Ernesto Verdugo and Ash Cantabinia. And they have panel contributors from all over the world, Dubai, China, Europe, Germany. Very, very exciting. So that's coming right up. So let me bring to the stage two of the master trainers in transformational leadership, Lisa Kalman and Lynn Sheridan. Badass women. So Lisa and Lynn, I am grateful. I have been exposed to your training through Hardcore Leadership, and absolutely changed my life. But apart from that, I just wanted to have the audience experience the two of you, being master leaders. And and when I say master leader, it's not for the glory of being able to say that, but that you really have become students of it. You've delved in it, you lived it. I've watched you, take the hardest challenge and take it straight on with your eyes and all of with your eyes open, with your nose right on. And I just wanted to have our audience have the experience of what it's like to listen to two of these trainers. So I'm going to give you the whole stage.
Fabulous. Yay. Thank you. Gosh, Ava, thank you so much. It is such an honor. First of all, let me just say, as a trainer, and Lynn can speak to this too, when someone that we've been working with or trained steps into their greatness and their magnificence and steps into their vision and leadership the way that you have, it is a testament to anything we have ever done. So I just want to thank you for stepping into your big badass woman shoes and generating this incredible opportunity, not just for us, but for the thousands of people that are here today with us. And then we'll be all week.
Thank you so much. And I want to take myself off the stage and give you the full.
Thank you so much. We love her. It's obviously anybody that we work with around the world, having them live their vision and having them show up the way that they're committed to, and an event like this occurring with a major news source in our world speaks to who Ava is, and beautiful, delighted. So Lisa.
Yeah. So hi, everybody. It's a little, Lynn and I work we do work virtually, but we can see our people. So part of what's funky is I can't see you, but I'm going to feel you through this process. And thank you for the notes some of you are sending through. My name is Lisa Kalman. I am a transformational leader, facilitator, trainer, coach, and speaker, as well as the author of the book, The Problem is How You See the Problem, which is kind of my core message. I call myself the mindset wizard. And I've been participating in transformational work throughout the world for almost 40 years. So I've trained tens of thousands of people throughout the world and have had, as you can tell, the opportunity to train Ava, and have worked with Lynn for a long time. So we didn't just fall off the turnip truck in terms of leadership. I've been training leadership that whole time as well. And so we're just really glad to be here and can't wait to open up a few possibilities for you all. So, Miss Lynn?
My name is Lynn Sheridan, and I have been training for the past 30 years. I've trained upwards of 70,000 people on the planet. I travel quite a bit, so I get to work with lots of different cultures all over the world. And I am a relationship expert and master couples trainer. My book is The Birds and Bees of Joyful Monogamy, 9 Secrets to Hot Partnering. I have couples retreats that I focus on. I also am a transcendent breath worker. My entire being is very much committed to shifting our planet, shifting leadership on our planet so that people can step into who they are and live their life fully, passionately connected, loving the people that they love, and having the life that they dream while they impact other people. And I've had the joy of working with Lisa for the past 30 years, and especially in our badass women's leadership.
Great.
So Lisa, we'll give a little bit. We were talking, we had a photo shoot today that was pretty fun, and we got to be with an amazing, amazing photographer. And as we were driving back down the 405, we were talking about where we really wanted to focus. Lisa, where do you think a message for leadership is right now for our planet, for our leaders in this election, this important election? Globally, what is the message you think that really people get to hear?
Oh, thanks. That's a great question, Lynn. A lot is happening in the world. Even if you're not, you live in the United States, there's so much occurring throughout the world. So for me, and I would say this isn't just for now, but always, and particularly now, leaders operate out of their vision. In other words, whatever your vision is, and I don't mean eyesight, we know that, the way you'd like the world to be, the way you see the future, the unprecedented future. If you had a blank canvas that you could paint your life and the world any way, what would that look like? And I don't mean airy fairy pie in the sky. I mean the real experience of life you'd like to feel, and the connectedness with the relationships and the impact you make through your career. So number one, having a vision, or as I like to say, leaders don't have a vision, their vision has them. That's kind of how I got here, as my vision had me one day. And living from the vision as if it is so. So a couple of just quick examples that I think most people can relate to is Martin Luther King standing, I have not just have a dream, but I've been to the mountaintop. He saw people as equal. He saw people as one. Mother Teresa could look at lepers and see love. Jesus could look at anybody and see love. Leaders live from the vision as if it is so. Again, they're not devoid from reality. So living from your vision, I call it standing in the future and living in it in the present. So that is a key fundamental principle, not only of leadership always, but particularly right now. The evidence is overwhelmingly challenging between what's happening in the wars in our world and just overwhelmingly challenging. So living from the vision as if it is so requires faith and diligence and commitment and trust, big trust. So that's, I think, the key ingredient that I would want people to take forward at this time in the world. Bring Lenny back. What would you say, Len?
Beautiful. Obviously, I love and resonate with your answer in every ounce of my being. And I think for where we are, I heard a powerful speaker the other day that really moved me. It was along the lines of that in a forest, we know it's healthy because it is contributing to everything around it. Everything around it is richer because of it. So it resonates, it's communicating through the mycelium. All aspects of it are giving nutrients to other trees. They're bringing life forth. And I think that's really a standard as human beings we get to step into, that our leadership is magnetic, resonating, and that we're contributing to everybody around us. That means everybody around us is thriving. Everybody around us is growing. Everybody around us is having magnificent results. That's how a leader really knows that they're impacting. It isn't just by our own press or reading our own hype. It is through other people, other beings, seeing everything thriving and growing in the space.
That's beautiful.
I think that's the opportunity.
Yeah, let me just say one more thing. Ava just posted something that really reminded me. So leaders operate they generate a future by design, not a future by default. So that'd be a thing. And what you said about contributing to the whole and bringing nutrients to the whole, I think is just so important right now. Thank you.
Most of the time we're not. We're at the expense of other people, or we want to take somebody else's down or devalue a conversation instead of stepping into how am I a contribution in every moment to everything around me.
Love
Yeah.
that. Love
Beautiful.
that.
So why don't you let them know a little bit? How did we get the focus on women? Why women right now?
Yeah, a few years ago, and it was right before COVID, and then it became even more crystal clear during COVID. Lynn and I were talking about what's the next generation of evolution and transformation and leadership in our world, and both of us felt like women and women in their divine feminine, their feminine essence, their divine feminine, the distinct way a woman is in the world, moves in the world, sees the world, is so important right now. And so we developed what's called the Badass Women's Leadership Series, and we have a series of ways we impact women in that way. And we use badass not from because we've done some research on this. I promise you, we got a little bit of pushback on that word. That not badass from, I hope I can say bitchy. I'm like that. But I think one of the definitions in the Urban Dictionary says is unquestionable authority, like living in her own unquestionable authority. So we designed this so that women who are holding so much in the world, we're going to talk about that a little bit, can actually allow themselves to move with grace and ease and flow as leaders, and based on what you said, Lynn, perfectly, impact the whole. And we just felt like women when women are living in their most high magnificence, the men around them rise up as well. Mm-hmm. They actually access their greatness as well. It's not at effect of, but combined with. What would you say? What is your sort of drive to touch women in this way that we've started?
Well, there's an old saying, I think it's an African proverb, that when you impact a woman, you change the entire community. And because women are the nurturers, the mothers, the holders of the whole community. And so when you really shift a woman, you shift everything. Women have held more from the perspective of we nourish the next generation. We are the givers of life coming forth on the planet. And when women are stressed out, we can't breastfeed. So literally life stops if we have too much stress. So women got trained anthropologically, women got trained to make collaborative comments to each other, to reduce stress, to not escalate, but to de-escalate. So in a crisis, women often go to de-escalating comments. That de-escalation supports the whole. Whereas a lot of time, yes, exactly, Dagmar, wars. Freud wrote a paper many years ago, the libido of man is toward this destruction and domination. And we have a tendency to go to war. But women bring life forth. And we are the ones that have to send a son or daughter to war. And we are the ones that cannot bring life forth when we're stressed out. That requires a different degree of collaboration. So what we're seeing in boardrooms, what we're seeing in corporations is that when a woman is on a board, when we have two or more women on a board, decisions shift. They're better decisions. They are more towards the whole and working for everybody. So yes, impacting and having women really own their voice. Women, there's also research on when men don't know an answer and they're asked a question, they will raise their hand. Like 75% of men will raise their hand, even if they don't know the answer. Women will not raise their hand unless they know definitively that they have the answer correct.
Well, it's the same thing where men will apply for jobs that they're underqualified for, and women will hesitate to apply for jobs that they're even overqualified for.
Yes, we want to shift that. We want
yes,
to
we do.
That's why we started this. We want women's voices to be heard, to trust themselves, to recognize their worth and speak into their power. So, Lisa, what would you say with, now more than ever, women are under the gun accomplish like crazy.
Yeah.
Now, the feminist movement had us go to work, be successful, be in the boardroom, run companies, and have our kids, and make dinner, and do the shopping, and do the cleaning.
And look beautiful while we do it.
And look beautiful. Yeah. Not flushed when they do it. Yeah. So racing day. Yeah. So what do you say to how do women step forth into leadership roles and not have it be another burden, not have it be more on our shoulders?
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the things Lynn and I both saw is women are holding everything. You're holding your children, you're holding your partner, your spouse, you're holding your aging parents, you're holding your sibling, you're holding your career. It's unending. And so first of all, I say as women, we need to change the metric that we see success measured by. So it's not necessarily the title, and maybe not necessarily the money. The metric we get to be successful by is how are we nurturing not only ourselves and the people around us, but who are we uplifting with us along the way? And so that's going to require that we get off the more masculine dominated way of looking at success and begin to elevate, edify the possibility that not just raising a family, let's not call them domestic, whatever we call moms, moms are the CEOs of the family, as a mom, I had children really late. I was 51 when my twins were born. I didn't have them, for those of you going, what the heck? I didn't have them. I didn't birth them. I have twins that are 14, twin boys that are 14. It became very clear to me that one of my main purposes in life is to raise and nurture these two souls who I am passing my planet on to when I go away, when I die. So changing the metric, and also, and I'm going to say this word intentionally because I think sometimes women are thought of as demanding, but sometimes I think we get pushed too far and then we get cranky. I'll just call it grumpy and cranky. I think we get to demand the commitment from our partners and from our families for I'll call it the environment, the context, the dome of love that we get to bring into our world, in our families, in our careers, in our extended families, etc. Because I think that's where our beauty is, and I think that's what we excel at, and I think we've been underappreciated for that role that we play. Sorry, that was a little long. Apologize for that.
To the heart of the matter, though. Yeah.
How about you? What are you seeing with women that are just turning themselves inside out every day?
I think we've got to shift, the context. We have to shift the context that our design is to look beautiful, have it all together all the time, be perfect in every way. There is such a strong pull for women to be absolutely everything, to be perfect, to look perfect, to get great job, have the company producing, have the kids be perfect. It's unrealistic standards. And I think women, we are trained relationally from the very moment we're born. We are trained on relationship in a way that men are not. And that's a plus and it's a minus, because the minus that goes with that is that we get very used to handling things in relationship. We get very used to saying yes to everything. And we have to say no. We have to say no to things that don't live within our hearts. We have to say no to things that don't align with our vision. We have to say no to being perfect and doing all these things all the time. And we got to take care of ourselves. We got to put ourselves on the front burner, because I think, self-care, the way our culture talks about it for women, is a mani-pedi, a spa day, That isn't self-care. That's lovely. Self-care is knowing who we are and having our integrity, not being corruptible with what really matters to us. That's the uncorruptible part of us.
Yes, yes.
Us, living from our vision, not going along with the job just because we think we have to. So I think we got to shift the context around how we see women and what we expect of women and what we expect of ourselves, and care for ourselves.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning. I've heard in sort of the media or this or that, boundaries, 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 and it's beyond boundaries. And boundaries can be a wall between people if done from a sort of reactive or angry or resentful place. And so you mentioned integrity, and they were talking about integrity in this panel before us, like uncorruptible wholeness. Integrity is wholeness. Like, can we be whole with ourselves, with our choices? Can we say to our bosses who are demanding too much of us, no, that's because it's not aligned, or it's not okay, or they think they can, or whatever it is. And it requires, and Dagmar, thank you for your comment there. She mentioned that women have such an internal pressure for perfection, and that's true. And this is where we as parents want to break that up for our children, especially our girls. And we get to remember it's perfection is that like your mind knows it's an ideal that's impossible. What is excellence to you? What is, because I actually wrote up a little blog about this last year, because, being a badass woman, I used to think was somebody who was extraordinary in her career, great mom, terrific partner, wife, et cetera, et cetera. And I really, what a badass is for me? It's the woman who gives herself permission to cry in the car because she heard a story of a child dying in Gaza. It's a woman who does her laundry at crazy odd hours because that's what she's got available. It's a woman who writes a little love note to her child in their lunchbox to say, hi, I love you, have a good day. It's such a distinct conversation than what we've been taught, and we get to take that stand. And our girls are starting to. Our girls are starting to basically say, stick it up your butt, world. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
So, Lynn, did you look at the like the future of how this sort of, for me, it feels like a bubbling up of what wants to happen and emerge with women. As you look at the future, what's the best way, especially women that have been doing the stuff as long as you and I have, and they have, what's the best way they can move forward and not only take care of themselves and their family, but also to empower those around them, including having a tribe around them? We talked about that.
I think it's not thinking about ourselves and not sacrificing ourselves, because I think a lot of us go to sacrificing instead of, how do I look around me that everything flourishes? That again, women gravitate for beauty, and beauty is health. Things that are healthy are beautiful. That includes, that's us, that's our kids, that's our surrounding. So how do I look and see beauty arising around me? That is the legacy of a woman, and that's health. And it isn't, I appreciate Bill. Yeah, badass women do get it done. And it's not from that forcing, that pushing effort. I think what's next for women is that we're accessing our superpower, which is our intuition, our grace, our feeling into something, our intention. We are intentional.
Yeah.
When women decide collectively something's going to shift, it shifts. And so I think it's accessing that and leading from there, which is not more effort, not pushing, not driving. It's almost magical. I know you and I have experience of working with women that when they access this, and things like popcorn just start to occur without them efforting, without trying, without a struggle. That is the power of the divine feminine. And I think that's what's next.
Yeah. So our work, one of the things we've been really hyper vigilant about in our work with our badass women is to empower them to achieve their vision and results and accomplishments without the push, without the dog tired effort that they have been taught, but to allow their feminine essence and divine grace to emerge through who they are energetically. We work a lot with who they're being, their qualities, they're being. We're human beings, not human doings. So we work a lot with that and how to access that. And I'm reminded of something and if you guys have any questions, you can pop them in the chat. That's cool. We can see it. I'm reminded of something the incredible Lynn Twist said. Lynn Twist is a transformational leader. Look her up. She's worth following everywhere she goes. Mm-hmm. And she talked about how for so many decades, if you can see my arm, we were flapping with just the masculine essence, like a bird flying. And if only one wing is flying, it's kind of going in circles, So now what's emerging is this twofold grace of, flying together. And I just keep visualizing that as my vision, and us working together, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So, yeah.
I think we're at our
questions.
Yeah. Well, we have infinite things we can Ava. Yeah.
Your question, girlfriend?
Because we could fill in.
Well, thank you so much. Such nuggets, but along with this conversation, I wanted to, first of all, let you know that our most recent Special Thought Leader edition was on women, and it was the Women in Leadership edition. So this is like near and dear to our heart. And if I may screen share, creatively, I'm just going to share with you our Special Thought Leader edition newspaper, and it's such a beautiful rendition of really women. So we've got Legacy Renewed, and we've featured some of the women from history that have moved our life forward, but they were never recognized. Some of them were not recognized. Recognition was not a part of that day. On the centerfold, we have her story unfolding, and we trace the progression of women's rights and the things that we enjoy nowadays that we didn't even realize someone had to fight for it, and that we stand in the shoulders of, the spirit of women who are tenacious and are really very generous in that they are willing to fight and give their lives to be able to have a stand for women, and that's what we enjoy nowadays. We enjoy the rights and the privileges that our foremothers have won for us. So I thank you, Lisa and Lynn, for your stand for women. And I'm going to bring our co-hosts here who are also, powerful voices in women. Julianne, let's bring you up on stage. Parisa Rose. Parisa Rose is an NCAA champion. And Dagmar Fleming, Alicia Magnus Lewis. You will be surrounded by the women of the Los Angeles Tribune. It takes a community to do something like this. I'm not alone, of course. I've learned from leadership that it takes a team, it takes a community. So, ladies, as we have a good, I'd say 10 minutes to close, what are some of the thoughts that you've taken away from Lisa and Lynn joining us today? Let's start with Dagmar.
Dagmar, thank you for your comments, by the way. You kept me going.
Well, I just want to say what a pleasure to get to know you and meet through this platform. And that's what's so beautiful about the LA Leadership Week, that we get to know amazing female leaders. And we just had this kind of conversation earlier for the Athena Circle, which is also a community for women that elevates us into our divine feminine power. So I really appreciate when you talk about superpowers. There are more and more movies coming up with superwomen being like an offset archetype to the Spider-Man and Batman and all that masculine energy. But you're talking also about flying. And, what a powerful image of having two wings and this full integration of the feminine and the masculine power, because all of us have these aspects of ourselves. But I think we got skewed a little bit in the history.
Yeah.
And the reason we need to come together as women is to rebalance, because you can't fly if one wing is down and the other one is taking over. So thank you so much for that powerful imagery and a reminder that ultimately it's not about fighting the masculine energy. It's just, let's integrate.
Absolutely. Great. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you for that,
I'll hop
Dagmar.
in
I
on
knew
this
that
one.
you would have great things to say. You kept our chat going. And Parisa, let me hand this over to you, because when it comes to women empowerment and fighting for women's voices, Parisa Rose is a strong voice for that. As a matter of fact, she was the icon face of Clubhouse for several months, in her role on fighting for women's rights. And it still is until today, ongoing in a lot of countries that Parisa is involved in. So Parisa, let me give this to you.
Well, thank you, Ava. This women period is such aside from being a woman myself, it's such a very heartfelt place to choose to be very present in for me. So the work that you both do, thank you. And I thoroughly enjoyed everything you both had to share. And it was very refreshing for me to just absorb and receive all the wisdom, all the insight, all of the goodness. And one of the things that I love that was so pointed on was context, addressing context, because I feel like as women, we can go about the day and get the things done that are on the list, and all the things that are not even on the list, but that are on the mental list. And these other narratives, these stories, these old like blueprints in our mind can come in without us even realizing. And without even noticing, it's like, oh my gosh, what happened to the day? I feel like garbage. I don't feel like myself anymore. And if we can really address the context of where we're approaching ourselves, and we can address the context of what these comparison models are, what these expectations are that we're placing upon ourselves, very unspoken expectations, of course, and really evaluating, is it excellence or is it perfection? That is crucial. And I know that I continue to walk that journey and that point of reflection and confrontation, and embrace all that comes up within myself. And I know that every woman that I've worked with, that I've counseled, that I've been in group with over the years, it's something that we get to embrace every day. And that it's definitely just deeply part of the journey is addressing the context. The context, I feel like it can save lives. So when you guys kept pressing on context, I'm like, yes, that's literally one of my favorite words on the planet is context. So
everything's context. Everything's context.
Everything's context. I know. So good.
If we sound like we're talking Greek, don't worry. It'll be fine.
Everyone is going to be saying context soon anyway.
Thank you, Parisa. Julie Ann, what say you?
Thank you, ladies, for sharing. I so appreciated everything you said. And I love that you're still helping break down these misconceptions that are out there about being a woman and about what is expected of being a woman. And not only through society, but within ourselves. And it's like we need to give ourselves permission to be human. We need to give ourselves permission to take care of ourselves as much as everyone and everything else in our lives, and to honor that feminine energy. But the thing that I really appreciate the most is it's not about man versus woman or masculine versus feminine energy. It's embracing everything and just being complete within ourselves and bringing that person forward. So I love that, because it's where we're headed. It's, if we want to be equal, we can be different, but if we want to be equal, we've got to start treating ourselves that way. So thank you so much for sharing. I loved everything that you shared with us.
Beautiful. Cool.
Well,
And
Alicia,
Alicia.
we need to hear from you.
Oh, you're on mute.
Third time's a charm. But Lynn, Lisa, it's been a pleasure hearing from you. I think like Julianne and Parisa shared, your message among many that really struck a chord in my heart, though, was the invitation back to self. Just invitation back to self. Loving self. Understanding that it is okay to show up exactly as you are, who you are. And it goes back to what Parisa was just sharing on context, but those conversations that even before we get to the outside world we have with ourselves because of what we've been told, just that invitation to get back to self, to understand that who we are is enough, to understand that we don't have to have it all figured out, that we can show up as we are, is so critical and it's so important. And it's such an amazing reminder because you might hear that message every day and still need to hear it.
Yeah,
You are with your mind, you are with yourself all of the time. It is a journey that never ends. It is a constant reminder, but just the way that you incorporate that into your stance on leadership, how you uplift, how you share is so, so important and appreciated, because I think it touches on the work that Parisa is doing, the work that Dagmar is doing with the Athena Circle, the individuals that Julianne invites to her shows and her programming, the work that the Los Angeles Tribune is doing with celebrating women through the Special Thought Leader Edition newspaper, but having this conversation right now, because no matter how much you hear the message is still important. So I just appreciate you for all that you have shared. But when you said that, that really, really, truly struck my heart.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a beautiful way to say that. Invitation to self, invitation back to self is so critical, because if we're connected to our self, big S, then we're connected to everything and everyone. We really are. Lynn always smiles beautifully. She is frozen. I don't know. Oh, there she came out. Well, by the way, we have, I don't know.
Well, I wanted to say.
Go ahead. I was going to say, if they go to our website, we have a free
Go ahead,
gifts.
Lisa.
If people go to our website, just so that they know, Lynn has a free gift around relationship, and I have one about it's a little ebook about living your best life, basically. So we just want to give folks, presents, presents and presents.
Go ahead and announce the websites, Lisa. Is that on your website right there?
Yeah,
on your name?
LisaKelman.com, just my name.com. And Lynn is Lynn E. Sheridan. You add an extra E between Lynn with an E. And so there's two E's, LynnESheridan.com. So that's her website. Yes, you are, Daniela.
And we're heading to close. But let's say that we're technically not closing. We've got 3 more things going on coming up after this. Stay on the same page. Don't leave the page. Another stream will come up. But before we go, Lisa, we'd like to give you the stage for one more closing comment on behalf of you and Lynn, because Lynn's internet just froze. So we'll put you just on the spotlight and give us your closing words.
Well, my closing words are for everyone, and particularly women, because I think they forget, but it's really for everyone. I have a belief, and Lynn and I do this work because we know that every single human being is magnificent. Each and every one of us, men and women, have a unique gift to give to our world, to bring forth to our lives and the lives of the people we love. And so for me, having people find that magnificence in themselves, that calling in themselves, that desire to bring who they are into the world for their unique contribution is absolutely critical. And any part we can play in people finding we talk about David, the statue, like cutting away the stone and David appears, that your magnificence is here. Please, please, please don't keep burying it. That would be my final message, especially for our women.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Lisa.
Cool. Well, thank you for the invitation. Abba, thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much.
Well, we are breaking the
internet. Okay, so ladies, what's coming up? Yes, we are. Seriously, we really are. What we want to say is stay on the same page. And we are going to see you on another stream that's coming right up. And we're going to have 2 more panels from around the world, literally, and another famous boxer, living legend, Sugar Shane Mosley, closing us tonight. So with that, meet us on the next stream. Don't go anywhere. Right where you're watching, we'll just have a new stream coming right up.